song, and I think it was by Ghost, trance guy. Anyway, it was on there. It sounded like it was just like really high energy, and it sounded really awesome. And then I downloaded the original, and I just was just disgusted. And it's not like the track's fault. It was just like my perception of the song was totally different because like the intro was so long and drowned out. And I didn't really understand that there's like a utility behind that. There's a purpose for that as well, which is what I assume would be like the mixing side. But like they just like kind of cover the basis of the song and they make it come like to alive. You know what I mean? So it's like a really cool.
You got a 2.5 minute beat that matches throughout the song that's laid down on the entire track, and that might have some vague whistle or synth tune that comes in after a minute or minute and a half. So you've got something really basic to mix with the next track, and you've got plenty of time to do it with.
What do you guys like? Or do you like use turntables still, or just like CDJs?
I don't do any of this stuff. I did when I was in college, though. I lived with a DJ. Decks.
Was it like vinyl?
Two different DJs, and they both had turntables. And, so therefore, all I used to experience was people literally mixing vinyl records together and having to listen, having to cue it up on a pair of headphones that the audience couldn't hear and beat match them while the audience is listening to the last banger playing out to the audience. Once you've got it all beat matched, then you've got to actually mix it with the fader. That's proper DJing as far as I'm concerned.
No, when I found out what the hell they were doing, it was revolutionary. Like I was always wondering why they were scratching it back and forth, and then having the headphones on. Like it just looked real phony from like not knowing, and like you can't even hear the scratching. What the fuck are they doing?
That's because they're queuing it.
Queuing it up. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you've got it queued into your headphones, and all you're doing initially, once you put a new record on, is you're finding the beat. Once you find it, you then play it into the track with the other one in your headphones so you can hear how far off it is in pitch. And you use pitch control, find the correct speed, if it can match. Sometimes it won't, you haven't got enough range. Then once you've got it to roughly match, you drop both beats on top of each other, which is all you're doing the whole time while you're holding the pitch control and constantly throwing it back into the rhythm of the track that's playing till you eventually get it matched. Then you find a good point in the song, which you probably rehearsed, so you've probably got a vague idea whereabouts you want to mix the two together. Find that part in the track, because it's all already done. You've already pitch matched it. You've just got to, at that point in the song, throw the beat so it's ready to go. Then, when you're ready to go 30 seconds early, you throw it in so it's actually playing in time. You double check it, and then it's all on the fader. I'm saying this is something I've not done and DJ One Deck does, so I don't know why I just explained all that. That's One Deck.
That sounded perfect. But like talking about turntables now, you know, most people I've got some Pioneer CDJ, just a console, but I've got sync buttons on there, but I don't tend to use them. I like to match it up myself and beat match it myself. And a lot of people use these now. And a lot of people would not have a clue if you put two Technics turntables in front of them and a little mixer, they would not be able to beat match. It takes a bit of skill on the deck.
I like that the galloping noise, that not perfect beat matching. It's kind of like nostalgic in a way now. Yeah, got that feeling.
Yeah, you can have to ask the person with the record bag.
You've got to push it on a little bit, or tap your fingers on the deck just to slow it down, and then you can hear a little bit of that going on if you're musically minded. A lot of people won't hear it, but I like to hear that as well. You can hear the DJs properly working to get it in properly. That's perfect.
And like you just purposely trying to take it off tune just so you can hear the kick a little bit better, like without making it obvious.
Was the sounder debate?
Man, we're talking about DJing. This is fun. Shh. Pre-show.
So what did you like? I heard belt drives are really hard, eh?
Yeah, belt drives are much harder.
Are they? Is it possible? Because I got.
But then I ended up with one deck.
Not that they're impossible. It's just you've got a certain amount of slack and tension in both the motor and the belt. Whereas on a direct drive turntable, it's not. They say it's instant. Obviously, there's a certain amount of pickup time, but it's rapid. So. Right. It's just
you're going to have to do like almost like maths before you let go before the next bar hits.
You just get used to it. So I've one of the DJs that lived with me had belt drive turntables because he was poor, and the other one was very rich and had 1210s, and they were absolutely awesome and much easier to use. So yeah, you just want direct drive. They're better. They work
Once you go and
better
crack,
at that
can't
job.
go back. But did a Technic say Technic 1080? I
They cost
remember
a fortune
looking.
now. They stopped making them about 10 years ago. You just can't buy them. Yeah, I mean, there's
I
people who
remember
service them.
IDJ magazines, man. I used to read the IDJ mags back in the day, and I used to go into the competitions to get the Technics, man, and fuck, that was my dream to get those.
Because they were always expensive. When I was in college in the mid-90s, they still
1200.
cost £400 or £500 each. You still had to buy a mixer and all your cables and a set of speakers and an amp. It's just decks, so you're spending like £300 or £400 on a turntable. Whereas you could buy a whole set, maybe of belt drives and a mixer for £200, which was still a lot of money back in the mid-90s. But it was like triple the price to get 1210s.
You know, American DJ.
Hey,
like the brand.
Not anymore. I mean, back in the 90s, I go over to Miami to go to some mad party.
No, I mean like the
brand.
The American DJ. They made DJ equipment.
Never heard of it. No.
Oh, my mum bought like a box. It was a package box. Came with 2 built drives and a 2-channel. And I got all these like secondhand records from some British DJ who died. And I was like, sweet. So I just played with them. But the belts and the scratching and the records all just got DJ degraded. And then I just had a go on the Newmarks, the direct drives, and I just gave up instantly because I couldn't afford them. But I'm not going to go back to the belt drives because that was just torture. So I just gave up the whole thing. It was just such a weird feeling, like fuck. That's like there's no point in doing it anymore because I can't get the direct because the money was the issue at the time I was a kid. And
I was trying to think of names of DJs that I did know that do what you described, one deck, like Jeremy Healy and John Please Women. Both of those used to do that style of DJing where you wouldn't notice the transition. In other words, they'd worked to make it such that it was one long flow. And I just remember, again in the 90s, with the same experience that guy just described from Discord, you've got a perception of what a certain track is like. And then when you actually hear the original, you're like, it's a crap. Because it's not got the other track mixed in with it.
The bummer, sometimes. Because the only version is the actual recorded live recording. Usually it's low quality. And I remember that was a pain in the ass. Goddamn DJs. Wouldn't have happened without them, I know.
So, 3, this is just the kind of conversation where there'll be a fundamentalist religious zealot jump in because obviously we're chit-chatting about DJing. So therefore, that's what flat earthers do. So don't be at all surprised if that triggers somebody who's in the panel that wants to tell us that we're all idiots. I'll give my disclaimer again because we are going to start in about 5 minutes. Please don't swear. I'll repeat it in the intro, but just try your best not to swear.
Please don't swear.
Hey Nathan, just a question. Obviously, I'm just driving, but I can see my phone. What should I be able to see on my phone now?
I think you don't need to see anything either, really, in this server or in the G++.
Oh, right. It's probably because I'm just used to looking at features, icons and people's name, and I'm just seeing something totally different at the moment. So I just wanted to make sure that was right.
You're vigilant, I can tell with your mic already disputing it, so I'm really pleased already. So good.
All right, Cal.
Flat earthers believe the earth is flat just because we measure it flat. Crazy.
You fishing for fundies? What's going on?
Yeah. Nice to throw the bait out there.
You don't need measurements, John. You just need to observe the sun in the sky, obviously.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Have a Budweiser.
Right, you're all suitably warmed up. Ready to start.
I'm nervous.
Two. Hold my hand.
I mean, he was right. The elevation angle of the sun in the sky will tell you what you need to know.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. And we are joined by DJ Wandek, Neil, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So welcome one and all.
Greetings.
Hello.
Oh, what a fine and enthusiastic start to the show. Do housekeeping, or should we emphasise the 2024 rhetoric of Earth being measured flat? Should we do? I say we ask a housekeeping question. On, John.
Being the redneck hillbilly character in the cult, I think we should ask a housekeeping question.
Okay. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
No.
Gravity a downward force?
You first have to observe gravity, as in a natural phenomena in the first instance. So I don't know what that observation would be.
I think they say it's things appearing to fall to the ground or things falling down. 9.8 meters per second.
As in everything falling down.
Maybe we can get some clarity. I mean, we've got a whole bunch of people in the Discord server. We're in a foreign server today, so I may have mentioned it in the intro. We're in the politics Discord server. Hopefully one of my mods can drop a link to the politics Discord server in the live stream chat so that you can join this server if you choose to. Ed Globe Trackler. Well, we're looking to be set straight. We're just getting a bit of clarity, hopefully, from you guys. There must be some bull-believing people in the Discord server that can help us gain clarity on what we mean by gravity. We're obviously all flat earthers and don't really understand. Someone shed some light on it for us?
I'd like to say I'm in the Twilight Zone. Based off the observations from the point of, like, on the beach looking out and using a reference point. So da-da-da-da-da. However, gravity, even from like a globalist perspective, it's pretty clear that we don't know. We assume, and everyone has their own opinions, but we don't know how it is. So it's almost like asking the purpose and the point of creation. But anyway, it's one of those things that you can't compare to anything else. Talking about any
is it like
parable.
Well, just out of curiosity, is it things falling down? Is that what you think it is when things fall down?
He's not a baller, but if some baller in the chat could just lend clarity to us, we're just trying to ascertain what gravity is. Shackler, can you pop yourself on mute, please? You're hot micing. Globe Shackler. Oh, Globe Shackler, can you pop yourself on mute? No.
I mean, even in the Newtonian so-called gravity, that's claims that everything goes down, but that isn't actually happening, especially with gas pressure expanding into all directions and filling all available space. If they are claiming things are going down to the center of a presupposed globe, they're going to need to provide some evidence of that globe. And I can bet £1 to a dollar that when they try to prove that they live on a globe, they will be explaining how they measure Earth flat.
Well, yeah, you kind of did just then when you said down instead of in.
Yeah, no up and down in the globe, only in and out.
Well, that kind of scuppers any scientific evidence of gravity. What about any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
What about an
scared
example?
Off?
Negative.
You scared them off? Have we scared off all the globe believers?
What about a perspective? Is this
What about perspective? Did you say?
Yeah. So imagine you're in a balloon, a massive balloon, and it's filled up. The pressurization makes a perfect cylinder. I'm not saying that's an argument for the globe. However, it's an equal pressure point. So what is the fundamental shape that it would form if everything was equal on both sides, pushing outwards or inwards? It would be a circle. It would be a globe, a cylinder. So imagine you're in this massive balloon, and so a huge balloon. If you look straight ahead, you wouldn't be able to see. You'd see like it kind of curve up, but it'd be very distant, and who knows what sort of environment I'm talking about. Maybe you would see it clearly, whatever. But your gravity push from the expenditure of that balloon is equal on all sides. So it would feel like you would automatically say, yeah, what comes up must come down, and show these examples. But however, it's not a flat surface. It's in fact a pressurization that's equal on every side, thus making it feel like you could assume that it's just flat because we know that it pushes it down when it's not an actual fact. And that's, well, we could see that and you know, we can kind of look at that in this reality and go, well, that's an argument to have.
I really
and
don't
then you
follow
could
what
also
you're saying.
So when
Inside
there's a
you're saying
pressurization
inside a
of
balloon,
equal, yeah,
you're looking in all directions when the equal pressure on all directions means it isn't flat. When you said that, I'm like, what's flat got to do with it at this point?
I know. I
understand.
don't like bringing up the premise of where this is going, but obviously it's going to be the argument of why should I believe, or why should anyone believe that the Earth is flat and not the globe that we've been told for ever how long we've been on this planet.
Oh, I see. It's measured that way.
Pardon me.
So
That's how it's measured.
the pressure
Pardon
of
me.
the expenditure, an example of the balloon, the pressure of the air pressure is kind of resembling the gravity in the situation, as an analogy. And so,
No, you got a problem with your descriptions because you're describing in and out and then up and down. Those two things are not analogous. There's no way to connect them. You're doing it just through linguistics in like half-handed attempt, but they're not the same thing. They never will be.
You slipped in a question in the middle of that, which didn't really make much sense to me, but fine. Which was, why would we believe Earth's flat rather than the globe they tell us? Well, because it's measured flat.
Here you go.
I guess like the whole bridge construction thing over in America was all bullshit, bull study. But to me, I should look into that case and see if they're actually telling mincy pies in terms of taking the curvature of the Earth into consideration when they built that bridge.
No, you see, curvature of Earth, something that also requires as a description, Earth be flat to describe it. So curvature, if there was some, would be a deviation from the horizontal plane of reference. Just the very description of curvature in Earth curve maths necessitates Earth have a horizontal plane of reference to describe Earth curvature.
But
Would you take into account Earth curvature when building things, or what you would fantasize about a deviation from the horizontal plane you reference? Because in order to give that description, you'd have to reference a horizontal plane to do it, just like the Earth curve maths does.
So all the elevation and the static involved in finding the actual flatness is compromised. So that what you're saying is that the taking into the consideration of the curvature is actually them taking into consideration of the elevation on both sides of the bridge.
No, I'm saying that to describe curvature in the first instance requires a flat plane to describe it from. If you're building things like bridges and describing elevations in the vicinity, all of those elevations will be described from sea level. It's a horizontal plane, flat Earth. So you need a flat Earth to describe deviation from the flat plane, deviation from level, that's curvature. First you've got a flat Earth, then you've got a description of curvature that comes afterwards. You're suggesting that bridge manufacturers would have to account that which is derived from flat Earth measurements in terms of sea level, and deviations from those levels that you can establish when you build things. Yeah?
Yeah, but so
Right. And what
the
you're
idea
talking
of the
about,
size. Okay.
what you're talking about them taking into account is probably the resolution loss at the horizon. Would you agree to that? The things disappearing from the bottom up? Is that what curvature is to you or them?
If you see something that is obstructed because it's following a mathematical model, and you put two and two together, then yes, that would be the curve interfering there. That would be the argument.
No.
Yeah,
That,
but
that,
that's
that's your,
what one would think,
that's you
right?
not understanding the mathematics. That's you not understanding the mathematics you're using. Sea level is a horizontal plane in those mathematics that you just described an obstruction with. What you're actually talking about is the resolution loss between two flat planes, your eye level and surface level. It's not a curve.
So the vanishing
No,
point.
not Earth curve. Resolution loss described by their maths using a flat Earth to claim the drop from the plane they call surface level in Earth curve maths. Quick shout out to Jardo. Hey, politics mods. Why do I need two-stage verification to get on this Discord page for Nathan's show? Says Jardo from the Super Chat. Take it up with them. That's their rules. Politics is very good. Well worth the two-step verification, I'm sure, Jardo. Thank you for the Super Chat. Yeah, you need a flat Earth to assert Earth curve. Did you not know that?
That's right. That's why it wasn't exactly straight when it got to the other end. It was actually on a curvature.
Did you hear what I just said?
To maintain the straightness, so that would.
You've just reasserted and rinse and repeat the same claim. This curvature you're asserting in your claim requires a flat Earth to be measured to derive deviation from surface level. That's what Earth curve is. I'm asking you, given that to claim that they should be accounting something that is derived from a measurement of a reference plane, in this case sea level, why would you need to account for something that is derived from a measurement of Earth flat? It makes no sense. You're not going to account for something that is derived from how flat you measure the Earth. That makes absolutely no sense. You're using sea level, aren't you, when you're building bridges? You're establishing heights above surface level for all the topology around the bridge and the valley, right? That's how you build things.
Apparently
you need
not.
Surface level. Do that. It needs to be level, not curved.
They literally
you're
cannot build
appealing
the bridge
to for the third time
right,
as you interrupt the third
considering
rendition of that
the
which you've
Earth.
ignored. You're now interrupting me. I'll repeat it for a third time because you've hand waved it twice. Third rendition. You're appealing to them accounting for something that is derived from flat Earth measurements in the first instance. They're not going to be accounting for that. You can't account for how curved something is when you've just measured it flat to claim how curved it is. That makes no sense.
If they don't account for the curvature, it wouldn't meet on the other side properly. Like they literally have to.
It's just ignored me for a fourth time. Don't understand what I've said, do you?
So the engineers that you had talked to.
No, that's not what I said. I said you don't understand what I said, did you? Because you've not responded to it 4 times. So you don't la off into a different subject.
Okay. Well,
didn't understand what I put to you, did you?
That's the point of perception where you are. Of course, it's going to be flat. You have to work with some sort of solidification. If the world was so small and the globe was so tiny, we're on like a baseball, yeah, perhaps that would be problematic. But we're not. We're on a giant, relatively giant Earth. And that brings up the assumption that it's possible for this model to exist in the first place. That's why it's so believable. If it wasn't believable, then the people who are trying to keep it under wraps wouldn't even try because they knew that'd be like a kicking the dead horse, so to speak. They use it to their advantage because it's easily.
Yes, that was thoroughly enjoyable word salad. I've put something to you 4 times. That is to say, the appeal to Earth curve requires a derivation of Earth curve from an Earth that's flat. And you've ignored it.
That you brought up.
Now you're chanting through me. What's going on? Is it at this point you just decide
I don't believe
that it's a subject change? Sorry.
Well, I argue against
not acknowledging
that. I don't think that's the case.
You're telling me you don't agree through the top of me expanding on something you've ignored 5 times. I want to say it once, then get an assertion that you've actually bloody heard it once.
No,
in
but
the
you
sixth
just
attempt.
implied that you are saying that it's a flat Earth, so the argument's not even an argument anymore. You've just said you're basing it off a flat Earth. That's pretty ignorant.
That's correct.
How could you be so
Surface.
sure? That's not the argument. We're trying to get to the bottom of this.
Maybe
and
I
you're
could
already
expand on it
concluding
if
that
you
it's
ever
a flat
shut your
Earth.
mouth. Given that I'm the one
me shutting
making
my
the
mouth. You're the
claim
one
and you
who
won't
should
shut
be
your
okay.
mouth. Making the claim. You don't need to yammer consistently when you disagree. Yeah, I could expand on it if you let me. Yeah. It's called surface level, the derivation of Earth curve. You appreciate that? In your maths, the surface level to derive that curve from.
Sure.
That's surface level, and it's flat
No, it's
in
not.
your maths. Why are you interrupting me? It's painful because it seems that this is now the 7th attempt to put this to you. You've disagreed. I'm expanding on it for you, giving you and your Earth curve maths as the example, where it specifically uses surface level. Furthermore, Al-Biruni's derivation of radius, on screen for my audience a moment ago, flat plane for the height of the mountain, required and necessitated. Earth must be measured as a flat plane to get the heights of mountains for Al-Biruni's radial derivation. And it's a derivation from surface level, and you go up the mountain and ascertain eye level. The difference between the two is an inference of Earth curve sphericity below surface level that is flat. So, that's now the 7th time I've put this to you. For the inference that bridge manufacturers need to account for Earth curvature, is negated by the fact that inferences of Earth curvature come from measurements of Earth that is flat. I've given you 2 examples. Biruni and surface level in Earth curve maths. Both level, both flat, both surface of Earth. Flat.
Even a bull has a surface, dude.
Doesn't have any flat surfaces that you are required to do triangles for heights of mountains. Certainly doesn't have those. Certainly doesn't have a capability of deriving
10,000
differentials
smaller.
between surface level and eye level.
You're a
You've
bacteria.
got a curved surface. Why am I being rumpus when I overcome his rebuttal?
Because you've talked a lot.
Don't have
It's
to
my
chant
turn.
through me. My guy, I'm going to lose my temper with you pretty quickly. What I'm doing is annihilating that which you've claimed. You've claimed bridge manufacturers need to account for an Earth curve that isn't there because the curve that you think is there is derived from a measurement of an Earth with a surface level. That surface level isn't curving. You've put it to me that there's always going to be a flat plane on a curve. No, there isn't. In your own Earth curve maths, surface level is a plane and eye level is parallel with it. Those are facts within your Earth curve maths.
We're talking about
Chanting
oceans
through me
here,
again,
man.
8th time.
Oh,
What's your
okay,
malfunction,
sorry.
3?
Do you like
Did
this,
you
bro?
just not 3? I hadn't finished when you started chanting through the top of me. Now, I understand this must be painful for you, me pointing out that Earth curve maths has got a flat Earth in it, measured and called surface level. You don't have to like that, but chanting through it 8 times is just going to piss your opponent off. That's me. Don't do that.
Go on.
I've finished. I've put it to you 8 times.
Oh,
Earth
okay.
must be flat for you to derive a curve, a claim. Your bridge manufacturers need to account for it. That's 9
that's all.
times. 9
Okay.
times, my man.
Okay. So what I was saying is with the bull has a surface. Every bull has a surface. If you're a micro-human, like just use your imagination if you can, and you look out to the plane, what would you think it is? A bull?
I think it's a
or
begging the
flat
question
surface?
fallacy. Do you want me to answer you, or was it rhetorical? It's
I'm
a begging
just
the question
arguing,
fallacy.
man.
If you just tell me that every ball's got a surface, that's you assuming Earth's a ball. That's called a begging the question fallacy.
No,
it's
it
the
doesn't
most
just
base
put-
form of... Shut up! Being pummeled doesn't mean you have to chant through me responding to you. What you've just done is beg the question, a logical fallacy.
You concluded the fact that was just a bang on the
every
nail there,
ball
but it
has a
wasn't.
surface, but it's not a horizontal plane.
Yes, I was going to get to the fact that it didn't in any way respond to the necessity for a horizontal plane called surface level in his maths when he
Horizontal
begs the
plane.
question that if we've got a ball and then chants through every single rendition of it. Mate, you're a zealot. What you're now doing is chanting through the undoing of your religious belief, and I'm sick of it. Stop chanting through me. Just because I undo your faith doesn't mean that by talking through the top of me undoing your religious faith in a globe, it's going to stop it happening. It won't. I'll just have to highlight to my audience that you've chanted through me 9 times. will have put to you that which you cannot respond to, because Earth is required to have a flat surface level to infer the curve you appealed to in the first instance. For your bridge example, now you've had your rebuttal 10 times. It's the first time it's been unimpeded. Would you like to respond to it?
Sure. So with the would argue why the engineers have to consider the curvature of this globe when they're constructing a bridge.
It's too dumb to understand.
He just explained
He's
why
just
they're
too
wrong.
stupid. He can't comprehend what I've
No,
said.
no. The thing is, you're too stupid to understand my scenario that I put out to you. Imagine if
fully
you're a
understand
tiny, smart little human that you are, but you're
Maybe
tiny.
if you get really close to your
small.
mic,
Maybe
you're
you're
getting really
interrupting.
close to your mic as your
He
irritation
doesn't understand it.
sings to my audience. No, you're frustrated, my friend. I've experienced this many times previously. Getting closer to your mic and telling me that I don't understand isn't going to undo the fact that I've put a rebuttal to you 10 times. And you've rinsed and repeat your original claim and are now telling me I don't understand your original claim. That's your 10th attempt. You're done, mate. You've been cooked.
It's not really that hard to understand. Look at your maths. It's got surface level as a horizontal plane, eye level as a parallel plane, and you're deriving a horizon that exists below surface level. What are you
He's
talking
not
about?
listening.
Curvature.
That's the problem. He's not listening, John.
Yeah, it's chanted through it.
He doesn't have to.
I just want to read out a quick super chat. Shout out to Unitox Femi, who says, ask him how enormous big giant Earth is, ? Then tell him to use his geometry and to compare it with reality. Give the super chat, Unitox Femi.
Yeah, sure, I'd do that if that was easy to do. Have you guys been in a situation where you've had to build a bridge that long?
What,
I mean,
what relevance
here we
does this
are.
have? Sorry, this has no relevance. We've undone this argument 10 times. Sorry, my friend, unless you've got something else or a rebuttal to what I've put to you, yeah, I'm not interested in talking to you anymore. I've done it 10 times with a lot of interrupting and you getting closer to your mic with your irritation at what's happening.
I thought you told me to get closer to my mic. That's
No, definitely not.
communication there.
That's you not listening and comprehending the words that are coming out of my mouth because you're talking while I'm saying them. You need a flat Earth to derive Earth curve
you're
to
just
appeal to it.
including that.
Now he's chanting through the middle of the undoing
You
of
do
his
that
claim
too.
again. There's you chanting through me. Maybe this is me asking you to get closer. No, mate, I was talking and pointing out your loss, where you lose, where you lost and failed because you appealed to an Earth curve that's derived from a flat Earth measurement. 7 times. That's the
Sorry,
dumbfounded-
Trey. Sorry, Nathan, to interrupt.
That's
Tree,
the dumbfounded
Nathan's-
silence I'd expect.
Sorry, Tree, Nathan has said to you 10, 11 times that the Earth is measured flat. Did you hear that bit, or did you just ignore it? That's to you, Tree.
Yes, I heard it. It
Cool,
was
so you
measured
heard-
flat.
Good.
Okay.
So that's it. Conversation over. The Earth is measured flat. And
In the
unless
vicinity
you've
that
got-
you're at, of course it's going to be flat. It's going to be flat enough for you to utilize any construction built within that radius. But when you expand out, then you have to consider the curvature of the Earth because we are tiny compared to the Earth. That is why the perception is when you go outside and you look at the horizon, it is flat. However, science always does this. It tricks us. It creeps up behind us and goes, wakey, wakey, it's not actually flat. Because everything in this universe revolves around
Jedi, just one
a
sec.
cylinder.
Jedi, if you don't mind, I'll just pick up the reins again. Said when we're surveying and building stuff for the area that's being built on, it's built on flat, but that's only because it's a very big ball, correct? Want to expand on that a bit more?
Correct. Yeah. Yep. I'll explain that more. So when you're in a construction place and you're looking at maybe there's 50 acres to work with here, the curvature is going to be so minimal that it's not going to affect the work that you need to be done. When you're dealing with construction that is a connection like a tunnel system, underground tunnel system that actually, I guess underground tunnels can actually bypass.
But sorry, just bear with me a second. You're going a bit too quickly. Sorry to butt in.
Sorry,
so you
So in the
you said
construction,
you're measuring a few acres.
Yeah.
You're talking about. We got to a few
basically
acres, and it's
the-
just stop,
yeah.
stop, chill, calm
No,
down.
okay. Then
You need
I'm
an
sorry,
Adderall.
catch
pill.
up.
What's going on? Chill out.
Catch up. So I chill out.
No,
All right.
you've added another thing, tunnels.
So
You
back to
started
the
with
construction
acres
stuff.
of land. Now you won't shut your bleeding mouth. Yeah? You said acres of land. Okay. You said Earth's so big. Yeah, got that bit. So what we actually do on those many acres of land is measure it flat, correct?
Correct. Because every mile,
Stop.
I think, is...
I'm leading... Mate, I'm
Oh.
leading you. Mate, I'm leading you.
Okay,
the
go
other way
for
around.
it, baby.
Yeah, no worries. You just need to shut your bleeding mouth while I talk. Thank you. Yeah. So, in terms of the actual measurements that we're actually dealing with when we do stuff practically, according to you, we measure Earth flat. There is obviously a whole barrage of caveats and excuses for why we're not measuring it ball-shaped, but in terms of the facts of the matter, we measure and build on Earth flat. Correct?
Depending on the case. Yeah.
No, not depending, mate. That is how it's done. Why would you be so weaselly as to not concede your own example? These are your examples I'm parroting back to you. Do you not like your own example now? I've highlighted the fact that Earth's being measured and built on flat. As per your example that you gave 3 minutes ago, would you prefer that your example you gave 3 minutes ago did not have Earth being measured flat? Because it is. Do you not like it now? I've reiterated the flat measuring bit that you used in your example.
No, I'm not living up to your reality, mate. You missed out on one crucial
It
part.
was your example of your reality and it being measured flat by your example with a caveat of excuses of how ball-shaped it wasn't. That was your example, and you're telling me I'm denying reality? That seems kind of like projection, given it's not my example, it's yours.
That's ironic.
You chuckle it up, sunshine. That's right, your example was how flat we measure things on Earth, wasn't it, son?
Oh, calm down, boy. You like your boys
I'm
laughing, do you?
I'm not in any way uncalm when I smile broadly because you've given us an example of how Earth is measured flat.
See, you won't even let me talk.
Not my fantasy reality.
Me. And you wonder why everyone gets into this angry state
about
that you talk
people
to. And
in
maybe
a live
it
audience.
could be you.
Maybe I appreciate that while I'm pointing out your example of Earth being measured flat, you've chanted through every last word of it. I've got a solution for that so my live audience can hear me pointing out your flat Earth measurement you appeal to. Your last response was to say it was my fantasy. This is your example. Forget your example of Earth being measured flat like you gave. I'll summarise the conclusion then, Stony Silence Man. Because Earth is measured flat.
So I couldn't reply, and I keep you missing out on one crucial part of what I
just told every single person
look at him.
His
colours are shining bright. He won't even let me finish what I was trying to.
Measured and built on flat.
That I have lost, and here's one
example. Followed by a load of excuses of how ball-shaped it wasn't being measured and why it wouldn't need to be measured ball-shaped when we measure it flat. So the measurements are flat, reality is flat, but he's got some excuses for why it wouldn't need to be ball-shaped, it being so big and all. Well done. Earth is measured flat, and you will also measure it flat like everybody does.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Maybe if I get chanted through somebody who's drunk, this painful reality for globe believers will be what? No, I can overcome that with a little button on my desk. Kid. Earth's measured flat. Your globe-believing brother-in-arms just told us that. Did you not hear him? Drunk man. Did you not hear your globe believer tell us how flat it was measured? He made it explicitly clear. Earth was being measured flat by this globe believer's example when building things. It craps all over his idea that you'd build a bridge and not build it flat. Because you'd do acres and acres of land flat, Earth so biggy, as an excuse for when we build on Earth flat. Which we do. We measure Earth flat, we build on Earth flat, we navigate Earth flat. Earth's flat. You can extrapolate those flat measurements into ball belief. You don't have to like it. You can tell me to calm down. But that's your reality that you appeal to. 3.
Okay.
It is okay. Earth's flat. Welcome to flat Earth. Your dumbfounded silence speaks volumes.
No, well, you muted me most of the time, so...
Earth's measured globe equal.
Can you get rid of the guy in pain? Can you just mute him, one of the server operators? He's obviously in a lot
Yeah,
of pain.
he's gone.
So just to rebuttal the original
It
argument,
can't be.
right? So I was saying engineers, right? They typically use advanced mathematical models.
Sorry, AJ, I don't want to hear a 11th rendition of the rinse and repeat we've already responded to and he hasn't rebutted. He's just going to rinse and
That's
repeat
cool.
the original claim and I don't want to do it. I've done it 11 times. No, thank you. 3. No. That's why you've been server muted, in case you were wondering, because you're rinsing and repeating. So if you reassert the claim again, it's going to be the start of the process, so the audience thinks there's no resolve. I've resolved it and refuted it. Earth's measured flat for your inference that you're going to appeal to for the 11th time after ignoring my rebuttals and chanting through them. So it's time for you to leave. You're an unreasonable man. Didn't he do well? Please share the show on Facebook and Twitter if you're in my live stream audience listening to us in this politics Discord server discussion with rinsing and repeating fundamentalist zealots who can't tolerate a rebuttal that requires their claim use a flat earth. It does.
It's going to be painful, Nathan.
Yeah,
It's going to be painful
That
for
can't
him
be easy.
to explain how they proven a globe and using flat Earth measurement descriptions. I mean, how bizarre.
Yeah. His original appeal.
Yeah, that can't be easy.
His original appeal was, look, when they're building this bridge, they build on it curvature. They build on curve. All right, do they? When you go to the examples in your own words, it's hectares of land that's flat. Right, like when you build a bridge. Yeah, that was the example he was given back to him when you're measuring Earth flat. And the derivation of that flat measurement could be curvature below surface level in Earth curve maths. They're not accounting for that when building bridges, and by his own confession, yeah, we build on massive areas of land flat. But that's only because Earth's so big and that's why we're not measuring any curve. You're not measuring any curve. Earth is measured flat. That's what he told us. You're hearing this? Anybody who thinks it's a crap argument, it isn't. They need a flat Earth more than we do. It was in his example. You just have to be smart enough to spot it. And then you can point out how their example requires Earth to be measured flat, and they'll rumpus you 11 times in pain. Tell you don't understand the claim that needs to come again for 12th time. No, it don't.
So I recently used Blender, right? And it's all flat. So can I assume that everything in this world is flat?
You live in Blender?
Currently yes. I'm spending
Well,
lots
if you're living
of
in
hours
Blender,
in
then
Blender.
definitely. But I'm pretty certain people can't live in computer programs. That seems absurd.
So what about outside of Blender? Is it also flat?
Well, then, if you're asking outside of Blender, what you do in Blender is kind of inconsequential, so it makes your kind of stupid question seem really stupid.
No, it's not stupid. No, it's genuine.
You don't live in Blender, and outside of Blender, what happens in Blender is irrelevant. So how is it a good question?
So is it flat outside of Blender?
Yes, we measure Earth flat. That was just made clear 12 times.
But what if it's not flat?
What if we don't measure Earth flat? Well, we do.
Well,
Something
going
you
back
can
to
do.
it wasn't
Yeah,
Galileo, but I believe it was it Epicurus? Didn't he measure the distance from Earth to the moon? If I'm
Tell
not
us all
mistaken.
about it.
And how to do that? Yeah, tell us how
wasn't
you
he
did that, buddy.
He waited for, what was it? It wasn't the was it the solar eclipse? He measured the time that would take for the sun to block the moon. And he measured the exact distance.
Right, the angle of the sun. He measured the amount of time between the angle of the sun blocking the angle to the moon in a celestial sphere model, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Shut up and don't ever speak again. You don't know what you just said.
Wait, how did we get here?
Raging egos.
John. Yeah, John, hold up. Time out. Because, there's Be
You want to add something, Jedi?
No, I'm just still wondering. So it's
No,
flat
guys,
outside
sorry.
a blender.
Big Daddy Flurf.
Sorry,
Elijah,
Guy,
he's
you've said
trying
it 5
to,
times. Guy, we've heard it.
Sorry,
my first
Elijah, your
response.
microphone's
Sorry,
really quiet.
let me just address it so I can conclude it. I addressed it for the first time. If your only objective is to rinse that crap, I took a giant steaming dump on immediately, and we've got no further use for you. So do you want to, ask for a 6th time so I can just ask you to be removed? Do you want to do it a 6th time? Go ahead, make my day.
Is the Earth flat outside a blender?
Yes, we measure Earth flat. I already answered this, you dumbo. Do you have comprehension problems or hearing issues?
I think a little bit of
In his
both.
own example, he used a flat plane to measure the angle to these objects, and he placed it in a model of a flat plane bisecting a sphere to get the angles that he's going to assert are blocking things. It's a flat Earth, man. You keep using a flat Earth and saying it's not flat. Could you stop doing that?
All globers seem to be just proving how Earth is measured flat with their own examples. How bizarre.
Right,
but they're not comprehending why it's measured and how it's measured flat.
One deck's in charge for the next 2 minutes while I get coffee.
Eli.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not in. I thought Eli was in here. He's in Discord, isn't he?
Yeah, so I was saying Elijah for Eli. Yeah, sorry, Big Daddy Flurf.
Yeah, I was trying to get in G. I'll try to get in G plus now. Y'all must have been like.
Who's speaking? They're very quiet.
Eli.
It's you, Big Daddy Flurf.
Yeah, I was
Eli.
saying I was trying to
That's
get
better.
in, but you guys are probably going toe to toe, so I'm gonna try to get back in G plus in a second. But I was just saying, John, be more charitable, man. You take it my approach, seeing things black and white. Do we really know this guy to say, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about, you don't know what you just said? That's all I was saying.
That's being more charitable.
You gotta explain it to him.
Oh, you're saying we're being too charitable?
No, Nathan, I you've come a long way, but I don't even think that I can correct you just yet. But John and I switch between these personalities. When I'm him, he's me, and when I'm me, he's him. If that makes sense. When I'm being lenient and understanding, he's like, no, he knows what he said. He's a liar. And when I'm like, well, he's a liar, you're like, no, you don't know that. So all I'm just saying is, like, be charitable. The guy sounds not like the first guy. Is all I'll say.
You're literally him.
Just mildly trollish.
He's him.
Pastel,
I mean, he was doing a good job of explaining how that example uses a flat Earth for elevation angles and angle measurements. So maybe we should have let him continue describing how the Earth is measured flat. It would have been quite interesting.
I don't think so. That was embarrassing for me. It was the most cringy thing I've ever heard in my life. Someone describing angle measurements from a flat plane in an attempt to describe there is no flat plane it's just stupid. I'm not going to let that go.
No, but I don't think we're breaking it down clear enough for them.
I'm not gonna lie.
They
At first,
understand
I
it.
thought this argument in this
understand it.
channel was very stupid, but now I'm actually taking it from a philosophical approach. It's actually a very smart concept idea.
An idea.
Challenging something that can't be
Practicality.
challenged. Or maybe could be challenged. I don't know.
What are you
We're
challenging?
challenging what? Yeah.
Whether
what are we
the Earth is
challenging?
flat
Your
or whether
description
it's
of a
not.
flat Earth?
Actually, no. Actually, this channel is just 24/7 flat Earth. Like, no one even has to challenge you guys on flat Earth. Like, never mind.
It was your description. Your description of a flat plane is challenging your description
No,
of a flat
no,
plane.
no. Like
That's
you know,
what you just did.
no,
Not
like so if it's 24/7 flat Earth, here's my question: do we even have to debate? Because I could
There
just
is-
take it as it's just 24/7 flat Earth, like that. That's the truth.
So
But
you are a troll.
no, well, of
What is
course.
it
I think the
insinuating?
world.
Hold on,
I-
everybody. Hold on, everybody.
You're trying to catch me. You're trying to catch me. It's not working. Not working. But like, see,
I know what
but
he's
if you
talking
said
about.
debate
Hold on, Neil.
flat Earth, then would there be a discussion?
So check this out. It's just a title. There are real people, not bots, here telling you what the conversation is about. So I'm gonna ask you again. Are you trolling?
What makes you think I'm a troll?
So you
Well,
can
if you read
understand
underneath,
that the title is the title, and the conversation that we're having is detailed enough for you to understand that your input is valuable and our input is valuable. So moving forward, here's the thing. We've exposed information to you that is true. It's not an opinion. It's not subjective. It's kind of what everyone goes off of for a basis of information. Your response can't be, well, okay, so it can't be debated, right? Like, that doesn't
No,
make
I'm
sense.
saying it's a general discussion.
Okay, so we're
well, if
discussing
you actually,
the
if you was to read, I'm
information.
sorry, he's misread the title anyway because it actually states in the title in the channel status FEAMA.
Oh, then I
make a claim to
absolutely have a
debate.
question.
So do you have a
And what's
claim
your
or a
question?
question?
Where's your scientific proof that the Earth is flat? How did you come
Category
to this
error.
conclusion?
Okay. Answer you.
Yes.
Answer you.
Yep.
Well, no.
that's
I'd like more
it's a
information.
But you could keep talking. You asked for scientific evidence of flat Earth. That's a category error. Science deals with cause and effect. It deals with naturally occurring phenomena in the physical and natural world, and the cause thereof. That's science, physics. Shape or an aspect, flat, globe, they're not in the realm of scientific inquiry. So you're in a category error. That, to me, demonstrates that you don't understand what science is because you're asking for geometric answers to scientific questions, which makes no sense. It's a category error. Hope that's clear.
I'm asking for the science. I'd like to have
Urge you. Then I
some
handed your
backing.
ass and pointed out it's a category error because you asked about the science for flat. That's stupid. Flat's not a cause and effect phenomena. Stupid man. Second time I've had to point it out because you've reiterated it.
So what about the
Oh,
sun?
Dumbo. Category error.
What about the sun? Where is that still flat?
Wait, do you want to acknowledge your category error?
No.
Then get lost. Then you're unreasonable. Yeah, I've educated you, dumbass, on your stupid category error where you asked us for cause and effect relationships in terms of flatness. And you're going to find a cause and effect relationship in how flat something is. That's stupid. You are stupid. And now you're being told off by a flat earther because of your failure to acknowledge a category error that you just asked me about.
So are we in
before
a
we can move
1D
on with you,
universe?
not with you interrupting the top of me
2D?
telling you off as you've just done. No, I'm telling you off. My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm a flat earther. I talk to idiot globe believers like yourself who ask questions in category errors, like the science of flatness. Stupid idiots like you annoy me, especially when they yammer through the top of being told off. You've been told off, and if you want to carry on in the conversation, you'll acknowledge your category error. Not be a weasel, not change the subject, not refuse. If you do any of the above, you'll be removed for being a dick, an intolerable globe-believing dick. In a category error that you're now going to acknowledge. You understand me?
Yes.
It's a category error. No science of flatness. Do you understand?
I think so.
Good. Consider yourself educated by me, Nathan Oakley, the flat earther, and you, the globe-believing ignoramus in this particular subject matter. That's science and geometry. You were ignorant. That led you to ask a stupid question. Hope you feel satisfactorily berated.
Your accent makes it so much better. Thank you.
Can you stop mumbling?
There's
Just
that
sit down
whole
and shut
thing
up
of
now.
When you're arguing,
I apologise, John. You go ahead.
well, do you remember a few years back, they were getting you to argue about the amount of Earth curve you measure, and it was kind of like they were laughing the whole time they were doing it. It's kind of reversed now. Once you see that surface level is a horizontal plane in those mathematics that they're trying to get a measurement of Earth curve from, you don't have to play that game anymore. They're using a flat Earth. They're measuring it flat. And they're trying to give you excuses for how not curved it is. And no, it's over. There's no debate.
Shout out to Chow Young Cat for gifting memberships. Really appreciate the support. 101 people watching. Woohoo! Please share the show. A very warm welcome to all of you who've just joined us. If you have done so, you probably joined because someone's shared the link with you. So please smash that share button. It's only a couple of links. You put it on your favourite social media platform, Bebo or MySpace or whatever you're using. Smash that share button. Share.
I thought the other guy was talking about 24/7 flat Earth. Right there proves the globe because 24 hours in a day. I thought that's the road he was going down. But I'm getting bits and chops because I'm at a bad reception area.
It's always good that someone with chips and chops is getting us the summary together as well as you've done, Neil. Thank you for that.
Oh, I'm in a better area now. But I thought that's the way he was leaning. Like, hello, 24 hours in a day.
Maybe he was here at the start of the show when we asked for any scientific evidence of gravity.
Yo, Nathan Oakley.
Well, to
So
get
the
that
proposition.
24 hours,
Nathan, shut your mouth. I have a question. So the proposition that the Earth is flat, is that analytically true or synthetically true?
It's measured flat.
It's not a proposition, it's a measurement.
So just to be clear, is it a proposition or not?
Just answered you. Measurement.
It's a measurement.
That's like a yes or no question, retard. I'm not going to let you dodge. So the
do you want to just remove this guy who clearly just wants to abuse us? He's asked us a question in a category error. He's been given an answer outside of his category error, and he's insisting on it being a closed question. No, you're in a category error. Do you think that is worthy of you calling us retarded? I mean, we could, if you were tolerant of it, point out the category error that you've just had. In fact, I'm going to hand over to John because he was in there before I was.
Yeah, it's not a proposition or an assumption. It's a measurement. You're taking a conceptual unit and applying it to an aspect of reality. It's a measurement. Just what it is. You don't have to like
just
it,
to be clear,
which I can tell you don't.
Yeah, just to be clear for both of you brain dead retards, a proposition is...
Sorry, remove him. I don't want him calling us brain dead retards on a live stream. He's only here to abuse us because he's in pain. Yeah, and I'm not going to tolerate it. We're not brain dead retards, my friend. The man demonstrated himself to be stupid with his stupid category error question. Now he wants to call us retarded. Yeah, you're so transparent. It's pathetic. Go away.
Actually, he's retarded because John just said it's a measurement. Plain and simple.
He doesn't understand. He can't comprehend the response he's got because it wasn't what he was expecting. He's asked a closed question, so he thinks he's getting a yes or no to that closed question until we point out the category error and give him a different answer outside of his yes or no. Suddenly, it does not compute. You are stupid. It's his response. He can't cope with it. Comprehension isn't his strong suit.
Yeah, but when somebody says it's a measurement, something should click. No? I mean, it did for me.
It did click. That's why he got so angry.
You're on a building site and someone says,
he didn't like it.
How long is that bit of wood? Someone runs a tape measure down it. It's 3.5 foot. Is it exact? Yeah, exactly 3.5 foot. Is that a conceptual claim? No, run a friggin' tape measure down it.
I was thinking the same thing, Nathan. I was trying to figure out a way how I could put it in with, like, when I measure floors, if the foreman tells me to go and measure it, but that was perfect how you did it. Yeah, you meatball, it's measured.
That inductive measurement? What are you babbling about? Just write it down on your scrap of paper and bugger off down the hardware store.
If I asked my foreman if that was inductive, I would have got canned. Like, forget it. I might have been tied up and whipped.
Must be a begging the question measurement.
A what? Say that again.
It must be a begging the question measurement.
I'm going to use that. I'm stealing it.
Gotta be honest, right? The politics server standards have got, in terms of the opponents on the ball side, that is, not the moderation and general running of the server, which is exceptional. Has gone down and down and down, hasn't it? Is this it? This is the quality of ball-believing defenders? Wow.
The
Yeah,
quality has
blenders
gone down
and
over
Bridgman.
recent weeks. Sorry, Neil. I was just saying the quality has gone down over recent weeks. I will admit that. That's for sure.
Who's that, Jedi?
Yes, my friend, it is I. How are you keeping well?
My YouTube dad, who was the one who fathered me into this arena. How are you?
Yeah, doing well, mate. Doing well. Just as we got a little bit of a moment of break, there's a few people in the chat. If you want to join in the conversation, guys, please unmute yourselves and you can put some questions to the FED panel. So if you've got any questions, thoughts, feelings upon the subject, then please unmute yourself.
But don't. I mean, it's entirely up to you. There was a time when we first started coming in this particular server where we were told that it won't be long, week or two, and this entire server will be overrun with globe believers only. Earthers will have their noses pushed out with all the globe proof that's going to be presented in this server. This is what we get today. 115 people watching. This is the state of the real flat Earth debate.
It's over. There is no debate to be had anymore. If there ever was.
Was there ever a debate? That's what I was just asking. We just didn't pick up on it. But they were using flat the whole time.
If you measure the Earth flat with an angle, therefore really big ball. That's what seems to be coming up.
Not even that. The last guy was like, we measure Earth flat. I mean, that's only because it's so big, and that's why we don't measure it ball-shaped.
So why think it's ball-shaped in the first place?
It's a horizontal globe. What's up with you?
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Fair enough.
No, it does not.
I was joking.
I'm not telling you off. Deck gets a certain amount of artistic license when he's making poetry, but Black Globe, no, these oxymorons just, I can't let them slide. They're great on me.
So you're going to tell me that the globe is not measured flat? Is that what you're telling me?
No, there is no globe. You can infer the globe from measurements of a flat Earth, yes.
Ethan, what do you mean there is no globe? I'll take you to classrooms all the world. You'll see globes everywhere.
Nathan, I just posted something in the chat. I want to get your opinion on it.
Oh, well, someone's digging that out and putting it in Master B. Shout out to Jason Dean. He says, all the smart globe tards became flat earthers. Right. Thank you for the super chat. Can one of the mods stick whatever's just been shared with me in Master B? Is that a possibility? What was it? While that's being sorted, do you want to tell us what it is?
Did you see what I posted, Nathan?
No, unfortunately, no. I'm just waiting for someone to share it with me locally. What is it? Alrighty then.
Could you give us a description of that which you have posted that doesn't use a flat Earth?
Or anybody else? like I say, we've got maybe another hour and a half or so here. Answer questions about the nature of Earth, when you're in the direction of Earth being measured flat, that sort of thing.
Globe Shalaka, I noticed you unmuted yourself or you've been on server muted. You keep flashing, mate. You trying to speak or is that background noise? If not, I'll remute you and move on to someone else. There's lots of people in the chat at the moment making claims and so on. If those guys want to speak up, that would be awesome right about now instead of just hanging around and chat skanking. But Globe Shalaka, do you want to jump in? Background noise? No problem.
Pardon me. Before you do, read. There's something posted in Master B that I think was posted in the Discord, Nathan.
This Earth experiment, yeah? That's what he's referring to.
Look at step one and look at step one and try not to laugh.
On my screen, it's a little bit too small to read. I'll bring it up.
Relatively flat. Does it say relatively flat? That
Find a location relatively flat, open field with clear line if sight of 1,200 feet. A line if sight? 1,200 feet.
Probably line of sight. Put an I instead of an O.
Find a flat, open field.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I guess we're done.
Globe proof again.
They need to start playing more than we do. Is that what the guy from Discord wanted us to look at?
Yeah, I'm not presupposing the shape of the Earth. Just running this experiment. What do you think about like the control and the procedure? Do you want to add anything to it? Old Dude is another guy.
Step one.
He actually likes the idea. He thinks it's a really good experiment.
Step one, find a flat, open field. Is that really your step one?
Yeah, like a relatively flat open field. This way I can set the 2 points at the same elevation.
Relatively to what? Relatively to what? Flat.
Like because nothing's
Think
perfectly
about what
flat.
the first step includes.
Like nothing's perfectly flat.
The point John's making is the first step is find somewhere flat and find out how flat it is relative to our flat as a reference we have for flatness. Step one, measure Earth flat. That's the first step in this process.
What?
Step one, measure Earth flat. It says relatively. It says relatively.
Yeah, find a relatively flat field. Like what don't you understand?
Yeah. Relative to what? How could it be relative to something? What's it relative to?
To a slope. Like I'm not going to find a...
No, you don't define flatness relative to a slope. How flat it is how referenceable to level it is, isn't it? Come on, John, you take over.
Yeah, find a nice level flat area. That's what you're asking us to do. Not relatively flat. You're looking for a nice level flat area, aren't you? Just say it. It's okay. Everybody's got a flat Earth knowledge that they just don't want to accept.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not. I've been in here. I talked to Old Dude for a while. I'm like throwing out all the stuff that like I can't prove myself. I'm not like trusting anyone anymore.
Right. So step one, measure Earth flat.
Let me go get.
That's it. There's nothing else to assess really. Once it's step one, measure Earth flat.
No, that's not.
We've been saying this for a good few months now. That's what they need. They need a flat Earth more than we do.
Mate, I think the heading's got problems itself. Experiments.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what that means.
We brushed past that. That's Price of Adam for the super chat. Just 1 sec. On Earth, we measure from level as only flat. Yeah. Thanks for the super chat.
So you don't like the experiment? What's your problem with it?
We measured Earth flat as step 1.
Experiment?
Your step one, your step one kind of invalidates the rest of your steps. Why are you not getting that?
Because it doesn't really make sense. I'm not presupposing anything.
You're measuring in step
Right,
1 a
either
flat
way,
Earth.
we're
I'm
measuring
sorry,
it.
I'm stepping all over you, John. I've just told you to take over. I'm really sorry. Go ahead.
Right, no presupposition necessary, just a measurement, just of the flat Earth you're standing on. You're right. You didn't presuppose anything at that point. You just measured Earth flat. You're correct.
Did you read the rest of the steps? Do you understand what the point of the experiment is?
Do you understand step 1?
First of all, don't let him get away with the experiment nonsense. It's not an experiment. Come on.
Right, One Deck, you there? Can you take that?
Well, I'm under the impression that an experiment is, first of all, you'd have to be observing a natural phenomena, and come up with a hypothesis for this natural phenomena, and then carry out some experimental, works to gauge a knowledge of the cause and effect of this phenomena. So I'm just wondering what the Earth phenomena was that you've observed in the first place.
What's the phenomena is the question.
I'm just observing the way if you point a laser level at level, like horizontal from level, perpendicular from level, if it'll hit the same target height that it is.
Over to you, John. He's lining them up. You knock them down. Thank you for that. I got you. We heard. You're observing from level. We got it. Go ahead, John.
We'll shoot 4 different control points of equal distance using the 4 different settings in the job, and then 4 more at 1,200 feet, and then you have a target that's set at the same height of the instrument, and you set it level, and you aim the laser to see if it's hitting the target at the same center point.
Why? You already proved it.
Hold on, Neil. John. You there? You're not. Well, while we're waiting for John, right, there's quite a few things in this that need a flat Earth. For instance, you've got heights in there, yeah?
Yeah.
Those are heights off surface level, sea level. You need a flat Earth to describe these heights. The elevations.
No. I'm not using the geoid sea level. I'm just using an assumed coordinates for the first point.
Coordinates. That's flat Earth also.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm doing assumed coordinates. 4 different jobs. One that accounts for curve corrector and refraction according to the globe Earth. One without the curve corrector but the refraction. One without both, and then one with the refraction but without the curve corrector. So you had the 4 different settings, 4 different points, both with the instrument reading 600 feet apart for the first set, and then all 4 reading 1,200 feet with the second set, and all at the same recorded elevation based off of the total station. And then, again, setting up on those points, aiming the laser with each of those job settings at the target height that matches the instrument height.
Those heights are off a flat Earth.
It's not assuming flat or geoid.
No, I'm stating a fact. Stop. I'm stating a fact. Stop. The heights are off a flat Earth. That's a fact, not a questionable, disputable, contestable, debatable subject matter. That's a fact. It's their height above sea level. That's what those heights are.
Right, this is using plane surveying.
Right, stop. Within the system that you're using, there are several flat Earth prerequisites, one of which is height. So, there is no height from globe level. They're all heights from flat Earth. That's sea level. Level, not curving, not globe level, not height from curve. Height from flat Earth. End of my argument. That's it. It's a prerequisite in this argument.
Illiterate idiot.
Secondly,
Illiterate
while I get
idiot.
chanted through, because of course it's going to trigger lots of fundies when his annihilation
Oh my
comes his
God,
way.
bro.
Part 1 on screen is measure Earth flat. That's step 1 in this pseudoscience nonsense. So step 1, measure Earth flat, and then within the contents of the quasi-experiment, it's detailing flat Earth prerequisites like elevations from sea level. There's lots of flat Earth prerequisites in it, so you're not going to prove anything other than a flat Earth. They're very much riddled,
Oh my God, man.
including the very first step.
So what do you want me to do to improve the experiment? What would you like me to do?
It's not an experiment.
So it's not?
No. I was explained
I
to you
have a
by one
question,
deck like 4.5 minutes ago.
So what would you like me to do to make it an experiment? What would you...
Good question. Good question. What would I like you to do? Join me on Patreon, hit my super chat, support me
No,
financially. Got a mortgage to pay. Basically, this is a job. This is what I do for a living. When people come along and ask me about what I think about their category errors, when they ask me about experiments that aren't experiments, and we point out that step 1 of their quasi-pseudoscience is actually measure a flat Earth, that heights within the quasi-experiment are off a flat Earth. And when I point those things out, I'm going to get chanted through, like now. You're asking me what you could do for me. What do I want? What do I want? Money. I'm poor, really poor, and irritated
not
because
what I
dicks
asked
like
you.
you chant through me like you're doing now. Dickheads, you. That is, because you won't shut up. I'm telling you what you want. No, you asked me what I want. Now I'm telling you, I want money.
No,
Give me
not
money.
what I asked
That's
you.
all I want. I don't
That's
care
not
how
what I
you feel about this. What you want to do is yammer through every single word I say. It's what you've been doing for the last 30 seconds, by the way. 30 seconds
Yeah,
straight, you've
because
done nothing but
you're
talk
not
through me,
listening.
and you're
That's
still
not
doing
what
it
I'm
right now. You cannot shut up. You are triggered, Bundy Zealot.
No, I'm not.
Please don't chant through me.
I'm not chanting
The
to
answer
you.
to your question, you haven't listened once. I told you, you can give me money. There you go. There's your answer.
The question I asked you.
What do you want? Money.
What would make this experiment better?
It won't be. It's never going to be an experiment. Experiment is
No.
a validation of cause and effect reasoning based on observed natural phenomena. You don't understand that, so you keep asking the same question.
Alright, that's a shame. The other guy in here, old dude, really liked the experiment. I thought
Now
he
you
would
can
like
get lost. You just called one of my panel old dude. Just pointed out it's not an experiment. You think it's your opportunity to pick up the
username,
reins
the
with a different
username.
panel member. No, you just
The
had your bum smacked. Your stupidity highlighted for a live audience of over 100 people. It's not your opportunity to ask someone else to pick up the reins, Dumbo. No, it's not an experiment. You're wasting our time because of your ignorance of what science is. Now I'm having
just
to
saying,
demean you. If you don't keep
I
interrupting
think
me,
you're
eventually
demeaning.
you'll get told off. It won't be a demeaning tone. It'll be
dare
me
you, Darth.
shouting at you for your arrogance. You're now chanting through me. You've done it for now about a minute and a half straight. You haven't shut up.
Sad thing is, he still thinks he has something, and that's really troubling.
How dare
I'm
you
not
be a
saying-
dickhead
do
and
you
then
mean?
call someone an old man, dude? That's just so
I didn't
disrespectful,
call
bro. You should
someone. I
check
didn't
yourself.
call someone an old man. No. There's a guy in here whose username is old dude. That's who I was talking about. I'm not calling anyone old. What?
Well, he
Nathan
doesn't know
openly
what
called
science is either. Then,
That doesn't make sense.
if he entertained that, he doesn't know what science is either. Nathan just explained it to you.
No, he didn't.
Comprehend it.
Yes, he did.
He did not explain what science was
If
to
you
you.
could shut your
One
Neil, hold
deck
on.
did,
Neil,
now
Neil,
Nathan
stop a
did.
sec. Right. Ideally, when I go through this explanation again, you won't yammer through the top of me. And I'm going to appeal to the mods before I start, because I've done it twice or 3 times already. Right, if he just yammers through the top of this explanation, mods, can we just end this conversation? It's getting a bit tedious. So, science is the assertion of cause and effect reasoning based on a hypothesis. A hypothesis establishes your presumed cause of a natural phenomena. That is to say, you observe something happening in nature, phenomena, assume the cause of it. That's a hypothesis, otherwise known as scientific prediction. Then you vary your presumed cause to see if it induces the effect you observed in nature. That's the scientific method, otherwise known as physics. You're asking me if this, which you call an experiment, what you can do to better it as an experiment. Well, to explain, for it to be an experiment, the first step isn't measure Earth flat, as is the case in this. First step of an actual experiment would be to observe natural phenomena, something occurring. So if you can formulate an actual hypothesis after observing something occurring in nature, you're on the right steps. This isn't that. Step 1 is not measure Earth flat in a real, scientifically valid hypothesis that you can go on to actualize. That's an experiment. This isn't.
So experiments can only be with naturally occurred phenomena. So that's the only way that it would be an experiment.
Correct. Yes. One of an experiment. Step 1 of an experiment either. It's step 1 of the scientific method. One of those steps is experiment. It comes after observing phenomena. That's step 1.
Okay.
Nature.
Would observing the way light travels be observing a natural phenomena?
Yeah, you can study that and say, I will now assume the cause of how light travels. Yes.
Okay, so I'm not assuming the cause.
That's what science is. Assuming the cause and varying
the
it.
natural phenomena that I'm
Okay,
studying.
okay, just stop you there. So you're not assuming the cause, right? So you're not doing science. This isn't an experiment. All clear? We done?
You have to assume the cause to verify it, if it is the cause. What are you talking about?
For multiple causes to lead to an effect?
No, it's called an independent variable. It's a sole independent thing that you will vary and manipulate to induce the effect. Do one on its own at a time. Vary it, see if it causes it. If it doesn't, you prove something called a null, which is your zero difference result. It's the antithesis of your prediction.
Yeah, so you
vary.
have
Still explaining it to you. Still explaining it to you. Yeah, I'm still explaining it. Could ask questions in the middle of the explanation. It just makes you seem stupid, though. Still explaining it. Null is the antithesis of your original prediction. That's supposition of cause, independent variable, one thing that you will vary, and the effect that you're trying to induce. Null is, if I vary that which I assume causes the effect, it will not induce the effect. That's called a null hypothesis, and it runs alongside your prediction, called a scientific prediction, otherwise known as hypothesis. When you actualize a hypothesis, that is an experiment.
So if there's multiple causes that lead to an effect, you would need to have multiple controls.
No.
No?
If you've got something that's complex in nature, you isolate independent variables. No, they're independent. You have one at a time to try and induce an effect you observed. If you've got something more complex than a single observed phenomena, for example, plant growth, you have to isolate individual phenomena that you want to study and isolate individual causal relationships so you can build an understanding through science of how something behaves. That's called a theory. So you assume the cause of an effect you've observed. In the most simplistic terms, it's not more than one variable, only ever one. Once you've established one cause and effect relationship through validation of experimentation, you can then, and only then, build theory upon that validation.
Why wouldn't you try to control for multiple variables at once?
You have controls. You hold everything else that isn't your independent variable constant. They're called control variables.
He's
I'm saying,
confusing the experiment with the hypothesis, is all he's doing right now. He's confusing the experiment with the hypothesis.
If you know there's multiple variables, wouldn't you have to control for multiple variables at the same time?
Yes.
Yeah, I just said that. You control
Not in your
everything.
hypothesis.
It seemed like you disagreed with me for some reason. I was confused.
Not in your hypothesis. That would be in your experiment that you would control variables.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I wasn't saying it was in the hypothesis.
Okay. Then what is your question?
You do try to control for multiple variables at once.
Before we move on, you understand that in a hypothesis you've got an independent variable and a dependent variable and a null? Do you understand that so far?
I'm saying there could be multiple independent variables, multiple dependent variables, and you try to
No,
isolate.
you're confusing the hypothesis and the experiment
Stop a
again.
second, John.
You're
Just stop a
doing
sec.
it
Just stop
again.
a sec. Just let me just lay it back to him, his own words. You think there can be multiple independent variables, correct?
Yes,
Hear
you
how
can
stupid
say
it sounds?
that way.
Multiple,
Yeah, you can say it.
independent. You understand how these two things aren't congruent with one another, or not?
No.
You don't. You don't see how independent means on its own, alone. You don't understand the meaning of words.
No, I think I understand.
I'm leading you, Sunshine, not the other way round. Yes, you
Anyway,
think there can be Yes, shut up.
All right.
You
later.
think, shut up, or ask the mods to remove you. You're a dick. I'm talking, correcting you, dumbass. You think there can be multiple independent, that means on its own, variables. No, it's an independent, meaning on its own, variable, meaning one of it. Not multiple. You don't understand this stuff. I know you don't understand this stuff because I've got what you think is an experiment on screen for my audience, and it isn't anything like what we're discussing. There is no independent and dependent variable in this hunk of crap I'm looking at now with the word experiment above it. This is the ramblings of a deluded idiot who doesn't know what science is and doesn't know the meaning of the word experiment. It's idiocy. Is this yours, son? What I've got for this Earth experiment? Is this yours? It's stupid. It shows me how thick you are. Are we clear? I'm telling you off for your stupidity. This isn't an experiment. And no, just to conclude our last little tete-a-tete, there isn't lots and lots of independent variables. That's very stupid. Like a married bachelor being a little bit pregnant. No, mate. Independent means on its own, one of them. And there won't be lots of them because this crap on screen needs to be fudged into a method you've not adhered to. It's just pseudoscience. And if you want to carry on sticking next to it, I'll call you a fraudster. Because it's not science, it's not an experiment. And if you keep pretending it is, I'll call you a fraud. Because it's tantamount to that. It's not science, son. It's not an experiment. Hope that's clear.
He's confusing the control variable in an experiment for independent variables in the hypothesis and then asking us, can't you have multiple independent variables? No, you don't understand the method at a fundamental level if you're asking that.
Can we not have multiple Lone Rangers? Like plural? Lone Rangers, right? What's wrong with that? Bloody idiots that we have to deal with. It's so frustrating, and yet he's chanting through me and correcting me like I don't understand this stuff. The bloody arrogance is off the scale. Oh, son, you're very stupid. Why have you wasted our time with this crap is my question to you. Why have you wasted our time with this childish understanding of science? Pathetic. Why would you waste our time with this? Are you dumb?
He's left the conversation.
Of course he has, because he's being berated by a flat earther for his idiocy. Can't tolerate it. He needs to be telling us we're stupid.
I think he was a flat earther. That's the sad thing.
Really? No way.
Yeah.
Wait, he's a flat earther who measured the earth flat and then wanted to question the measurement that he just took by formulating a pseudoscientific experiment.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said why. Why would you be doing this if you've already proven it flat?
However, surely a LARPer at best.
I guess if you accept science as whatever people in white coats on TV says, measurement isn't good enough, I guess. I don't know.
No, it's when you have a belief. See, you have a belief, so you're going to set up these things to try and convince yourself that Earth is flat, because you really don't know it's flat yet.
To Price of Adam, who says, from flat as flat, from go. Every time. Thank you for the super chat.
Well, yeah, you have to start with it being flat. It's just how the world presents itself. And you can measure it that way. At which point, I don't know why you would try to argue past that. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he's setting up his level lights. He had to level them all, right?
We're coming into the final quarter of the live stream on Politics server, so if you did want to join this server, which is a very good server, it's not necessarily indicative of how it typically is with us here, but still, hopefully one of the live stream mods will drop a link to the Politics Discord server so you can join the fun in that server. But we're going to be doing this for maybe another half an hour. If you did want to join, do so now with that link, or if you're in the server now and you want to ask a question, and this is your 10-minute mark that you've been waiting patiently to get a nice polite question in, feel free. This is your chance. Like I say, we'll round out in about half an hour's time and then move to an after show.
I'm going to blame QE for this. That's what I want to do. When he give that experimental result of water boils at sea level example that science has proven, like I'm going to blame him because he didn't give the hypothesis. He reported the experimental results, which are factual, and people confuse that with the hypothesis.
Okay, Baldy.
Fighting words.
I have a question.
Oh, how lovely. Go ahead. What's your name?
Link.
Luke? Go ahead.
So I'm curious, is it true that in the Northern Hemisphere and Southern Hemisphere the moon can be viewed at different angles?
Is it
just
true?
curious.
Is it
how
true?
that adds up, yeah.
Is it true in the Northern what now?
Hemisphere.
Hemisphere. We can see the moon at different angles.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like me to rephrase that? I can remove that terminology.
What? I haven't said anything yet. I'm just literally saying back what you've just told me in the last 20 seconds. What's going on?
Yeah, I understand because before you mentioned the other person that presupposes a globe. So, for instance, I'm just curious. So, for instance, if you look at the moon in places like London or Japan or New York, it appears to be viewed from a certain angle, whereas like South Africa, Australia seems to be from a different angle.
What about it?
Angle, huh? You're going to appeal to the elevation angle of the moon, huh?
No, it just looks upside down.
Do you think that might be because
the angle at which you look at it?
Hold on, John. I think Jedi's going to summarise. Translate for us, Jedi. Go ahead.
The gentleman's asking, obviously, why the moon appears to be upside down from different vantage points of the Earth. So I'm just going to ask the gentleman if that's got something to do with your orientation, as in you're on different sides of the moon. So from one side to the other, the moon may look in a different orientation. Does that answer your question?
You know you're in a flat Earth debate server, though, right, Luke?
Yeah.
Have some relevance to that? You've just proved a flat Earth with your description. So how high something is with respect to the horizon is its elevation above the horizon. Elevation is a description that requires a flat Earth to describe it. You also described hemispheres. Hemispheres are derived in the celestial sphere, a way of a latitude grid system measurement that comes from a flat plane also. So for everyone else in the server, if you're not talking and you're not Luke, please can you pop yourself on mute? Hemispheres is a flat Earth requirement also in terms of how that's acquired. Yeah? Were you aware of that?
No, it's probably something I'll look into.
Okay. Latitude. If you look at latitude, it's an angle measurement with respect to a flat baseline. So elevation angle measurements specifically. An elevation is a line between you and the object in the sky, like a star or the sun or the moon, and the horizontal plane that you're standing on. It's an angle. Yeah? One line along the ground, that's flat, and one line up to the star. With me? I'm leading you somewhere.
Sorry, I guess I'm not knowledgeable enough. I was just curious
I'm leading
as to.
you. You just need to nod along. You just have to comprehend
Yeah,
the
okay.
words I've said.
I'm listening.
An elevation angle is a measurement between you and an imaginary line up to a star, the sun, a moon. That's one line for this angle. The other line is the horizontal plane you are standing on when measuring this angle. One line along the ground, one line up to the moon in your example, right? That's an elevation angle measurement. I'm just leading you to say, yes, I understand, so I can move on.
Yeah.
So latitude is that type of measurement, elevation angle, to Polaris. So you start at Polaris, and if you were lying on your back, it would be directly above you. As you back away from it, it will drop towards the horizon 1 degree. That's a line along the ground up to Polaris, dropping or receding towards the horizon at a rate of 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. Again, an angle along a flat Earth is what gives us this system called latitude. Now, with that system in place, Polaris-centric, you can map out the angles to all of the stars. And that's called the celestial sphere. And it has two North Pole-centric and a quasi-South Pole-centric flat plane system with angle measurements to all of the stars. And that system's called the celestial sphere, measured off a flat Earth. That's it.
Mm-hmm. So there are two different sort of spheres measured from different angles for the celestial. Sorry.
Not exactly. So if you were to imagine you standing beneath a star, in other words, there's a star directly above your head, and we're going to freeze time for this example, right? Now imagine that around you is a giant protractor. As you point through all the angles, you point straight up, it's 90. Yeah? You point out towards the horizon, it's 180 or 0, and everything in between. Those are the angles. The curve of the protractor is a representation of the points that you can point at. In order to have that protractor-based representation with you standing inside it, you must have a flat sky parallel with a flat ground. And then the protractor view that you get is like a hemispherical view of the stars when measuring them flat. That hemispherical view, North Pole centric in latitude systems that we use for mapping on Earth, would be the view of the celestial sphere, measured flat, represented as you inside a protractor. You understand?
So yeah, so if you were going to compare the angles, you would need a flat plane, to my understanding, right? Like,
we do use a flat plane to measure these angles that give us this system called latitude.
Right.
Yes,
okay,
Earth
I
is
follow.
flat. That's it, Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, when it comes to, like, so for instance, like different locations and the moon. So if you go somewhere that, like, I suppose people who believe the Earth is round would say is like northern, right? If you go to somewhere like northern, the moon appears to you see it in a different orientation than if you were to go
the first time. Yeah, we got this the first time. Is this like a brain freeze where you feel that you need to repeat that which we've already covered? We already covered this. Jedi explained to you. Right, let's say you take a paper plate and draw a smiley face on it. You then stick it on your ceiling with a bit of blue tack. Yeah? As you walk from one side to the other side of the room, the smiley face will appear to turn the other way. Shock, horror, it's you turning around as you've passed it, moving from one side of the room to the other. Smiley face isn't upside down, it's just when you were looking at it from the left side of the room, you were seeing it from the smile side of the smiley face. And when you cross to the other side of the room, you're looking at it from the eyeball side of the smiley face. That's just you moving from one side to the other. Jedi explained that already once. Why are you rinsing and repeating this?
No, thanks. The example you said actually like made it very like understandable for me. So like putting it simply kind of helped.
But the last time we covered it, I'm now frustrated because the last time I asked, why are you asking this? This is a flat Earth Discord server. What's this got to do with anything to do with how we've got Earth being measured and navigated and built on and all the rest of the things? This has no relevance. I don't know why you asked. Who cares what the moon does in that regard? Does it have any relevance?
But to describe the different locations, you need a flat plane to describe those different locations to view this moon from. So either way, you're assuming Earth's flat before you even ask the question.
Full game.
All right. Can you elaborate, Nathan, please? Can you elaborate on what did you say, latitude? What latitude? Like the term you just explained. What was it?
What latitude is? An angle measurement to Polaris.
Yeah.
It's an elevation angle measurement to Polaris.
An
That's all
angle
it is.
measurement.
An elevation angle measurement to Polaris.
Alright.
See, that's all latitude is.
From a horizontal level plane of reference.
Correct. That's what an elevation angle measurement is.
Not a curve.
Why
AKA
isn't
not a
anybody
curve.
picking up on?
Hold on, Neil. There's two people in the middle of a discussion with this.
Yeah, it's not a curve. It's a level plane that you're taking the angle from. That's the important part. Now, if you believe you live on a ball, then you don't have an angle.
Is that it, John Wick?
Yeah. I want to ask a question. Like I have a little MS Paint like demonstration. I don't know. Like, if you can correct me on this, I'll be glad. Right. So this is like my what I believe like the curvature of the Earth to be, right? Like approximately, right? Like this. Sorry, this side. This approximately. It's not like it's not straight or anything, right? So if I'm say like here, right? And like a ship sails on sea, right? You guys claim that like okay, so what I'm trying to explain, I'm sorry, I'm gonna refocus. You guys tell me that this doesn't make sense. Like a ship sails here, I'm standing right here, and the ship sails, and at the end of the day I'm going to see its head disappear, right? And its tail disappear after. Right? Like how does this not make sense? Can you
Number one, when did I say anything of the sort? Did you hear me make a claim about this?
No. Sorry, I didn't hear you make a claim, but this is what I think the most
Yeah,
flat
that's got a name. That's called a straw man fallacy. So you could make your claim rather than telling me what I say doesn't make sense when I haven't said anything of the sort. That's
Okay,
kind
so
of
I'm gonna
irritating.
rephrase.
Let me stop you, John Wick. Stop. That's step one of getting me irritated. Telling me what I'm saying when I'm not saying it. Okay, so let's just put a little bow around that and chuck it in the river immediately. Please don't do that again.
Alright.
What you could do is make some garbage claim about boats going over a physical hill you call Earth curve. Do you want to put your big boy pants on and actually lay out your claim rather than strawmanning me with something I've not said?
No, okay, so
You
I'm going
do
to
that.
rephrase. Okay, I'm gonna rephrase my sentence. I think that this makes sense, right? I think that if I stand anywhere on Earth, right, near a sea, and a boat sails away, I think it makes complete sense that the Earth is curved, and thus this is why I see the head of the ship disappear first, and then the tail of the ship, right? Now I want you, I would like you, sorry, to disprove this Or if not, we can just move on. If you don't want to disprove this, I'm just gonna take it as
No problem. We have an argument for it's 4 years old called the Black Swan. Your assertion that there is a physical sphere edge blocking boats and buildings comes from Earth curve geometry, otherwise known as Earth curve maths. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every distance to that Earth curve you're claiming could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in your Earth curve maths to give you that assertion. Distance to horizon in an image we call the Black Swan is beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere Earth hill getting in the way of boats and buildings at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere and the horizon is not Earth curve. Called a modus tollens logical consistency argument. It undoes the argument that we have a hill getting in the way when we show it demonstrably isn't in the way and has physically moved itself behind objects it should be blocking. So, there is no Earth curve hill. We can debunk it. We did it in 2020.
May I ask him if he thinks the horizon is where surface level appears to meet the sky in his example? Is he saying that's surface level appearing to meet the sky?
Can you
Curious.
can you say that again? Right.
In your example, is surface level appearing to meet the sky in your example of bottom-up obstruction?
Okay.
Is that a true statement?
I believe it to be. Yeah. I think it.
Yeah. There's all kinds of trouble coming your way if you believe that to be true.
We'll break that down in a second for you if you don't mind, John Wick. I've got a mortgage to pay. I've got to put too fine a point on it. Thank you very much to Brian Bender. He says, Nate, can you give me an argument against the question of how are elevation angles taken south of the equator where Polaris can't be seen? Thanks. Yeah, all elevation angles, Brian, are taken off a flat plane. Elevation angle measurements, full stop, require a flat plane to be measured. And you measure elevation angle measurements to all of the stars in the south. The arbitrary system we have devised, called north and south, is just that. It's arbitrary. We've devised a minimum with Polaris to call north and everything beyond south. And then we take a position that isn't quite centric to the second system, south system, that's sigma on octantis, and then claim an elevation angle measurement, if there was one to that, would give you the axis off a flat plane for a south system. Now you can sandwich those two flat plane systems together and call what wraps around both of them the celestial sphere. In fact, that is the celestial sphere. Once you move past the equator, all stars get measured in exactly the same way. They're all measured with elevation angle measurements in the south. It's not that because the latitude system's been screwed with beyond the equator where you can't use Polaris anymore, doesn't alter how navigation functions in the south. It still uses elevation angles, and they require Earth as a flat plane to measure them. If that answers your question, thank you for the super chat. Get back to John Wick. In terms of what you're asserting in Earth curve geometry with the assertion that Earth gets in the way as a hill, boats to fall over the edge of, your edge that boats fall over needs a flat plane to measure to make that inference.
Well,
in the Earth curve mathematics, why are you talking?
No.
A question, why are you talking?
Jesus, man, calm down. Go on.
No, I won't calm down, you arrogant prick. I was in the middle of a sentence that troubled you, so you thought you'd open your stupid fat mouth while I was in the middle of that sentence. Now I'm telling you off. Shut your mouth while I talk. Yeah, I'll educate you on the flat plane of reference in your Earth curve maths. Hopefully without interruption from a belligerent ignoramus. Doesn't have the slightest clue what he's asking when he asks me about why boats disappear bottom first. Tries to straw man with things I haven't said. And then when he actually gets to the actual claim we do understand, it requires a surface level in the mathematics. Had you not interrupted and had my tone and blood pressure risen by your interruption and rudeness, I wouldn't have to take this tone with you, you stupid man. Next time, shut your mouth while I educate you, and I won't have to demean you in my tone. I just tell you with a polite tone, without the interruption from you, that you need a flat Earth surface level to claim you've got a point below surface level called Earth curve. The hill I debunked and was debunked in 2020 with the argument I gave you in logical consistency, modus tollens format, called the Black Swan. There is no Earth curve hill. We can show the hill isn't blocking oil rigs, it's behind them. Hills don't physically move. We debunked this in 2020. Meanwhile, the inference itself, the maths itself, has a surface level in it. It's a flat Earth being measured and referenced to give you an inference that there's a point below surface level called Earth curve debunked in 2020. Now you may respond, John Wick.
Alright. Thank you for the added commentary. I appreciate that. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and try to explain to you. If the Earth was flat, right? And then which you claim if we need a curvature of the Earth, right? We need to, you said, have a flat, like a flat level, right? You said. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That in your maths,
No, we're not.
leads you to the assertion of
this
having
is
a hill
your
in the
claim.
way. The surface level.
I didn't correct me.
It's level. It's in your maths. That's what I said.
I couldn't hear you. You weren't clear.
This isn't our claim. This isn't our claim. That's where you can
So
confuse yourself now.
I'm gonna
It's your
I'm
claim.
gonna ask again. What was
Surface
you
level
said?
is obstructing.
Okay. But I have to ask so you can explain to me again. You claimed that in order to have a curvature of the Earth, right? We need to have a what was it? Can you just say that
Surface
first
level
phrase you said?
in your maths.
Couldn't hear you.
Surface.
For your physical obstruction.
Right,
Okay,
let's just
so-
stop for a second, John. Hold on. Right, one of us has got to take control, otherwise he can't hear us. Brian Blender's accidentally, or Bender, has accidentally super chatted the same thing twice. Really appreciate both times. Thank you. I thought so. Thanks for expanding. Really appreciate it. No problem. Thank you for the super chat, Brian. Right, do you want to do it or shall I, John?
No, you did.
You go ahead. It's your show. I apologize.
No, I only know this because of you.
I want to hear Nathan on this.
Hey, you've got a surface level in your maths, right? In Earth curve maths, there's a tangent to the ball dangling below it, and that tangent, the line, is called surface level. Now, to infer there's a point, the dingleberry dangling below it, below surface level, that's your Earth curve. Now, where that will be, mathematically speaking, is a derivation of eye level, altitude measured off surface level, and the surface level. Yeah, that difference is where the maths extrapolates out a point below surface level called Earth curve. That's what you think is the horizon. It isn't, because you've got to measure Earth flat. It's right there in your maths. It's called surface level in order to make that inference. So, to conclude, Earth is measured flat for you to infer there is a Earth curve below surface level.
So okay, so you just said that in order to like measure for me that I have a curve, like I needed to calculate it on the basis that the Earth's surface is flat, correct?
Correct. So if you look at
Yeah.
Al-Biruni measures the surface level to get two triangles to derive height using trig. He measures the height of the mountain and then goes up the mountain, and utilizing the eye level difference between him and the surface level, he can say the dip is actually a point below surface level that's now curving. That's the derivation of surface level measurement for height and differential from surface level and eye level, or an Al-Biruni inference that the point he's now looking at, derived from the surface level he just measured to go up the mountain with, is actually below that surface level and called Earth curve. Yes, it's absolutely required that Earth will be measured flat for you to have a fundamentalist zealot belief in Earth curve. Correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna. There's a lot of terms. I have to like kind of have research that, right? I'm sorry if you excuse me. But is it fine that I kind of agree with what you said, but I have to research some things on that? Is that fine?
You can do whatever you like. There wasn't really much agree disagree in what we discussed, though.
Right. Then I have a.
Well, he's talking about whether he accepts it or not. I think that's a reasonable position. Go look at the Earth curve maps. You'll see it. It's clearly marked surface level every time, or eye level.
I see.
Always
My
a horizontal
bad.
plane. You don't have to take our word for it.
My complete lack of empathy leads me to not really care what you do with this information. That is to say, you having to take it in, it wasn't of any concern, but John's just pointed that out to me. In terms of the discussion, it's not agree disagree. In terms of what Earth is being measured as, it is flat.
All right, then for now I'll agree with you. All right, I agree with you. I know you don't care, so let's stop at that. All right. Okay, so I have a major topic which I would like you to debunk. All right. Can you? Oh, it's a stupid question. I know you're not gonna give me an answer, but I'm gonna go ahead anyways. Do you have a approximate measurement of the Earth? You have any measurement?
Latitude. You got latitude. So
No, but do you have like a full like measurement of the Earth, like a surface calculation?
Yeah, I've got what you've got. We've got maps, right? The known territories that we expanded the known world out from, originally with a polar-centric system, it got expanded into what we now know as the Southern Territories, right? As we expanded into those new worlds, we expanded by using flat Earth measurements and angles to stars to navigate out towards these new lands and then find our way back on a flat plane. Now, in terms of what I know about the measurements and expanse of Earth, I know what territories are on the map, or maps, and how we develop those maps by using the stars and flat Earth measurements to them. That's what I know. I know what you know if you look into maps.
Okay. Well, I guess you're kind of right on that. Yeah. I'm gonna ask you like a different question then. I'm just gonna pop this in here, right? I'm gonna remove all this. This is mumbo jumbo. I didn't actually mean anything by this. If anybody wants to make fun of that, whatever. Right. So say this is my map, right? I think this is what Earth is. All right. Say me as a flat earther, I believe this. Okay. This would seem reasonable in my eyes. I don't think we right. I don't think we explored anything beyond these lines, beyond this territory. Okay. So what I have a really simple question for you, right? If I want to take a flight, right, from Sydney to Chile, which is approximately from here, right? You can agree with me, right? This is Chile, approximately here. I want to take a flight to Sydney, Australia, which is somewhere around here. I forgot what Sydney is, right? No, quit. I'm not arguing with you, right? I'm arguing with Nathan. Nathan Oakley, 1980, right? Not you, Crit.
Right.
So I want you to explain.
Pardon me.
I would like you. Okay, do you want to talk? Do you want to talk, Nathan Oakley?
I think it was my...
Well, yeah, I would like to point out that you're using latitude to figure out the distances between these 2 points, right? You are doing that, correct?
I'm using distance just to calculate things here. I'm just using distance. Say
and how are you getting the distance?
I'm getting the distance because this was calculated according to people who don't agree that the Earth is curved. Right?
What he asked.
Irrelevant.
Okay, sure.
No, hold on, let's just address that. Stop a second. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. There are no curved distances. Distances are flat. So when you talk about miles, kilometers, centimeters, these are flat distances.
Yeah.
They're not curved. What are you babbling about? You've just made a baseless assertion that the distances that you've asserted come from some people who think the Earth's curved. Who gives a crap? Distances are flat. What are you babbling about?
Can there be
No. Okay,
distances on the basketball?
Nobody's asking some other white knight.
Can
Shout
there
out
be
to Chow Yun
distances
Cat.
on a basketball?
Shout out to Chow Yun Cat. Hopefully the
Ardian.
mods will sort out the white knight interruptions.
please.
Shout out to Paula and her literal, historical, grammatical hermeneutic. Thank you, God, for her teachings and videos. Well, thank
Alright,
you,
Nathan.
Chow Yun Cat, for the super chat. And yeah, big shout out to Paula.
Alright, so I'm gonna keep
Right.
on.
What you're going to be doing.
No. What I'm gonna be doing is, please let me explain this, and I would put myself on mute so you can debunk my theory, quote unquote debunk.
Just did.
Okay?
We just
Please.
did. Both of us
No,
did.
no,
We just did.
no.
We just did.
No, you didn't.
Distances. We've just covered this. You've just ignored it, and now you're saying no. If I just get to the end, what, and ignore the objection and rebuttal?
No, I
you've had?
object to your rebuttal. But
Okay, okay. Where'd you get curved distances? Where are the curve miles? Where'd you get them?
Alright. I'm gonna explain to you, right? So if I if I want to take a flight from here to here, right, I'm not gonna.
Sorry, I
take
didn't
a
ask that, did I? I asked where you have made a baseless assertion that the distances come from curved people's belief. Okay, where's the source of curve miles? Give it me, or relinquish your baseless assertion so we can move on with this crap that needs a latitude system for the distances. We'll then prove a flat Earth with your claim. Now, you aren't just going to spew your way past this baseless assertion we've just undone with distances that are flat. Oh, mate, they haven't come from curved sources like your baseless assertion that you think we're just going to toddle on by. No, mate, we addressed it. Can you acknowledge, this is the third attempt, the distances are flat distances? If not, give me the source of their globular nature now.
kind of putting me on the spot, Nathan. Right?
To prove the crap you claimed. You made a baseless assertion, and when I ask you to back it, I'm putting you on the spot. Yeah, mate, it's called a debate. When you spew garbage nonsense, someone's going to say, can you prove that garbage nonsense about a spherical origin of miles?
But
you can't, it's wrong, and now you're yammering through me. Yeah, is it painful that your stupid, ignorant garbage was pulled apart? Yeah, you were put on the spot. And did you come up trumps with standards of evidence that backed your crap? No, you didn't. It was crap. And I'm taking that crap to the cleaners, mate. Yeah, you were, past tense, put on the spot. You didn't come up shining at the end of it. You were shown to be a moron, an idiot who makes baseless assertions about the origin of distance measurements that require a flat Earth to assert them. So we've got lots of flat Earth proofsies in this questioning line that you're taking us. That's not an invitation to segue back onto rinse and repeat the original claim. We're proving Earth flat with aspects of the claim like distance. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Right, so welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Was that like a
You
question?
see how
or-
suddenly your little
No.
straw man that you were building about distance travelled on aeroplanes when the distances are flat? It's kind of irrelevant and just seems like a bit of a little false dichotomy straw man that you needed to burn with little maps and models that you would ascribe to us as flat earthers and how they wouldn't work with flight times based on distances that could only be flat. Seems a bit crap now, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it does. Your
yeah.
crappy argument just fell flat on its arse, didn't it?
Yep, you're right, mate.
Yeah. So I'll summarise. Given I won, the flat earther, the one who just annihilated your absolute garbage claim of distances somehow undoing a flat earth? No, they prove it. Regardless of your problems with the maps, there's thousands of them, yeah. Surprising when there's a entire Western world viewpoint that we live on a curved surface that couldn't possibly work on any map. We'd have thousands of them, what with that massive deception and all. Is that my problem, is it? That we've got tens of thousands of maps? None of them accurately represent the world. Yet they all function with one unilateral grid system, latitude and longitude, that's measured flat. For it to have any semblance of working ever, we must have an origin that actually functions with the angles to the stars. Earth is measured flat. Yeah, there's a gaggle screw of nonsense maps with distortions, though, isn't there? That's not my fault, though. I would suggest that that's on the doorstep of the people lying to you about it being a globe when it isn't. Because all the maps are flat, aren't they? Thousands of them that some are claimed to be globe projections. yet still functionally operate with a grid system measured flat when they're flat maps. Yeah, those distortions have got nothing to do with me, mate. Why are you laying this on my doorstep? Meanwhile, Earth flat. That map to work, ever.
And the distances will be calculated using longitude and 1 degree per 60 nautical miles.
Oh dear. Everything is flat.
I really really like to have a whole 1 minute and 30 seconds, like just 1 minute, 60 seconds, right? Put me on a clock here. I'm gonna ask you a question in 60 seconds, and I will mute myself. And if you give me any debunking, I will leave the server. All right, I will leave this channel here.
Stop swearing. Number one, stop swearing. Number two, if you use a logical fallacy in the next 1 minute and a half, I will stop you immediately. I'm not going to allow you to keep ranting. I will interrupt you. If you think that little preamble is going to stop me interrupting if you use a fallacious standard, I will interrupt. I don't think that's got you a right to bleat when I interrupt at the probably 10-second mark when you use a fallacy. We'll see how you get on, though. If you don't use fallacy, you've got as long as you like.
But so what you're saying is you have to what is it? You have to stand up to my standards, or you get muted. Is what you're saying?
Do you know what a fallacy is?
Yeah, fallacy, something that is false, like a claim that's false.
As long as you don't do that, you'll have no problem. We clear?
But I would like to just say something, right? Okay, you can even give me 30 seconds.
Heard
or
the
3
first
seconds.
bleeding time. You want a minute and a half unimpeded? No. If you use fallacy, you'll definitely get interrupted. If you don't, you'll have as long as you like. On you go.
But Nathan, that's not fair. You barely give me any time to talk. You barely
give a crap.
give me.
If you use a fallacy, I'll interrupt you. It's the third time I've told you the standards. If you don't
Alright.
accept them,
Alright, then go
you
on.
can
Start the
bleat and
timer.
say that it's not fair.
Alright, then start a timer. Start a timer, Nathan. Alright, I get it. Start a timer. Alright. It's 60 seconds going from now. Okay. Okay. Now I'm gonna get you in anyways, fuck it. Somebody else, please take the helm and save me from this nightmare, please. Somebody that's a globe.
Sorry, is that you throwing in the white towel? You holding up the white flag?
No, because you're gonna mute me, Nathan. That's not fair.
I haven't
This
done
is not
anything.
fun.
I don't. Excuse me.
It's
Number
not a
one, I
debate.
don't. Number one, I can't mute you. It's not my server. How dare you? I'm gonna mute you, am I? No, I'm not. I'll interrupt if you use fallacy. It's that simple. If you haven't got anything but fallacy, then obviously you need to throw in the towel.
No, but the thing is, if I keep talking and you interrupt me, somebody else is going to mute me because you're all connected. You're biased towards me. That's not
Right, this is
fair.
getting boring. John, can you
Yeah.
just make your point, please, dude?
Okay, so you're gonna promise me that I'm not going to get muted and not gonna get
Give it
over
look,
talked,
for the
right?
audience's benefit.
I
I've
would
given this dickhead
argue
the
no,
reason and
Nathan.
rhyme of what will
Alright.
happen 3 times.
All right, so you guys give me 30 seconds uninterrupted and have Nathan please not interrupt me, right? I think 30 seconds is not a
Oh
lot
my
of
god,
time.
can you shut the fuck up and just make your point?
All right.
Please don't swear.
Please can you stop swearing?
Today.
John, time has started. Go.
All right. So if I want to take a flight from here to here, all right? It takes 12 hours and 30 seconds. If I want to take a flight from London to New York, which is somewhere along this fucking line, forgot where it is, right? The geography. I'm not that good at geography. Right? It takes around 7 hours and 30 seconds. 7 hours and 30 minutes, right? Can you explain to me how this makes sense? Please explain to me why I would take this route and not this route. Here to here. From Chile to Sydney. All right, please, for the love of Christ,
Right.
debunk me. Why that takes more
Can I
time
answer you now?
or less time? Yeah, you may. Go on.
All right, cool. Those lines you just described were lines of latitude and longitude, which are measured with respect to a flat plane. I don't care if you understand it.
Beautiful answer. I don't care if you understand.
What just happened?
I think the flat earther forfeited.
No, I didn't forfeit.
No, he proved a flat Earth with the grid on the map he used.
With the grid on the
You're not
map.
keeping up? Sorry, hello, the Dumbo that just said the flat Earther forfeited when he pointed out the grid that was measured flat.
Yeah.
You think that
He's
was
not-
forfeiting? No,
Yes.
that was rhetorical, Dumbo. No, he wasn't forfeiting. He was annihilating the notion of a globe. Do you need to chant through this? Was it just better when you just declared as a rambling
declare victory.
buffoon that the forfeit came from flat? No, it didn't, mate. That's wishful thinking.
Yeah, it was.
Don't be moronic. And don't chant through me correcting you. You know, you chanting through me correcting you is not going to change the outcome that just occurred. The flat earther ripped the globe earther a new asshole because he pointed out that the grid on the
You're
map he was
gay.
asking about.
Actually,
You think he's going to change the outcome chanting through me there, fundamentalist religious zealot? Eventually, I'll just have to mute my own Discord line for the audience to hear just how triggered this fundy can't tolerate the facts. There's a flat earth being measured for the grid he just appealed to. It's not thrown in the towel, dum-dum. That's us winning and pointing out how our flat earth's been measured. Only took 4 attempts, didn't it there, Dumbo? Do you want to tell me I'm throwing in the towel after that re-explanation of that you thought was us throwing in the towel? No, you're just very slow. You're clear, dum-dum.
Did he think that was a victory? Did he think
He thought you were throwing in the towel, John. He thought that was you throwing in the towel when you pointed out the grid was flat.
No. Right. So I think, was it the guy through your mic? Nathan, I heard like there's a guy with like a deep voice. Is that through your mic? Or am I
You
hearing
mean
somebody else in here?
The guy on the other end of the mic who pointed out that the grid in your map was requirement of a flat Earth to measure it. That guy.
No. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Yeah.
Oh, that was the guy.
Yeah,
It
no,
was.
no, that was the guy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
no.
was the guy. You
Alright,
mean
Nathan,
to it not being that guy, or no to you don't like the fact that
Nathan,
there's a
you're
grid on it
dragging
that's-
on.
that requires a flat Earth be measured? Because it seems like you're chanting through my affirmation of the debate. The debate is that there's a grid on it that's measured flat.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with it, and I'm going to disprove this now.
Sorry,
What
it's a
I
latitude
pointed
longitude
out-
grid. You don't have to like it
No,
or
it's
agree
not.
with it. It's a fact. That is the grid on that map, whether you like it or not. It's a fact. By the way, that's not us throwing in the towel. And
I
him
didn't
saying he
say
doesn't
that.
like it or agree with it is not him winning.
I
No,
didn't
that's just him not being able to cope with the fact there's a flat Earth proof on his map in the form of that grid he doesn't like. You don't like the grid.
Where's the grid he's using? Like, where can I see
Latitude
this?
and longitude.
Oh.
All right. So you're telling me this doesn't make
Yeah,
sense?
latitude and longitude are derived from angle measurements of a flat plane. You can't claim victory for a ball. You're using a flat plane. Sorry.
Well,
I wish you could dream up something better. Sorry, that's just not helping you.
All right. I'm gonna try and actually make a claim here, and if this for the second time, right, gets debunked, then I'm legitimately going to leave because I'm
If it's a rinse and
completely.
repeat, if it's a rinse and repeat of flight times, I'm going to lose my temper
If
with
you
you.
use any
Maybe you've
type
got a
of
little brain
argument-
freeze and
Nathan.
forgot what you've just claimed already.
Nathan, you're already off your rocker, man.
Hey, you get really close to your mic. No, mate. You just don't need to rinse and repeat that
If you
crap that
use-
we've just taken a big
if you use
steamy
any type of
pile of crap on.
argument-
Please don't rinse and repeat it like we haven't addressed it. Yeah,
If you use
just
any type of
preempting
argument,
presumably what you think you're going to do.
If you use any
Okay.
type of argument, including altitude, it's going to prove both sides regardless. Because you use altitude and globe
Altitude?
and Yes.
No,
Both sides.
altitude's off a flat plane. It's with respect to sea level.
Yeah, but it's going to
C-curve.
also it's also used in globe. It's going to prove both sides. There's no point using
Sea
that
level
argument.
isn't curve. Jeff, did you not hear what I just said? Sea level, that's not curve. It's not your height. Altitude isn't your height above sea curve.
Yeah, but it's still the same.
Yeah, but
argument that makes
hello.
both
Yeah,
sides,
but isn't going to wash, love. Yeah, but it's measured flat altitude. Not yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's still proving both sides, though.
No, it isn't. It's measured flat. It's not proving but it's from sea level, but that's sea curve. No, but no, but it isn't. It's just proving it's flat because it's from sea level, love. Rinsing and repeating the same assertion that's wrong won't help you. You got anything else, or did you just need to say it a third time?
No, I just think you should stop being so like rude. To be honest,
Right,
maybe
rude.
you get,
Height above sea
maybe you
level
get
isn't height above
further,
sea
maybe
curve.
you get
I've responded
further,
to your crap
maybe
claim
you
and
get
undone it.
further
That's not
standing on
me
your
being
ideas
rude.
if you weren't
It's me
being so rude.
undoing your crappy assertion that it makes sense for both. No, if it was making sense for a globe, it would be a height above sea curve. We don't have that, so it doesn't prove both. Hope that's clear. I'm not being rude. What I'm doing is annihilating your claim.
No, you are. You're being very aggressive.
Oh, maybe if I do it in a really high-pitched tone for this lady. No, my darling. You can't have a height above sea curve.
A
Prove
lot
that
more
it works on a
people would take
globe.
you more
I'm not being
seriously
at
with
all
your claims if
aggressive
you weren't
when I
being.
tell you it does not work on a global service when it's your height above sea level. Level isn't curving. I was in no way aggressive.
A lot more people would take you seriously if you were actually being serious.
Nobody cares about what your opinion is of how people take me seriously after I've taken a dump on your claim. Your claim was wrong. People would take you seriously if you had a spine, my darling. Having a spine and admitting when you are wrong would mean people would take you seriously. I don't take you seriously because you have no spine. You concede that you were wrong and it won't work with both, given that it's not height above sea curve, or will we simply assess my attitude after you lose? Pathetic. You have a spine?
Trying to win or lose. I was trying to point
You
out
were when you
that
made
you're
your claim
being
that it
very
works on
aggressive.
both. That was your attempt to win your claim that it worked on both. You failed, you didn't win, you lost to me, and now you're assessing my aggression level. No, I just won. I took your crap claim that you tried to win with. That would be
You've
to
been
say that
doing
it
this
works
to
on both.
everyone, though.
Apart
This is why nobody's
with
taking
you telling me
seriously,
about my
because you're
attitude
being
after I
aggressive.
took a dump on your crap claim that failed. It failed when you tried to win with that crap claim that failed. You were trying to win, you didn't, you lost to me, and now you're assessing my aggression level. That's what losers do.
That's why nobody's
Right,
taking you
but
seriously.
you're not taken serious unless you're aggressive, and if you speak too assertively, you're too aggressive. I don't think she's interested in anything you have to say. It doesn't matter how you say it. It's just something she's going to rely on to dismiss you with.
And that's sad that I heard that you have a kid. Holy fuck.
All right, let's
Please don't
start with
swear.
Leon.
Oh, holy frick.
Now,
sorry.
why would you have to swear?
He's getting ready to attack my kids. Watching.
No, no one's attacking your kids.
Why don't you go for
No, I
somebody's
think that's gonna be
kinghood? Get him
somewhere
out
else.
of here.
Kind of weird.
I was having a really good debate with another guy that was in here, and I actually understood what he was saying because he was being less aggressive. This is the issue with a lot of
I'm
people
sure
in
you
this
weren't.
chat.
Was he
Okay.
pointing out that Earth is flat? Or he wasn't?
Nathan, what theory do you
Yours-
subscribe to? I'm super
yours-
curious. Why are people lying about it being a globe? I've always wondered this.
Listen to this simpleton Noni carrying
Why
on
my
his
people
cat
lying
Wait, I
about
don't
being a
remember
globe?
asking you. Why are you talking? What's up, Nathan?
What did you ask? Why are my people lying about it being a globe?
No. Why? Like, what is the grand theory? Why is it that people are convinced it's a globe? What's the accomplishment that's being?
That question's an appeal to motivation fallacy.
Well, then why do you think it's happening? I'm just asking you your opinion.
I don't care.
You don't care. So most of the population
I'm
believes in a globe.
trying to answer you. I mean, maybe I can only add one word
Completely
to answer you with.
irrelevant.
Am I only
Bring it
allowed
up.
one word to answer your question?
You didn't act as if you were going to engage.
Well, I said
You
I
just
don't
said you
care,
didn't
and then
care,
went to
and
say
you
something
started-
else, and now it
No,
seems
you
I'm
started
being
with saying
impeded
it was
by
a
you, the guy
fallacy.
asking me questions. It seems I'm not being allowed to answer more than one or two words.
Are you going to keep
I
posturing?
don't care. After the, it seems that I'm never going to be allowed to tolerate. It's just you talking in this question and answer session, isn't it? Your question followed by your continual rumpusing of me. I'll just try out for a fourth time. You said, do I care? You asked me a question about how something might be. You've also appealed to a fallacy in regards to motivation. Meanwhile, I just prove Earth is flat with measurements. How people like you deal with it after the fact is not my concern. Often people go to all sorts of crazy notions about why would they lie? That sort of fallacious logic that people like you reason with. I don't appeal to such fallacious reasoning about motivational fallacies when I can show how it's measured. It's irrelevant. You can worry about that all you like, son. It doesn't bother me. It's fallacious. Hope that's clear.
I understand. If you didn't notice, he was defend. It's like usually when people are muted, they'll defend. So, right. Okay.
What your point is that when I'm talking, people don't want to listen, and therefore, if they get shut up by the server operators, they'll stick their fingers in their ears also. They won't tolerate anything other than them constantly interrupting me to the point where the server operators have got to mute them. And then they know that they're not succeeding in shutting me down with their rumpusing. That's fundamentalist zealot muting. Yeah. So they'll stick their fingers in their ears as well. Yeah, we know. These people are childish. If they can't chant through me, they'll put their fingers in their ears. Yeah, we know.
Right. Then I think the same logic applies to you, Ethan. Right? I think the same logic applies to you and the server
moderators. I just pointed out that I prove Earth's flat with measurements. You're going to now appeal to the logic of my demeanour or behaviour. I prove Earth's measured flat. Your response is to assess my behaviour, like the girl that just came in a minute ago. That's your standard now too, is it? I prove Earth's measured flat and you're going to assess me. Who cares? Oh, you got my flat Earth measurements versus your pathetic psychological evaluation of me as an individual. How pathetic.
Well,
think you'd have some bloody globe proof.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's your globe proof? Everything you've tried to put to us so far has used a flat Earth, mate.
I would really like to talk without getting interrupted. Like just a moment ago, that was wonderful.
Oh, I'd like an acknowledgement of the flat Earth proof I give people.
I'd like to manage a debate.
It's a shame we don't often get what we want, is it? You know, people want to bleat and moan about how badly they're treated when they get offered their flat Earth proof from their own examples. People want to moan about their treatment. I know. Rather than offer a rebuttal.
A person is going to whine if they can't have a proper debate, man. You see the issue here? You aren't letting me debate. Or sorry, not you. The server mods, which we all know is basically you. You're just hiding.
No, it's a fantastic piece of globe evidence. I'm really sorry I constantly interrupted that.
No, I'm sorry. I'm constantly whining.
Presented to us in terms of your bleatings about how the server is operating. Wonderful. Glad you got an interrupted
because I can't have a debate, Nathan. You have to understand.
Maybe if you say it 16 more times, it'll be even better globe evidence. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat. For latitude, it was on the grid that this gentleman offered us earlier with his little straw man false dichotomy about flight paths. We pointed out that the grid's measured on a flat Earth. That was our argument in debate. I mean, we could appeal to how the server's operating right now, couldn't we? And how I'm behaving and how aggressive I am, rather than address the flat Earth measurements that we present here, because that's easier when you lose. Isn't it, lads, on the globe side? And lasses on the globe side.
Is it?
No. I would like to hear the other man talk, not you. Ethan?
Is it acceptable to use false facts or fallacious logic in a debate? Is that what you call a debate?
But it isn't fallacious. You're completely disregarding my claim and my just immediate question to you, all right? Which is why a flight from Sydney to Chile takes less.
Stop him.
Okay.
Stop him.
Right.
He hasn't listened.
Why
the
are you
grid
stopping
was
me,
measured
though?
flat with Polaris for the latitude and longitude system. We've already addressed this, rinse and repeater. Maybe if you get closer to your mic while I'm pointing out the rebuttal you've already had 5 times. Maybe if you really chant through the top of me. Undoubtedly, a mod's had to step in because I've said, we've already had this. It's boring. Yeah, a minute ago, it's how you're being treated and what you're getting constantly fundy muted by me. No, we've heard this claim already, haven't we? I need to repeat it like it hasn't been addressed. That's a tactic. You have addressed it. The grid on it was measured flat. You didn't respond to that. You started appealing to my aggression level. That's all you got. Grid flat, measured with Polaris.
So it was a debate.
There was a debate. He lost.
Right. It's just his claim was against the position he was putting forward. That is an immediate fail in a debate. And because you're immediately failing in the debate, you're saying there's not a debate. Well, I guess you could think of it that way. I guess, if you want to believe that. Sure.
Alrighty then. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Fortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to today's Politics Discord server and G Plus panels for making the live show possible. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, gifting memberships, hit me up on Ko-Fi and PayPal, all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Don DeMarco.
This is what most flat earthers do, though. They're all in it for money.
No, I'm not in it for money. The majority of flat earthers.
This is what the majority of flat earthers do. They
Do
make
it.
platforms of a conspiracy theory. And then
Shut up, lady. It's the Globers that switch the flat Earth topics.
You don't gotta be rude. We don't have to.
Please, thank you.
You don't have
It was
to be rude.
interesting. Then I was giving you a response and you decided to start talking through me. The majority of flat earthers in this channel do not make a penny from this argument. We just invite
And a lot
Nathan
of
Oakley.
old flat earthers, when this first came around, admitted they were only doing it for money. A lot of the
You
popular
sound
people.
like you have an IQ of 50.
It sounds like I was still talking and you interrupted me. Em. So we were just entertaining Nathan Oakley, who does have a YouTube channel, and yes, he gets super chats and has got a Patreon and blah blah blah. But that's just one person. So the majority of flat earthers in this channel do not make a penny. Now, my question to you is, what's the definition of level?
I just got one thing for M real quick. You guys are always in here saying flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. Aren't you just simply paying for the entertainment that you seek?
Well, I'm just using this as like a fucking. I'm cooking right now. I'm not even like trying to debate anyone. I'm just like using this for satisfaction.
Right where you belong, in the kitchen.
No, that's not true. You tried to debate. Hold on, sorry guys, sorry. You did try to debate. You suggested that elevations work on globe and flat. Then I handed you your own arse by pointing out that elevations aren't off C curve. You did make an attempt. You just failed. You understand that?
But
She wasn't even cooking.
where I was coming from with the money thing is a lot of popular old like YouTubers who claim to love flat Earth and believe in all of this. They all came out and said they were only doing it for money.
She doesn't comprehend how she was wrong.
Excuse me, everyone else. I'm just talking to this fine lady.
Then everyone hopped on the train.
I understand. That's fascinating. And now I'm going to respond, hopefully without you yammering through me. You made a claim. You just piped up again, saying, "Oh, I'm not even trying. I'm just cooking." No, you did. You piped up, tried to make a claim that they work in both scenarios. They don't. I pointed out how wrong you were. Now you're back on a different subject. It's like you can't focus. I'm trying to get you to have a spine and accept how wrong you were when you did pipe up and make an attempt.
I wasn't trying to debate. I don't care if I was wrong or right.
Sorry, excuse me. You were. You just lost to me. Let's get that absolutely clear. You lost.
You only care about like.
Is she saying she's just trying to?
Like he only really cares about winning. Like I don't really care, to be honest. You're not.
That's what I do for a living. That's right. I earn money doing it. People like you, stupid people, come along, make stupid claims. I point out how wrong they are, and people pay me for it. That's right. Idiots like you keep my job alive. Because idiots like you come and make stupid claims that are wrong, and when they're being painfully corrected like now, they chant through the top of me. People love it. They're very entertained by people like you getting triggered, talking through the top of me because it's oh so painful to be pointed out how wrong you were and how stupid your claim was. You chanting through the top of me entertains people that I get paid by. You, in your stupidity, is what amuses my audience. And I want you to absolutely be understanding that what you're doing now amuses people. You being triggered about how wrong you were amuses my audience. You chanting right now, this chanting amuses my audience. Because it demonstrates to them how triggered you were about how wrong you were. You want to kind of step aside from you making any claims by saying, I'm not even trying, I'm just cooking. No, you were trying and failing. Failing because I showed how wrong you were and how spineless you are, current tense, because you can't concede to that fact that you were wrong when you tried to make them work in both scenarios. No, altitudes only work from a flat Earth. You made an assertion to the contrary, and then were corrected. It's not about me just wanting to be right. I get paid to be right when I correct people who are wrong. That's you. You were wrong when you piped up with your stupid, idiotic claim. It was idiotic by demonstration when I corrected you about sea level for altitudes. You seemed to think otherwise until I corrected you. You could thank me. You've got no spine. You can't even concede how wrong you were. Okay? Just to clear that up.
What's your salary from doing this, may I ask?
Oh God, no one cares.
No one cares.
I'm just
They care
curious
that
of how
Earth's
much
measured
you
flat with
make.
sea level. They
No,
care
I'm
that
just
Earth's measured
curious.
flat with sea level. The actual thing I put to you,
Okay,
spineless woman
well-
that couldn't respond to what I actually put to you. I put to you that Earth's measured flat with sea level. You respond about how I earn money. Yeah, you can't cope with the debate.
Well, you just said you earn money from proving people wrong. I want to know how much you earn, because I can
What's your body
guarantee
count?
you
Mind your
I
own
make
business.
double of what, even
Mind your
probably
own business.
triple,
Yeah,
quadruple of
mind your
what
own
you
business.
make.
Nobody's interested in this. It's a flat Earth debate. They care about the debate about flat Earth and
You
how
just
it's
went on a whole rant
proven
that you make
with
money
sea level
from
measurements
it.
for altitude. That's what people are tuning in for. You need a little distraction because you lost and have no spine and can't concede it. So now need to ask about how much I earn. Presumably,
Yeah,
so you can
'cause you
tell me you earn
literally
more than
just
me.
went on a rant about
Maybe
how
you
you
can
make
lord it
money off
over
of
me
it.
because you earn more.
Yeah, you have
That little
mental issues.
personal
You need
attack that you
therapy.
need. No, love, people concern themselves with how
You
flat
need
Earth's
to
being
go
measured
and
in
see a
your example.
psychologist.
That's what
You
my
have
audience concern
schizophrenia. There
themselves
is
with.
something wrong
And that's
with you.
what they will pay me for when you are humiliated in stupidity when you make your stupid claims.
No,
What's the
you.
definition of level?
No, I'm just saying he has schizophrenia. There is something
That's
wrong with
lovely.
him.
No one's really
It's another
interested in your
personal attack. Why is she even allowed in the server? She's just made a medical claim against me. She's literally making medical aspersions against me. What scumbag? Why is she even allowed to be here? She just claimed I got a medical diagnosis.
That's the way.
You know, I agree. Palestine is flat. The terrorists are flat. God won.
One way to get yourself removed from the discussion,
Yeah,
young lady.
well, you just give a medical diagnosis. You give a medical diagnosis. That's a crime if she's not a doctor. Are you a doctor, ma'am? A
Been removed, I
psychiatrist,
don't
to be
blame.
exact,
I
to be
asked the
making
service
those
to.
medical claims?
No, she's not a medical. She's just annoyed that I'm really labouring how stupid and wrong she was in her claim that she wanted to distance herself from because she's just cooking. No, you did make a claim and you were humiliated, and how much I earn won't distract from that. Yeah? Claiming I'm schizophrenic just makes you a complete scumbag.
personal attacks is all they've got. And we've noticed that today for the last 2 hours. If they don't get that point across and you and John kind of destroy everything they said, the only rebuttal they've got is personal attacks. It's not a very good look.
Yeah, but you see, the problem is people entertain that Chile and Sydney flight all the time on the flat Earth side. That's why it's still being brought up today.
Karen has only got her appeal to feminist endeavours of being offended by aggression. Oh no, you were so aggressive. No, you had no rebuttal. That is your rebuttal. You were aggressive. That's the rebuttal. Crap. I'll labour that indefinitely till you grow a spine and concede how wrong you were. Distance yourself because you're cooking. I'll step right back in and labour it indefinitely. It's what that little. Oh, I better distance myself from that crap claim I made that was overturned immediately by saying I'm not even trying here. I'm just cooking, not really even taking part. Yeah, that's where I'll labour this for a good 15 minutes straight, won't I? Because people on the globe side who want to claim that it works when it doesn't, they've got no spine. None. Pathetic, weaselly individuals who can only appeal to their very frail nature because they feel offended by a bit of aggression. No, when you ignore the point that you've had rebutted with, you're going to get aggression if you ignore that. That's irritating. That's because you are irritating. That's why someone's getting aggressive with you, because you're irritating. You know what irritating means? Probably not. Oh no, I feel offended, my virtue. Get lost. You made a shitty claim, it was ripped to shreds, now get lost. Give a crap how you feel about it, or how much I earn for doing it. It's irrelevant.
I don't even understand what the claim was. Why would she make a claim like that? Makes no sense.
Her claim was
Well,
elevation
she was
works
trying to make
equally
it
well
ambiguous.
on. Her claim was elevation works equally well on globe or flat. That was her claim. No, it doesn't.
Okay, how's that possible? There's no up and down on a globe. There's only in and out. So what the hell is she talking about elevation?
It was just a stupid idiot's claim that stupid idiot made, and then moaned about how aggressive I was when she failed to grow a spine and actually acknowledge her error. Like a spineless, globe-believing numpty. That's what they all do. They're all spineless and fail to acknowledge when they've been proven wrong, because it's just so very painful. Better to point out the other person's nature as an ad hominem attack in response.
I know it's wrong to entertain it, but Nathan, didn't you have a job before Flat Earth? Weren't you like a rep? Didn't you fly all over the world like James Bond type stuff, making loads of money?
Yes. What's your point? This is as non sequitur as hers.
Well, you gave all that up to spend time with your family, work at home, and you found a good topic that was evergreen, and you stood here, making a living, maybe not was that it.
Does he pay you to kiss his ass?
I don't know. I don't know why he's doing this.
Because she said she makes more money.
Who cares? It's
So
complete
if
non
money's the
sequitur.
issue, we
It's a
can all
non
make
sequitur.
more money.
You chase this non sequitur on my behalf. Why not?
Trying to build your
It's
character,
irrelevant.
show that you got character.
Don't
Not
need
all
to prove
about
how much
money.
character I've got, Neil. I assure you.
You're not much of a crap then.
down here.
Nathan, why are you
Piece
taking
of
all,
crap, Nathan. She's right.
Nathan? Why you are taking all our taxes?
Taxes. John, go ahead.
That's not correct, and that's right.
Yes, whether Nathan is a piece of crap or not is irrelevant. This is pointless. What Nathan is or how Nathan is, it just deals with Nathan. That has nothing to do with the topic that we're discussing. Why are we discussing it?
Thank you so much, John. To summarise, how big a piece of crap I am is irrelevant. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to say our thank yous to the politics
Well, I don't
server.
think you're a piece of crap, but that's irrelevant to the topic. It's non sequitur, just flat out.
I
It
love
doesn't
a
matter.
backhanded slight as much as the next man, but we are going to have to thank the Discord server for having us, because they have been very tolerant as always. My favourite part, as it always happens at least once when we visit, is when someone accuses me of muting them. And when it was like, no, I'm not doing that. Well, it's definitely the biased server. No, it's not. You're just rumpusing me in pain. And the server operators want to hear what the opponent's saying, in this case me. You want to shut it down with fundamentalist religious zealot mute button that's chanting constantly through a reply. And then moan that I'm muting you. No, in a reasonable server they don't allow that pain that you need to project out into the Discord vibe so no one can hear anything. And that's not allowed in a neutral server. That's what this actually is. But you can appeal to it when you've got no rebuttal, can't you? They do it at least once every time. Thank you for having us. You've been a fantastic server as always to the politics server. We will toddle along to our own server. If anyone wants to follow us, we'll be in Flat Earth Debate Discord server. But hopefully next week on Friday. I'm away tomorrow. At the job
Yes,
centre, 'cause
sir.
I don't earn enough money.
Today's Friday.
Let's
Today's
go.
Thursday, but I'm doing things tomorrow. Thank you for having us, as always.
Absolutely, mate.
Always a
Shout
pleasure.
out to Nathan Oakley. Let's go.
And people, if you want to know where to spend money, you need to ask that girl, because moralistically, you cannot spend money where you want, because it's not that case. You must ask that girl. That means if you want to bet or if you want to spend money for whatever you want, you need to ask that girl, is that moralistic or not? Speak about level, that's another story. Like a listener, there was a Nathan Oakley speaking about the surface all the time, like a listener.
Because it's relevant.
I don't know. Apparently, Globers have nothing to say anymore. You make a crap argument, you get it destroyed, and then you start asking how much money you make. Kind of
It's the
embarrassing.
need for a fallacious argument for me.
I was only asking that because he went on a rant about how he makes money off of this, so I was asking how much he made.
No, it's
You
because
you
brought
made
it up.
yourself sound like you have the same IQ as a gerbil.
He literally went on a rant about he makes money off of doing what
We
he's
get
doing.
it.
Right
After you
now.
brought
Say
up
that
a
5 times.
fallacious
It's not making your
argument,
case look any better. We could just ask you what your body count is. You're not going to answer that either. So just pipe down.
Yeah,
we don't
it's
have to be
very
rude
Yeah.
though. We don't have to be rude though.
No one
Yeah,
cares.
yeah, this came from you
No one
even.
cares.
Yeah, but this came from that girl saying that he's only in it for the money when
Exactly.
the
That's how
type
it
of
started.
money that he makes is completely fan based. So if you don't like it, then don't give him your money. So why does that even matter?
It's the need for the fallacious argument.
It's just
No, he was literally saying that he made money off
Broad,
of it. I asked
We
a
heard
simple
you the
question:
full
how
We
much
heard
did
it
he
7
make?
times you
all.
said that.
broad,
No,
and then you wanted to come back in
no,
and say that you earned more money than him. Awesome retort. What's the definition of level?
yeah.
What is the definition of level, Em?
I still didn't hear an answer for that.
Are you going to go back to your cooking?
I am cooking.
Okay, so what's the definition of level? Because you seem to be able to speak.
No, I'm
Do you
just
not
waiting for
know?
other people to debate. Like all you
Okay,
guys
well, I'm
have been
asking
doing
you
is
a
arguing
question
this
because
whole
you
time.
came in and made this claim. You said that it works on both models. Elevation above sea level. My question to you is, what's the definition of level?
I wasn't trying to debate. I'm not going to answer you. I'm not debating
You
you.
came in on that point, trying to muscle your way into the debate while somebody else was talking. You took it away from John Wick. You said that it works on both models.
Yeah, because he was
Elevation
being
above
cut
sea
over. That's
level.
why everyone was
Okay, so
talking
you're
over
not
him
going
and
to
wasn't
indulge.
letting him
You're going to
speak.
be kept into your feelings. Still going to ask you the question, and if you don't
I'm
answer, it's
not going
because
to answer it
you're
because I'm not
scared of
debating.
the answer. What's the definition of level?
I've literally told you I'm not going to answer it because I'm not debating you.
Okay, then fuck off.
Jedi, do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I understand that it's measured flat.
We know that it's flat.
This was described when we were talking about the map that was given to us earlier, not our flat Earth map, where you had a coordinate system of longitude and latitude, which is, as Nathan and everybody else has been trying to tell you for the last 5 years, measured from elevation angles to Polaris, requiring the horizontal line of the Earth and an imaginary line from your eye line up to Polaris. That is an angle. So you're going to need a flat Earth to come out of these longitude and latitude lines. Elevation above sea level can also be determined when we're talking about sun, moon, and stars as an elevation angle. For example, the sun, 90 degrees at my zenith above my head. That is a flat Earth measurement. Or another one, the sun appears to be 45 degrees above the horizon. To have degrees, they are angles. Those are two straight lines, necessitating and requiring and measuring the Earth to be a horizontal plane of reference.
Do you have a measurement on how big flat Earth is?
No, the size of
Okay,
the Earth
but the globe does. That's the difference. The globe does have a measurement.
That's lovely, but the size of the Earth is undefined. However, it is measured to be flat, as I've just described. Would you
But you
like to
don't
get
have a
into a
measurement
debate?
of how big it is.
No, I don't, because
Ma'am, you don't have a
Sorry,
So
measurement
you
either.
are debating or
haven't
you aren't
finished.
debating?
The limitations of the Earth from a flat Earth paradigm are undefined. For example, we're not making the claim to the shape or the size of the Earth because flat is a surface description. That is, however, measured to be flat, horizontal, if you will. Are you going to try and muscle in with your elbows up to debate this again, Emma?
Could you imagine that something would seem flat from your perspective, but in a grander scale, it's not?
No.
I
Do you
could imagine
understand what
that you
longitude
couldn't.
and latitude
I'm
are?
curious to know what her measurement is. She says that Earth has a measurement. I wonder if she even knows what that measurement is claimed to be.
It
I
definitely has
sent
a
a link
mass. It
when I
definitely
was
has a mass.
debating this earlier. I was debating it with AV. I sent a link further up in the chat. You can go check it when I was actually debating earlier.
In case
Well,
you're not
what's the
debating now,
measurement?
then you're jumping in making
But
You made the
again,
questions.
radius of Earth?
you can go check the link I sent in the
So
chat. If you
so you
scroll
literally
up,
don't know the
Sorry,
measurement off the top of your head, is what you're telling me. You
apologies.
literally
no, I
don't know the
don't.
measurement off the top of your
But I
Sorry,
know
Well,
we
then I don't think you
measurements
need to
of
be
it.
in here.
then, I don't know whether you've noticed, but a show has taken place for the last 2.5 hours, and there's over 40 people in this room, and they've all been chatting.
Oh yeah, I can
I'm
go
not going
find
to
the link
spend
again
my
for you.
fucking time scrolling up to something that you posted earlier.
Feel the
If you
pain.
could post it again.
Yeah, I'm going to.
You claiming the radius of Earth?
Wait, can I quickly ask something? I think hardly a minute ago, somebody said, "Can you imagine a surface that's really like in actuality is round, but it's the size is so big that it appears flat?" And somebody said no. Like I want to know why can't like you imagine that? Like
Because
imagination is
what you think
yeah.
Earth is a disco ball? Like a locally flat Earth, like with little flat bits and it just makes a ball? That's what you think it is?
What?
Exactly what it is.
You think Earth
How
is a
does that?
disco ball?
When did I say that? I didn't say
Well,
that.
you think it's locally flat. It's so big it's flat,
No,
and then
I
you want to
never
claim the radius.
mentioned Earth. Hold on. I never mentioned Earth. I'm saying somebody said, can you imagine such a space where it is so big, right? It appears flat, but
And
once
I
you zoom
said
up,
no.
Or the
And then
Earth.
I asked
yes.
you, do you think it's a disco ball?
No, wait. When you said no, right? That's when I come in, and my question is, why can't you imagine that? Imagination is like free, right?
Why?
You
Why
can
to
imagine
imagine?
anything.
Why to
Yeah.
imagine? Why to imagine something? Why to do that?
Why? We can come to the why later, but the question is,
Yeah,
can
if
you
we
in
speak
your
about
mind,
Earth, if
can
we
I
are
just
speaking about
finish?
Earth, why?
Can I
Yeah, but why
finish?
to? Okay.
Dude, I'm saying in our minds, right, we can imagine anything that we like. So when I heard somebody saying, no, we cannot imagine that, I thought like literally they're having a problem imaginating something.
He
That
didn't want
doesn't
him
make
to
sense.
lead him. He was trying to lead him.
Yeah, thank you. You're
Nope.
trying, like, I said,
Okay,
no, I can't imagine it because Earth isn't a disco ball. It's not a
okay.
soccer ball. It doesn't have
But you
locally
can
flat
imagine.
areas.
Yeah, but
That's
if you
not
had
how
to
it would
imagine
work.
something, I understand in correlation to Earth, it doesn't work for you. But if you
No,
had to
it doesn't
imagine
work for
something
you
like that,
either.
no, that's like let's leave it aside for a second. But to answer my question, right, you can imagine something like that, right? Because you have that sort of imagination,
Why do we
correct?
have to go to
You
fairy
could if you
tale
wanted
land
to.
to make a point? Why would you have to go to fairy
Oh
tale?
my.
We have to imagine
I'm
it.
just asking this has nothing to do with Earth being flat or round. It's about imagining. My question is about imaginating something.
You're
So
trying to
you
claim it's
can, right?
locally flat.
No
It's
one's
so
going to
big
care
it's
then.
flat.
All
Is
right,
what you're
man, I'm
trying to
done.
say. That's not true.
But
This
if
isn't
something were
about.
big enough, it would be flat, right?
Who
If
cares?
this is
Except it's
if
not.
this isn't about globe Earth or flat Earth, no one's going to
There's
be
a lot of
interested
other
in your
round,
imagination.
there's a lot of other celestial bodies that looks like globes, right?
Yes,
No,
but
they don't.
They
they
don't.
may. So, for example, the sun or moon may appear to be a globe that moves, but unfortunately, the Earth isn't measured like those things. The Earth is measured to be horizontal and stationary, so not like those things.
But if a ball was big enough, it would appear like flat, right?
It
Who
would
cares?
measure. How many
And
times have I
why go to imagination land? Why go to fairy tale land when you can have what it really is?
Not only
I'm
that, why would you
I'm
appeal
Sorry,
to it when
sorry,
there's a
hold on.
measurement for the ball? There's a measurement for the ball. Why?
The
Why?
distance from the ground position of Polaris to the equator is a flat Earth measurement.
Yes.
So we
The
go on
earth
by
hasn't
the
been
Earth is so
sufficient.
big, it would appear flat. But we measure the Earth between the ground position of Polaris and the equator to be flat. That's where we got the longitude and latitude system from. Latitude in this instance.
Yeah.
It was pointed
The
out. and
equator
has
is
been
just the
pointed out
minimum
by
elevation
Aristotle.
of Polaris.
How big is the eye, like the human eye, compared to the size of the Earth? Like, has
Irrelevant.
anybody?
Who cares?
You don't
Sorry.
have a size of the Earth.
What's
You,
that got to do with the
Oh, we
ground
don't know
position
how big the Earth is.
of the
Okay.
equator and the distance
no,
between the two being measured to be flat? What the fuck has the size of my eyeball got to do with that?
Why are you guys so arrogant? Like, why are you so
She-
angry?
Not
Oh,
arrogant.
because
Forget the thing.
your side was
You're
calling
just
our side
agitated.
schizophrenics earlier,
No,
dude.
no,
So
you
don't say.
guys are
Don't
so
ask why
mad
we're
and angry and
angry.
agitated. Like, calm down, guys. Have like a coffee or
Because you're not
something.
it's
I
a
Your
don't know.
side
debate.
was just
Whatever the
They're
hell you're
mad.
psychoanalyzing us 10
They're
minutes
mad
ago.
because you're exposing them. That's it. And now I'm going to
I
get
don't know, man.
muted. Wow, baby.
No, I think it's funny how you guys can claim that we're mad and we have bad tempers
Always
when
are.
literally we were just accused of being schizophrenics a minute ago by that girl. So it's okay for you guys to psychoanalyze us on
I
Discord,
never
but if we
said
get
that.
irritated with that and your stupid arguments, then all of a sudden we're jerks. And that's what it
No, but
reverts to. Is you
Oops.
guys are
okay.
mean, therefore you're not.
Okay, so
It's
let me
invalid.
No,
rephrase this. Let me rephrase this. You guys always, when we make valid claims, you instantly mute us, berate us, and then tell us with like using made-up logic why we're wrong.
Hold
I
on,
haven't
And we
heard a
tried.
valid
No,
claim yet.
let me
gentlemen,
finish
please.
talking. I'm
What's
gonna
your
let you
valid
finish
claim? I
talking.
haven't heard it.
John,
No, okay. So
I
my
haven't heard a
valid
valid
claim.
A
claim.
valid claim.
Jedi,
sorry.
can I prove? Can I
Some,
prove my valid claim to him? Right.
Go ahead. What's your valid claim, buddy?
first. Guys, please.
All right. Then I'm gonna make this
When I
extremely quick.
demonstrated the ground position of Polaris to the equator was a flat Earth measurement, somebody brought up the size of their eyeball. Now, how the
Yeah.
fuck is that a direct response or retort to what I said?
Well, you know what's going to happen with that question you just asked? Is the
that's
thing is they're
false,
going to be
bro.
listen,
That's
no,
not what
they're going to be
happened.
in the grocery store 6 months from now, and the penny's going to drop on what you said. How the elevation
Yeah,
angle
yeah.
from Polaris to the equator is flat Earth. That's going to take a couple months, and then they're going to be in the store, and it's going to drop for them, and they'll never be back on here again. They're just not comprehending it at the moment because they
I
they don't
agree.
understand what an
Okay,
angle
so
looks like. They just literally
what I'm
don't understand
arguing,
it.
what I'm arguing is something else, right? I'm saying that let's suppose, in fact, let's just go with your rationale behind this, right? If that is the correct
I'm still waiting for
answer,
your positive claim you were
can
bragging about
you
that I was
stop
going to ignore.
interrupting other people for once? Jesus Christ.
What's
Okay.
that claim you had?
If somebody
Let him
from the flat Earth camp doesn't tell this guy to shut up, I'm gonna go postal, man. You guys need to speak up when one of your own starts acting out of line.
Oh, we do. They get banned from the
Yeah.
server.
Yeah, you guys
Like when
definitely don't do that,
your
And
side
you
was
just
calling
use
Nathan a
this as like
schizophrenic
finish
earlier,
a thought.
you piped in and
I
told her to
never said
stop,
you were
right?
schizophrenic, dude. Whoever said that, I apologize for them. But don't interrupt me because I'm going to lose my trail of thought. Okay? So do me a
Yeah, I'm
favor
sure
and
that's
please
not
stop
hard for you to
interrupting.
do either.
Well,
And you,
maybe make
all
some
right,
notes
man.
for yourself,
What is it?
D-Man.
Why are we here then? If you're going to constantly interrupt other people, why are you here?
What's your
Do
claim?
you want to have a dialogue or do you want to just?
All right,
Okay.
guys, let him.
We have
I'm
people
gonna.
correcting people for that attitude. Can you make your positive claim now?
Okay,
Go.
so what I was going to say was if you guys, whatever reasoning you have behind believing that the earth is flat, right? If that is objectively correct, then there should be no need for you to become agitated or angry or interrupt other people when they're making their point, simply because the truth is going to get rid of the falsehood, right? So every time we make a point, it like the attitude is the opposite, really. We're trying to remain calm, we're trying to remain respectful, but you guys use profanity and cuss words in response to what we say. So you guys look like
Project harder, pal. Project a little harder. What's your claim?
It's tone policing at its
Okay,
finest.
Yeah.
okay,
Leave
D-Man.
your Dr. Phil shit outside and just state your claim.
Claim, go.
Come on, D-Man. Mike's yours. Make your assertion.
I'll go on mute.
Wait, why should I make a claim when you're not going to respond to what I just said earlier right now?
Get the violins out.
Claim, go.
No problem. I will
No,
respond
what do you
again.
mean go? What? Yeah, respond to what I just said.
All right, why are you whining about it? We're waiting for you to make a claim.
Respond
Multiple
to why
people.
you guys behave the way you do first. How about
Right.
that?
And
I'll
there are
tell you
people
why.
policing that.
Frustration.
Claims, go.
when we
Dude, this
turn
guy
round,
is
for
so.
example, my friend, thank you. For
You
example,
need to
when
get
I
some
break down,
testosterone from your doctor or
still
something, man.
talking, still talking. So again, for example, when I break down the longitude and latitude system and how that is a measurement of two straight lines forming an angle, and somebody comes back and said, "Imagine your eyeball." Now, imagine me saying that 3 or 4 times and getting frustrated because it's not a direct response to what I've said. It's not even a retort. It's just someone being stupid. So forgive us if we get a little bit upset from time to time when people don't understand the words that are coming out of our mouths, completely ignore them and bring up the sides of that fucking eyeball.
Okay, Jedi. First of all, that's not what happened,
Oh, it was.
right? No,
Pulled it up
that's
3
not
times
what
now.
happened. And let me
That's
tell you what
literally what happened.
I knew you guys were gonna jump in. Like
No,
I
it's
waited for
literally
Jedi
what
to
happened.
finish. Dude, somebody please mute this other jackass because he can't control himself.
Oh, holy guys.
Can somebody mute him, please?
I mean, come on, let's bring back some
He's only
facts.
chiming in
If
because
you're
we
not gonna
all
mute
heard
him,
his
then
conspiracy.
it just goes to show your bias that you're
Well,
willing
no,
to
it's
let one
just
of your
you
own
said something that literally
answer
didn't
the.
happen.
Okay, so Jedi, I'm just gonna ignore this guy and I'm gonna respond to what you just said. First of all, what you said is inaccurate. That's not what happened because guess what?
it was.
I was the guy who made the eyeball comment, right? And nobody said what's the size of your eyeball. What I had said was, what is the size of the eyeball in comparison to the size of the earth? What you
Holy
just
shit.
said is a lie. You just made things up. So
I didn't.
I don't mind you forgetting what was said, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I was in the
But if
fucking
you are going
conversation,
to
you idiot.
represent, and this is what I mean, the language you're using right now is profanity.
Frustration,
We
yeah.
both
Like if
just
you're
said the
going to
same
come to a
thing.
public forum and you're not going to be respectful and be like
D-Man,
the way you're
how
trying to
high
be,
are the
then there's
tiers
no
in the
point.
room you're in right now?
So again, this just goes to show that because you guys are willing to put words in someone else's mouths, you
You're in your
cannot be,
feelings.
you're not,
Can I answer your question?
Enough
Can I
ranting of your
Crybaby
emotions.
The eye
Your
is
feelings are irrelevant.
the eyeball. It's very, 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 very small comparing to the earth. That's the answer.
He's gone.
That was a
He
stupid
just wants
answer.
to rant about his emotions. He can fuck off.
Jedi, that's exact. You and him said the exact same thing.
I know.
He's just trying to make an argument that it's locally flat like a disco ball. That's really what he wants to say. That's what he's getting at. In
That's
fact,
what
I
he
think
was
it's the
leading
same
to.
guy that said that a few minutes prior.
Well, when they say let's not talk about the flat Earth or the globe Earth, but imagine a big ball that's flat though. So you're trying to buckle your imagination back to the globe and pretend like we didn't just do that. We're not stupid.
Wait, I have a question. Did D-Man get muted or leave?
Of course,
He
he was in
left.
his feelings, bro.
Oh, because he was muted, right?
You couldn't hear the violins playing.
No, he
What?
wasn't
Because
muted.
he
He left.
blatantly lied? Yes, he got muted because he blatantly lied.
No,
And now
my
you
question
can make
was.
now you can make your claim. Everybody will be quiet. You will back your claim, and then we will speak. Can we do like that?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I really like that. Alright. So I have,
Don't
do you
drown in
promise?
your
Do you
tears like the
promise?
last guy.
Please stop. You
Just don't
promise me
drown in
I
your
will
tears
go
like the last guy.
uninterrupted, like every single flat earther does in
I'm a
here, right?
filibuster earther.
That's a straw man.
No.
Can you
What do you mean?
just
What?
make your
How is that a
point?
straw man? That's a fact, though.
You're
It's a
already
fact. You're
Make your
lying.
talking, bro. Just say what you need to say.
Bro,
Alright.
please just make your
Can
claim
you
already.
can you
Please just
start
make your
it?
claim.
Alright,
Sound
then
like
I'm
Tea
gonna go
Party
for it.
voice.
Let's see. Alright, can you guys explain to me why a flight from Sydney to Chile takes 12 hours and 30 minutes, and a flight from the US to, like, from New
Oh,
York
it's like
to
an NPC
London
resets.
takes 7 hours and 30 minutes? No, you're not explaining it to me though. Like, you're not
You got
explaining
answer
it.
from Nathan, man.
I will
This is not
What's
explain.
wrong with
I
you?
will
No,
explain.
Nathan was
I
a
will
stupid
explain.
dickhead who didn't answer my
No, he
question.
said long
I
and
will
latitude.
explain it
Long
to
and
you.
lat. That's it.
I will explain it to you. That means the flight from Chile to Australia is 12 hours. Is that correct?
Again, I couldn't hear you.
The flight from Chile to Australia is 12 hours. Is that correct?
Yeah, 12 hours or 14 hours between that.
And
Depends
how
on
I
which
explain
direction
that?
you're going.
I explain like this. The flight, its duration is 12 hours. That's how I explain.
Yeah.
And how you explain?
I didn't hear the last thing you said. Actually,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. That was my
what
mistake.
for you
Sorry.
is that what for you it's telling you that flight, for example, we have the flight, and that flight is 12, let's say 12 hours, and that's what is that telling for you?
It's telling me that I'm taking a flight path that is contradictory to like the flat Earth Society's map, which
The
is the
flat
map.
path, it's contradictory with what?
Wait, sorry. Go ahead again.
This
Couldn't
map,
hear.
sorry,
Do we
this
have a
map.
claim about how long the flight would take?
No,
No,
you do
no, we
have a
don't.
claim.
No,
So
we
how
No, you
is
don't.
it
do have a.
contradictory? What is it contradictory to?
Alright, I'm gonna send the picture again because you guys can't seem to
Okay.
fathom it.
Are you
Alright,
going
so
to
if the
give us
Earth
a
is curved,
picture, John? Are
Oh.
you going to give us the AE map again? Is that a
no,
map that we've given you saying that this is the Earth, and then you're going to draw out your flight times on this, like you tried to earlier? This isn't a map that we've given you. This would be a straw man. You're attacking this map, something that we've not given you.
Did you get it?
but
Did you hear what he said?
I
Did you
I
hear what he
heard,
said?
yeah, I heard, but
Can you acknowledge that?
then
Yeah,
What'd you
I
say?
mean, no one made a claim that we use a map as a flat Earth map. So you're doing that for us. So fallacy.
Alright, so that's a fallacy. Then my question is, can you prove it otherwise?
No,
Can you-
we're not proving anything for you. It's not our shit. Okay?
But that's the problem. You
No,
don't
that's
want to
you
prove.
having a problem,
No,
not us.
no, listen.
No,
No,
you
listen,
think that
you.
Earth is. You think that flat Earth is that what you think. What we don't think that is a flat Earth.
Hmm.
And you're comparing that 12 hours with that flat Earth. What we don't think it's our anything.
Then how would you explain it? How would you explain it?
Why?
Do you, man? I don't have anything that you don't have anything to compare. Did we say anything about how much flight we need on the flat surface from one distance to another?
You've given us two distances. The time of travel from New York to London is about 7 to 8 hours, and the one from Australia to Chile is what do you say 11 to 12 hours? So I'm failing to understand what your point is here. Because obviously one takes longer to travel to than the other one. How the fuck? What else do we need to explain to you? Or do you want us to give you a map? One takes longer, doesn't it?
Or maybe you wrote that on YouTube the flight Chile Australia debunked the flat Earth, and now you think also that that's the point. Is that the situation?
Looks like he skedoodled.
It's like he
Nice.
realised his fucking error. Oh shit!
His
It
time
takes
was up.
longer to fly from Australia to Chile than it does from New York to London. Oh,
But don't fly over Bolivia, of course. And don't fly over oceans because they're level.
So I think it's mandatory that people have a class on fallacious arguments before trying to debate.
But you're not gonna let me talk for a minute and a half uninterrupted?
Exactly.
The world cannot rotate for a minute and a half, Dudek. What do you expect?
Yeah,
Only
why
but
are we expected to explain something that we didn't claim? Why do we have to explain anything if we didn't claim it?
I think it's them like short circuiting and trying to claw for help.
Because somebody else claimed it for us. You know
To
that this
constantly ask people to explain anything shows how weak-minded these folks are.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Because you ask us to explain your own ideas to you. We have to explain your own weird ideas to you. Why? That's weird.
Because usually when you're trying to debunk the globe, you explain why you're debunking it. That's
It's pretty
why.
simple. You debunk the globe because the Earth isn't curving anywhere.
Okay, then that's what we're asking you to explain. If you're making a claim, you explain it.
Where'd
Latitude,
you get the
longitude
idea of a
lines,
globe in the
If you're
first
elevation,
place?
angles.
debunking the globe, people are
Wow,
going to
I was
ask
just
you
about
why
to
you're
do it.
debunking the globe. That's just
One at a
Okay,
time. One at a
Back to
time.
the kitchen, please, because that's
very
not what happened.
quickly. Very quickly. I will
I have
debunk
a
the
question.
globe. The Earth
So,
is measured flat. Hold on. What is wrong with you guys? Do you have
okay, my bad,
hamster
my bad. I
brain?
apologize. Go on.
Good grief. Okay. If you're measuring the Earth flat with elevation angles to Polaris with the latitude longitude grid system, it's pretty simple. Elevation angles. If you don't know what that is, you should probably look it up. But it causes you to use the surface that you're standing on to figure out an elevation angle measurement. With the special case of angle or elevation angle measurements in celestial navigation, you're not trying to figure out how high the star is. You're using all of the celestial bodies as being the same distance away. And you're using those two angles to find a distance far away from you, a ground position of a celestial body. So your ground position would be where Polaris is away from you to figure out your latitude, longitude position.
Only can be done on a flat surface.
If you understand what the definition of an angle is. M, what's the definition of an angle?
And if you said I'm not debating, I was just asking a question.
Yeah, so you can ask questions, but you can't ask questions of you. That seems very unfair.
No, because I'm cooking right now. I will when I
can't-
finish my food. I'll come back in.
You're a brat.
We just explained to you what an angle is, so you can't even fucking tell us? Come on.
Don't
No, when I
overcook your
finish
food.
my food, I will come back in and properly debate
Come
you again.
on. Excuses.
I'm
Troll.
making bolognese right now. It's very
Excuses.
tasty.
You can come after cooking and we will speak about that, okay?
Doesn't take that long.
When you finished your dinner, there's two questions on the table for you. One, what the definition of level is, and two, what the definition of an angle is. When you've eaten your dinner, you can come back and answer those two questions before you ask any more of your own.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can I ask a question since she's cooking?
We'd be holding up to you for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So, what is the definition of stars by flat earthers?
God.
What?
How you define stars in the flat earth?
A light in the sky. Points of light in the sky. And what?
Points of light in the sky. Okay. Yep. How far away are the stars from
No idea.
Good question.
With regard to the celestial dome, they're an infinite or indefinite distance away.
Okay, so their stars are very far away, you said, right? Yep. So my next question is, how do you explain that the North Star in a flat Earth, by the way, is fixed?
Because it's fixed. Because it's fixed. We observe it to be fixed. I don't understand
it's self-evident. What do you mean? Why it's fixed?
It's self-evident.
It's self-evident. What do you mean?
Do you own a telescope?
Are you for real? That is self-evident. That's
how do you know it's fixed in your model? Explain to us.
Because in history we have used North Stars as a method of navigation. Because
how is it fixed in your model?
In
when
my
you're moving,
model,
speeding, and hurling of fucking 7-8 different vectors. Explain that to us.
So
how is it fixed in your model?
If the Earth is rotating, it's not a flat surface.
It's not a matter of if. I just told you there are 7-8 fucking different vectors. You're not even feeling one of them, and you're telling us your star is fixed in motion.
I mean, everything is in motion in the universe. What are you talking about?
No, so not fixed then.
Then how would it be fixed?
I mean, it
My
looks,
God,
it
that
is
logic.
fixed in comparison
What
to
kind of logic
our
is that?
position. Okay.
Sorry,
Oh.
quick. So you say it looks fixed. Is it self-evident?
As I said, it is used as a
Yes.
method for
Yes.
navigation
Yes, we
before
know.
even these like instruments were created. So the North Star,
Excellent.
especially
Yes.
for the boats or the people that traveled long distances, they used North Star as a point of
Yes.
reference.
Yes, they do. This is where we got our latitude system from.
So think about this.
Okay.
How can we, let's say in your like flat Earth, right? Is the flat Earth moving first of all? Like I don't know, like
No, the Earth is stable.
Hell no.
So
The
the flat Earth is fixed, right?
Yes.
Earth is
So-
fixed. Earth.
So how is that the northern hemisphere, according to the map, okay, is only seeing the North Star, while the southern hemisphere is not seeing it? If it is fixed.
Because as you move away from Polaris, let's say, for example, you're
But
directly
the
underneath
North Star is far
Polaris.
away. It makes no sense.
I'm finished talking. So, for example, if you were to stand underneath Polaris, that would be 90 degrees above your zenith. As you continue to go south while still observing Polaris, it would appear to go downwards towards the horizon, much like streetlights when you look at them down the road, or your ceiling when you look down a corridor. So as you move further away from the ground position of Polaris, it reduces an angle towards the horizon. 90 degrees, 80 degrees, 70 degrees. Do I need to continue? Until you reach the equator where it's at 0 degrees. Past the equator, you cannot see it any longer.
No, because it makes no sense. Because mathematically, if something is so far away, you should be able to see it. Because in comparison, the Earth is like a tiny minuscule. So the field of view in this case is very small. The angle is very small of seeing. So if the Earth was not round, that would only exist if the Earth was round. If the Earth was not round, you'll be able to see the North Star. The fact that you are able to
If I
see the
can
North
explain
Star,
what you're doing,
as you claimed, it was so far away, and if you accept that, you should see it.
yeah,
Because
so far away,
the difference in angle is very minuscule.
not the millions and trillions of miles that you think the stars are away. We say far
Okay.
away, meaning far away, not the millions of trillions. You're mixing
Okay,
two
how far
paradigms.
away though? Because you said an infinite
don't
amount.
It
know.
doesn't matter. It's not that far away. It's not millions of billions.
Okay, can you give me an estimate? Are stars at the same level or are like different level of far away?
Three-dimensional sky, obviously.
He keeps saying the stars like he knows what
He
stars
doesn't understand. He doesn't understand.
Okay, I'm
Okay,
asking
didn't you hear me when I told you that we actually use the stars as if they're all the same distance away?
Okay, they are
all
all
the
the
celestial
same
bodies. So at any given time, I mean, yes, Polaris is in a fixed position, but all of the stars are in fixed positions, even though they move. At a given time, they're still in the same position.
So they are the same. So what is the furthest distance of a star according to your estimate?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking a question.
We don't know.
We don't
Okay.
make claims to that, and we use them like they're all the same distance away. And the only reason why you have a circle of equal elevation, which is a flat Earth, by the way, a circle on a flat Earth, is the equator. That's a circle of equal elevation around Polaris, a ground position from the sky.
That was not what I asked. So to make a claim, you have to know the exact distance. Fortunately, we know the exact distance of North Star according to the round Earth. We measure it in light years away. And by that logic, we can determine why we cannot see it in the South Pole, the North Star. You, on the other hand, don't even know the distance, and you're making claims and you're making assertions
Don't
without
need
knowing.
to make a claim to the distance of the stars to measure elevation angle profiles of those stars. The
Yes,
distance,
but how
even
can
within your own model, the celestial sphere claims that the stars are in an infinite distance away. It makes no claim to the distance of the stars. That's your own fucking model.
So, according to the data, the North Star is 433 light years away. As you said,
Okay,
to
now
measure an
is that
angle,
the sphere?
yes, that's what the scientists claim to be. 433
My
light years
question
away.
is that in the celestial sphere model that we use for navigation?
Yes, yes.
No. The
Again,
claim of the celestial sphere is all of the stars are at an infinite distance away. It makes no difference.
No, it makes a difference.
Would you like me to cite that for you?
Okay, let me explain
I
that.
will. No problem. 2
He's
seconds.
citing. Oh, no, go.
So
he's going to cite to the source of what he just said. You're not going to just hand wave that, okay? So
okay, I will.
Hold on
cite
that
the
point
source
for a
of
second. Yeah, thank you.
So I post inside chat. So if you look at the distance, as you said, the angle. So the North Star is 433 years lights away. And if you are going to make an angle, the reason why we cannot see it, the angle, the difference of angle, if the Earth was flat, is so minuscule because, as we know, for an angle you need 3 points, right? So you need
2.
The point of reference, and
2
the
lines.
distance between 2 other points. That makes an angle, right?
2 lines.
So
Yep.
so what is the size of the Earth from the North Pole to the South Pole, according to your estimates?
Just 3959 times 2.
No, according to flat earthers, because I want to quote their argument.
I just told you, dude.
Okay, so how much is the angle, the difference of the angle? It's not 90 degrees, dude. Comparing, like, it's like maybe 1 or 2% difference. Like, I'm being generous here. So you should be seeing the North Star if the Earth is that small.
Nope.
What?
Because you are moving very tiny amount in comparison to 433 light years away.
No one's
Dude,
moving.
You're comparing apples to oranges right now.
Okay.
You're saying
Exactly. I'm trying to figure out.
You're trying to fly around and go at certain.
No, I'm saying
we see the North Star in the same place every day since the beginning of time.
Yeah, but the South doesn't see it. The South Pole doesn't see it.
Equator, you mean?
No,
Because
so
it's far away.
Australia
So
doesn't
what?
see the North Star, dude. How
There
is
is
that
no
possible?
South Pole.
It's not going to
Yes.
like this answer. It's to do with perspective.
Okay,
It's
so
like I tried to give you earlier the example of you looking down a corridor. Now,
yeah,
the
but
ceiling above the head. No, do you need to jump in? I'll let you. Go on. You seem to really need to jump in.
no, go on.
Please
I'm
do.
waiting for you to finish your statement.
Thank you. So this is just due to Ben. Like I tried to point out earlier, as you move away from something that was above your head, it would appear as you move away from that object, let's say go south away from the ground position of Polaris, to go downwards towards the horizon. This is just perspective, as akin to you looking down a corridor and you observe the ceiling go down towards the midpoint of your view. The ceiling itself isn't actually getting closer to the floor in the feet and meters value. It appears to be getting closer to the midpoint of your view because that's how we view the world, i.e. perspective.
Again, you're missing the point. So let me enlighten you, in a simple term. So your field of vision, you cannot see something if it goes over 180 degrees. In this case, it's not even 90 degrees the difference. So when you move,
Listen, stop for 1 second and listen. If a plane takes off and you're at the airport and it flies directly away from you and you see it go up, does it start going down because it's going away from you? It appears to be going down, doesn't it?
No, we are talking about stars, okay?
No,
So
we're
if we
talking
see
about things in the sky going away from you.
Now we're
Okay,
talking about perspective.
So first, I want you the exact distance so we can calculate the angle. So if you don't know the exact distance, you are making a lot of assumptions. You are making hypotheticals that are not based on data. I actually have the data according to the round.
Fight it.
The round.
Fight it.
It says 433 years away. I know the point of distance. You don't have anything. You are making assumption based on no data. So I have this.
No,
The
we're
bigger.
making measurements.
He just gave you a
Those would be
citation
angle
that they.
measurements
Okay,
that
what
you
is? I want a
keep
number.
going.
How many light years? How many kilometers? What is the number? How
It's
far away is the
irrelevant.
North Star?
It's irrelevant, and it's even irrelevant with your own celestial sphere model, as I've cited in the chat. Would you like
Again,
me to
I
read
want.
out the part where the distance to the stars is infinite? You said
For the
that
third
you knew
time.
the distance to Polaris and the light years value, but with regards to celestial navigation and celestial sphere, every single point of light in the sky is at an infinite distance away.
That makes no
I
sense.
cited that.
That makes no
Acknowledge.
sense. What do you
Okay,
mean
he
infinite
cited it
distance?
out the
Like,
books. What is?
if it is infinite distance, how does light come to the Earth? The speed of light is like 300,000 kilometers.
Sorry,
per
is
second.
infinite real or is it a conception?
I'm confused now. Like, this
Do you
makes
think
no
Because you're
sense.
not
infinite is
listening.
real?
You're not listening.
No, I'm saying that do you accept the speed of light that is 300,000 kilometers per second?
Yeah,
Or
that's awesome.
299,000?
My question to you is infinite real or is it conceptual based on the celestial sphere, which again, and I quote, is a concept. It's a useful conceptual tool where the distance
Can
to
you
the
make?
stars doesn't matter. They can be determined as infinite or indefinite.
No, it
Doesn't make a
matters. What do you
fucking
mean?
difference.
What do you mean? Like, everything is measured, even the universe. Like, we know based on measurement that the universe is like
Within
90
the
billion
celestial
years
sphere model,
wide.
the distance to the stars is irrelevant.
It is relevant. I'm asking.
No,
So
it's not, because we're
since
just measuring
it is
angles,
very
student.
irrelevant, I'm asking
Student,
irrelevant thing.
student.
Why you have a problem in saying that?
I'm
So
just
if it is so
quoting your own
irrelevant,
model.
I want that irrelevancy. Give me the data, since it's so trivial.
What data?
Or you don't have the data, and you can say I don't know, and we can move on. I want
Oh,
the
This guy's
Well,
funny.
just cited it.
all I
You
want.
just cited it.
This is where we started. We don't know the distance to the stars.
Oh, thank
But
you.
with regards to celestial navigation, it's not actually important.
I'm not asking for celestial navigation. I'm asking why we can see in the North Star, and the south we cannot see.
I've just pointed this out. This is perspective.
And it's not perspective, okay?
Keep asking Brenton to repeat.
Yeah, that makes no sense. Why half of the globe sees this and half doesn't see it? It makes no
One
sense
second.
by your argument. It's not about
Well,
perspective.
Spike, what's happening is you're actually doing the assumption here. You're going, okay, well, since I can't see the North Star, therefore this side must be a ball, right? You're actually the one making the assumptions with your data and your distances. When, to be honest, it's perspective, right? If I'm in
No,
a
it's not,
really
because I
large
have the
room,
data.
and just because I walk away from a light and I can no longer see it, does that make the really large room suddenly curved?
Well, but when the light is so far away and the angle is so tiny, you should see the light, unless the light is 180 degrees at least over your field of vision.
No,
That
you
is
can't
what you don't
see through air
understand.
that far.
You cannot see the
Yeah,
light unless there is like something blocking the light.
So
So
there isn't a simple experiment where you can draw a dot on a line on a piece of paper in front of me and then run away from me and it not disappear because it's too small. That doesn't happen.
as I said,
That's
yes, the light technically there is no.
Oh,
So technically, according to the theory, the light will not stop unless there is an object that is stopping it.
oh, so it doesn't disappear even though nobody walked in front of you
The
and you see
light
the
never
picture.
disappears. We can see
It's
light.
light attenuation. Have you never heard of it?
Wow.
Have you never heard of light attenuation, dude? You didn't know that light slowly dissipates over distance?
No, dude. Light,
You didn't
why?
know
If
that? So
that
you
was
didn't
the
know that
case,
there's like
if that was
you
the
didn't know
case,
there's
we
parts
would
in
see
the
light
ocean?
billions of years
Listen,
ago, dude.
listen, you didn't know there's parts in the ocean that are just pitch black where sunlight can't
That
get
is
down to it because of
exactly
light attenuation?
the light has an object. It's called water.
you
I'm
guys
talking
get
empty
it? You
space
said
here.
no, so you're talking to a brick wall.
Obviously.
I have a question.
So according to the University of Illinois, in empty space, the wave does not dissipate. It grows smaller, but it doesn't
Well, we're
dissipate.
not in
So
empty
you're
space,
wrong.
though.
You're
We're not
wrong.
in empty space. We're in the Earth.
Again,
Earth has water in the air.
Okay, we are talking about empty space.
We're not. You might be, but nobody else is, because when you're talking about looking at the stars and the perspective of them, you're talking about from the perspective of on Earth, not from empty space.
I would
Yeah,
agree with
but
you
that
half
doesn't
of the
that doesn't make sense.
saw it and half of the planet didn't see it. But this is why the problem. If half of the what is there a wall between the north and the south hemisphere
No,
that we
imitation
cannot? So
view.
the north can see it and the south cannot see it. Like
No,
what?
the
Why?
limitation
Why?
of view across a
As
flat
soon as you go
surface. You don't seem to
the south, it doesn't
understand
see.
If you would have acknowledged it the first 3 times, you wouldn't have to ask the same question.
Okay, Judge. I mean, I guess like you don't have an answer to my question. That's
We've
why
given you an
You
answer.
do. You're just talking too much.
Okay, I
No,
will stop.
the issue is that most of the I assume you're talking about stars, right? No?
Yeah, he was.
Well, stars mostly don't travel through occupied space, right? Like the light from a star will travel through
What?
Unoccupied space, empty space.
what?
So I don't see the
But the guys
air
before
from
said
our
that
eyes
they
looking at
agree
the
that the
star?
drive dissipates. They
You
say.
think that the air from our eye looking at the star is unoccupied space?
Okay, if that was
there's a thin layer relatively of atmosphere, right? But we
Oh,
agree
so
that
we're
the
looking at something.
vast majority of the space that the light travels through is empty. Don't we agree there?
Well,
No.
if that was the case, what you're saying,
You're making up stuff. Are you claiming that you live in a space vacuum?
No, I'm saying that when light travels from a star, most of the space that the light travels through is in fact empty.
Okay, go ahead and define empty. Go ahead and define empty because I'm fucking confused now.
Okay, so it's a vacuum. There's nothing there. It's deep space.
So I said it's in a vacuum. You said no. Now it is a vacuum. Okay,
It is. I said it. I said it's empty. I said it's an empty space, right? The issue is you're saying that there's essentially a layer of atmosphere between us and the star, and that's correct. It's just not a very dense one.
Okay,
You know, it's
let's
not very-
assume. Wait, hold on a second, because even in this they are wrong. So let's assume that there is a dense atmosphere that blocks the light. Okay, what they're saying.
Nobody's claiming that though.
Wait, but that's what he's claiming, because they say that the reason why the south cannot see the north star. Is
That's
because
not
of
what
the
his claim was.
atmosphere
He
that is
really
basically
lazily
refracting
jumped
the
into a
light.
conversation that he doesn't understand and just wanted to
No,
point out
you
there's also an atmosphere
you
while
don't
you
have.
talk.
I think you are just coping with yourself. That like
No,
There's two different functions going on. There's one guy that thinks stars are in an empty vacuum and it's traveling through that vacuum and then hitting a globular atmosphere. And then there's the rest of the room that's talking about observing lights from the Earth's surface.
Okay,
Wait, hold on. Why is it that stars are not in an empty vacuum? I don't get that. What are they in then?
Vacuum yet? You haven't proved the vacuum.
in a jello. In a jello.
So there's are the stars not in empty space? What
You're going to need so many containers for that to happen, dude. You need a container for the Earth's gas pressure, and then you would need a container for the vacuum effect.
Okay, but where's the star then if it's not in empty space?
Who fucking knows? Nobody's making a claim about that. It's just up there.
Okay, so the stars are
It goes along. If you paid attention, that goes along with them saying they don't know.
There's no reason to be rude here, right? We're all friends.
you're not listening.
Not being rude.
so
You
what-
guys aren't even understanding our position. We don't even think the Earth
Well,
is
that's
in space. So
well,
you're
that's not.
asking
It's not on. It's not on me to. It's not.
Oh,
Okay,
Boring.
I want a simple answer. Why half of the atmosphere blocks the North Star and half doesn't?
We're not talking.
Because you can't see. It's easier to see directly up through
He keeps
atmosphere because there are layers and it gets thinner as it goes up. But when you look horizontally, you're looking through thick, nasty pollen, bird shit, snow, rain, air, all that distance. You're not going to see that far.
Well, not only that, you just have your limits of distance and perspective. If something's in the air, the further you move away from it, it's going to merge closer and closer with the horizon at your vanishing point. And at some point, you're going to move far away to where you won't be able to see it past that vanishing point.
That's because about 150 feet in front of you, you got gases coming off the surface. So everything's being blocked immediately. It's not being blocked way far down the way. It's already starting being blocked in front of you.
Oh, he's gone.
What kind of season 1 Professor Dave ass bullshit was that, dude? Why they never understand our position. They always think that it's a squished globe in space, a flattened ball, right? Some type of disc. How come we don't see the light all the time?
The problem is we understand their model and they don't understand what we perceive.
Yeah, they don't even understand their own.
I like how he tried to weasel himself in with that, us making a claim that we never made about distances to the stars. That was funny. Within his own argument.
And ignored the rebuttal, went to a new topic, and then back to the rebuttal that was crushed. Get it?
Hmm. I don't know why I got muted. Was I talking over someone?
It was for reasons, good ones.
A bit.
Well, since you're muted, do you have anything to share?
I do.
I was wondering, right, if the Earth is flat, then that would make it the center
Surface.
of the universe, right?
Surface.
There's no universe, bro. Stop.
There's no universe.
Yeah, you got to
Well,
just let all
I
that
don't know.
go. You got to detach, man. Pull the string.
Well, hold on.
You need to remove the idea of the
Center of
heliocentric system.
reality. Maybe
You make
center
sure
of reality is better.
Okay, of whatever you call it. Why
Earth is Earth.
it? The Earth is the most. Earth is a very special place, right?
Yeah, and you're very special too, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, we all special.
Okay, I have
Well,
something.
why is it we're that special? I guess is my question to you.
Nobody cares about philosophical talks here, man. Come on, give us an
Thank you.
argument.
I have a. I
But
have,
it's a central thing, right?
Yeah, but
Like
it doesn't prove either way. Okay, so
We're
go
not-
for the argument of
I'm not-
proving whatever you believe in here about the globe.
It sounds like you're looking for a fight.
You're special. Deal with it.
Yeah, you're
Go for it.
special in some kind of way. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah.
Well, what if I argue that I'm not very special, right? That if
It sounds
if
like
Earth
that's your
is
specialty.
if Earth is like any other celestial body that we can observe,
Earth is
I guess
what? Is a body or what?
It's a big if.
Well, assuming, right? Right. If
Well, you
it
know
is
what
a
happens when you
special,
assume.
well, that's the mark of an
You make an ass
intellectual,
out
right?
of you and
So
me, and we're both special, so no need to do that. Yeah, you're making a
very
leap of
aggressive in
logic right
here.
off the bat. Yeah, if the queen met both.
Not everyone.
I am curious about your position. I'm not stating any one of mine. But
Yeah,
since you're
if the Earth
so
were a
unwilling
giant
to,
dinosaur and we were living in the cavity, I mean, what are you, a sci-fi writer?
You don't seem very keen on sharing your position, and I
Okay, I
respect
can help
that.
you,
So
Russ.
it's
I
okay.
have a position.
A lot of these boomers are all worked up on coffee, dude. They ain't got nothing to do. They're at home just tweaking. So that's the energy you're going to get from a lot of them. There's a
Yeah,
lot
you'll
of
be
dorks
fine,
that come in
fresh
these
man.
rooms and they get trolled a lot. So they just assume everybody's a fucking troll at this point. So it's kind of hard
No,
to have like
he's special,
casual,
fresh
productive
man.
I
conversations.
have something for the server.
Well, that was the. I wasn't even trying to be offensive to anybody. Like I know a lot
Oh,
of
you
people
couldn't
with
be offensive if you
very
tried.
weird.
So
God damn, dude, you need a wife or something to calm
Go
you
ahead,
down.
Ranger.
Jesus
Practice.
Christ.
here's the definition. The definition of level: a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a given point.
So that means nothing can be above or below that given point for it to be horizontal.
No, it's kind of irrelevant. The definition of level is what I gave.
What? Say it again.
Something can be above it, yes, but I was just giving a definition of level. To bring it back.
Actually, what is below the Earth's surface? Then
I don't know. How's the deepest it's been dug?
Earth. More Earth. Have
Well,
you ever done it? It's just more of it.
is it just like infinite space above and then infinite Earth below?
There you go with space again. I know it's hard, dude, but there's no
We don't
space.
know about infinite space, and
Oh, so it's finite.
There you go.
maybe.
How is it finite?
You can't get out. You can't leave.
Contained system, man. Contained.
Is this something we just assume?
Well, I mean, something's contained. Is it infinite?
I mean, your people says so. Your people says it's a Van Allen belt or whatever.
My people aren't anywhere, man. I don't have people.
Okay.
Where your people at?
Where your people at?
Where my people at? I don't know. Not really relevant to this conversation.
He's so special, he has no equal.
He's his own.
I was saying that I wasn't special. I was saying that you guys were contending that we were special.
You are special.
I don't.
Yeah, it's a funny
My mama
question that
said
we have
so.
to answer it for you. That you don't you can't answer it for yourself. That's funny. Yeah.
What do you mean our people? I think it's important to have independent thoughts. I don't subscribe to groupthink.
Can I ask a question of the flat earthers in the room?
Sure.
Sonic?
Sure.
Is there like a consensus between flat earthers as to like why why it is that a globe Earth is being taught to the people?
People have their views, I'm sure.
Sure. What would you guys say is like, maybe even just this room specifically? What's kind of a consensus in here, if there is one?
It's popularity breeds more popularity.
Okay.
They already constructed all the spinning paper mache globes that are in all the academic institutions, so they're just going with it.
But
So it's just people going with the flow, just like he said this is true,
Isn't
so I
that
just
what
believe
people
it.
do? Yeah, isn't that what people do?
Well, not really, but
No, not really.
not when you get to like academic levels. That's not really what people do.
Oh, come on! Stop the
100%.
gap,
It's
bro.
100% regurgitation. Come on. But personally,
wasn't
Well, then, if
Go
that's
ahead.
the case, is y'all's theory? Does it fall under the same boat?
Y'all.
Yeah, like flat earthers. I'm Southern, so I say y'all.
Not
Yeah.
a theory.
Okay, is your facts? Is that something that one person said and then everyone just kind of goes along with it too, or does it apply some
Try
different?
introducing these facts into academia. A professor wants tenureship and wants a tenure. What does a tenured professor want? Retirement with tenure.
Okay, sure, but like I'm just
The
asking.
road's
Does the
been
same
paved.
logic?
The road's been paved, and they're all parading down it. They don't know. The reason why is they don't know any different. They don't even know they're parading down a road paved by lies. They believe it.
Okay, I'll go with the assumption
They're
that.
perpetuating a lie because it's popular.
Sure, I'll go with the assumption that you guys wouldn't agree with that. That you would say you come to your conclusions about the flat Earth through
Why
like
you're
scientific
asking? Why are
rigor,
people so gullible?
mathematics, right?
Why are people so gullible? Is that what you're
No.
asking? I have no idea.
That's not what I'm asking.
bro? You got some angry ass energy. Anybody ever
Oh,
told you that?
sorry, bro. And you complain a lot.
I mean, I don't care. He can be angry. It's fine. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I just care about the
I'm
substance
actually
of
having
what
a
he's
great
saying.
time.
That's all I care about.
Well, I'm trying to point out it takes naivety and willing gullibility, mystery soul.
Well, sure,
Sounds
but I'm
pretty
asking,
mellow
like, does
to
that
me.
same logic apply to you and anyone who believes flat Earth?
No.
Or no? Okay,
So
so
no
what
need.
what approach
Go
did you
acknowledge
use?
the nature of water.
Yeah, so what approach did you use to come to the conclusions you came
I
to?
pulled my head out
So
of my
no need.
ass. I grew up.
Okay, is it possible to talk to someone who isn't like 5th grade level IQ?
I'm ready to talk.
Oh.
I'm ready.
Boo-hoo.
Let's not
Ask
get
a
it too.
question, it's answered, and then cries about it.
Oh no, don't get sad
Why
now
is
because
this
I
lie
insulted you.
being
It's
told?
okay,
Does
bud.
anyone have any idea what a lie
So
can be
flat Earth
told?
Ranger, do you have an answer for it? I'm
Yeah,
actually genuinely curious
Listen
about
to this goofball. Now
No,
he's
no need.
moderating.
So what
Yeah, no
happened? What
need.
happened? Because at one point the flat Earth system was widely accepted, right? What happened? Why did it disappear?
People became incredibly gullible.
So we were smarter. We were smarter in the past. Is that what you claim?
Is this Mr.
Is it-
Unspecial?
If I may jump in for a moment, I have an answer to that question.
Yes, please.
If you think about like going in like school, your school days, there's no room for debate or questions. They
Come
teach
on.
you the facts and you memorize the facts and they test you on what you memorize.
Come on.
So
I agree.
So that's what happens in school for everybody. So that's how it happened.
Oh, but it didn't happen in.
That's not what happened. That's how it was.
That's how the system is
That's
built.
how they kept it going. But that's
I
not.
love black people.
Okay, me too.
Well, how
So flat
originally
Earth Ranger,
happened
you
was
have
the
the
church. Was
you have
the,
like an answer.
Yeah. So
the Catholic Church. They started it.
okay, we can. All right. It doesn't matter who started it, but you can say for a fact that NASA gets like a couple $1 billion a day. Is that motivation enough to perpetuate a lie? Do you think, Noni?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay.
It has to be a bit more than that, right? Like
Noni,
you can't just tell
Noni,
any lie.
Noni.
So what
Oh,
preceded the lie?
Noni's
Right?
muted.
Like what? Okay, sorry. I didn't know I was offending you.
No, you wasn't offending me. I was just answering Noni. But go ahead.
I thought, if sure if there's money involved, there's incentive to lie, but there has to be something else as well, right? There has to be a foundation, something
I
that
mean, you can think that,
supports
but
the. I mean, why tell a lie for the sake of telling a lie? You know.
I mean, the money is
P.T.
for the
Barnum
sake.
drag a circus around the country. A sucker's born every minute.
Yep.
But why make that lie specifically? Like, what's the benefit?
Well, have you heard of Admiral Byrd?
Well, it has you convinced how unspecial you are.
Have you heard of Admiral
That's the
Byrd?
benefit. You're putty in their hands. They've convinced you you're outer space pond scum, okay? So you're putty in your hands. You have no say in anything. You're unspecial, right? That's what you keep wanting to tell us? That's what they have to gain. They have to gain you. Now you're their pawn.
What am I gonna do for them?
You're gonna get.
I mean, you pay taxes, right?
You're gonna march down the board for them.
Not to NASA. That's for sure.
Well,
Are
you're
you
doing it
sure?
right now.
You do
Yeah,
pay taxes.
100.
It goes to NASA.
Not in America.
You don't know where the money goes.
I'm pretty sure we got our own space agency that's very underfunded. So
stop the cat.
Yeah.
Come on now, don't do that.
But like, okay, so let's put it somewhere else, right? Let's say that let's put it on nutrition, right? Let's say everybody's lying to us about nutrition.
They are.
That is really okay.
Off topic.
So we don't need vitamins or anything like that.
I mean, why did they ban the plants? And,
This guy goes from geometry to why do we need nutrients?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was just making a comparison for why you can claim something where
horrible comparison.
I mean, okay, fine, it's a little silly, but I'm asking basically, if there's money involved, there's not automatically.
That was the answer. It was money involved for that too. They banned the plants, called them weeds, and made the pills and sold you the pills. It's money involved.
Listen, I don't trust the government one bit either. Okay, like don't. I just think that
it's money motivated. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, who do you think's producing all these outer space travel videos?
Well, is there really that much money in it? Isn't there more money in something else?
How much does NASA make a day? Google that.
Less than a lot of other things.
Google it.
$52 million.
I know they get paid a lot of taxes. I know they get paid a lot of taxes. I don't doubt it. But like,
yeah, what they give you, and then what they give you for that money? Nothing, but images, CGI.
I think that they.
Nothing for humanity.
Who manages the satellites?
Satellites. What?
Well, isn't that a NASA thing?
What do you need satellite for?
Google signals and shit, right?
For what?
This has a horizontal plane.
Signals and shit.
What's this satellite hate thing?
It's not. Just do some research.
You're the one who thinks you use satellites for something.
Well, I haven't said anything about what I think they're being used for. I'm just saying that
you connect to
satellites? You don't know anything about them. You just say satellites and shit. Satellites and signals.
Why would I want things up in the air that can transmit information? Is that what you're asking me?
No, that's what the sea cables are for. But
sea cables.
It's connected by cable. Yeah, everything.
That sounds expensive, my guy.
It is expensive.
That is the way they're doing it. So.
I mean, why not do both?
Those are phone bills. Talk about expensive, my guy.
Yeah, they had a cable called Europe way back when. It's going across the ocean floor, and they hooked up on the other side. Then you can make long distance calls to Europe at one point.
I mean, I'm not saying that didn't happen, but like that doesn't negate the usefulness of a satellite. What do you guys think satellites are for?
How do you think the internet's connected? It's all by a cable. Cable, big fat fiber optic cable going on the ocean floor.
Unless you live in buttfuck nowhere and you need a
Oh, buttfuck nowhere. Get the
Starlink.
fiber optic cable too. If
A
they have
balloon just
internet.
found the other day with a satellite on it in Florida, where I am.
So satellites are a scam? Is that?
I mean, you
is
can
that what we're
Google
going?
it.
Saloons, they exist. The balloon program.
I don't trust anything
Antennas
I
on
read.
top of mountains
NASA
on top of
initiated.
mountains.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't see
But there's
have
but we
microwave
agree there's
signals
a
for a reason.
shitload of
Broadcasting
satellites in the
TV
air, right?
signals.
Sataloons, yes. And here's a picture for everybody in the chat with the fiber cables.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Well, nobody's denying fiber cables exist.
Fun fact: if you take the positioning of balloon sites, whatever you want to call them, satellites, balloon sites, it doesn't matter, and map them out on a geocentric flat Earth, right? Their pathing, it actually follows, or should I say, first creates like the flower of life pattern, which is also found in the toroidal field, just coincidentally. So I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah, but I'm still quite curious about what do satellites do? Then if not what I
He
thought.
picks Earth's surface as a horizontal plane with satellite images. That's what they do.
Is that all they're doing? Just
They
painting
just
images?
collect the extra money and tell you they're taking pictures out of space.
Well, you mean like generally, what do satellites do? A lot of things, but one thing I can recall is like, you know, some satellites like they provide something called FTA, which is called free to air television.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that was what I thought we were doing
Yeah,
with them.
that's one thing.
But
I worked in that field for like a year or a year and a half, and it's quite interesting.
oh, that's cool. What did you do there?
Just usually like not planting. I'm not really like putting the dishes on top of houses that use like FTA services, usually connecting to satellites above North Africa and the Middle East.
Well, there you go. I was
Yeah, they
I
have like
didn't doubt.
their own angles and everything that you have to angle the dish in a certain way to receive the coverage, the frequency.
Familiar. I've lived in rural Asia, and there I can tell you, if we didn't have satellite, man, fuck, everybody would die of boredom or probably pick up a rebellion or something.
I mean, there sometimes I bet there are some
You
people
mean to
here.
say boring people get bored?
Huh?
They can tell you anything
Getting
from satellite.
bored.
What's
I have
wrong
no
with
idea what
people
you're
being bored, or what?
No, I just learned that satellites keep people from being bored.
Yeah, I mean, television is a great entertainment. Of course, it's a timeless classic.
Satellites have nothing to
That
do
is
with
Cable
that is
TV
the point of
comes streaming
TV.
in, or by the air by antenna. You can get a microwave antenna to pick up, does a conversion for you.
Oh, that's a
what they have.
different technology, yeah. But the ones
Oh, yeah,
we're talking about is satellite based.
Technology. Oh, so now TV transmissions that we pick up come from satellites.
They'll call it satellites.
Not all TV. Of course, there are different technologies, but satellites are definitely
what
one
else?
of
What
the
else?
technologies available.
What else do you call satellite TV? Like what?
Just point that dish at a tower and get the same signal.
Exactly.
No, not the same signal because each
you
satellite
can.
has a specific range of frequencies that you can utilize.
Yes, and the tower emits those same frequencies. If you haven't done it, don't say you can't, because we've done it and you can't.
No, I'm sure there are different technologies, but satellite
But that's not what we're saying, bro. Stop
television do
digressing.
exist.
Stop digressing. That's not what we're saying. We're saying you can point your dish towards an antenna, geocentric, so a stationary antenna on the surface, and you'll get the same frequencies and get the same channels.
That's pretty much
No,
what you're
that's not
doing.
true. That's not true.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, have you done it?
There are mountains that
Have you done
cannot
it?
see because they are
No,
very
I
far
see you
away.
haven't.
With
Shut the fuck
towers
up then.
No, but how do you actually receive television coverage from like in the middle of the Egyptian desert where there are no antennas?
Line of sight.
Do you
And yes, there are
underground
antennas.
cabling, bro? Why do you think?
sent by internet packets.
No, you
How
have
do
you
you
have
get
to you
internet?
have to actually set up your dish in a specific angle towards the sky so you can receive the coverage, the frequency from the
It
satellites.
has nothing to do with satellites, bro.
Yeah,
No,
but
it
even
has
if it were
absolutely
so, man,
everything to do with it because if it's not satellites, then we have to be at least in a close range to an antenna, as one
Yeah,
of you
the
said.
undersea cables that connects the whole world. Yeah, those cables.
well,
Someone
even if
said
we assume that's
underground tables, which doesn't make sense.
well, hold on, man.
Cables, no
Let's assume
cable.
that's true because, well, nobody's arguing that there's not tech in the sky, right? But unfortunately, the thing that you're trying to use satellites for is the only thing that it doesn't work for is float in a vacuum of nothing, right? Which you think that there's tons of them, of course, floating around a globe. But
And
we're
that's
trying to tell you that there is no vacuum of space. So how can you have a
Oh,
satellite?
so okay, now if you're talking about that, that's a different topic, but it's also a proof that there is a frequency coming from the space towards Earth. That's
What?
how we
No, that's
utilize
not true.
FTA.
Danny. You sound crazy.
Yeah, that's how we use
Well, that
FTA
has
because
nothing to do with
free
gas
to air
pressure or
television is
I just told you that there's tech in the sky.
free to air television comes from geocentric satellites.
we have tech in the sky. You know, I mean, NASA is actually the #1 consumer of a helium gas,
Yep.
right? I mean, that's
And
pretty interesting too.
owner of helium as well. Owner.
Yeah.
Yeah, helium doesn't bring TV. I'm talking about satellites in the sky that
Oh, it holds the
throw
balloons
out
up.
frequencies to
We're
Earth.
talking about the helium that they use to put those
It
balloons.
holds the
Like,
balloons in the air.
Oh, so
it's the
so what's
helium.
the distance? What do you think is the distance of the? Do you think it's very close to Earth? Do you think these satellites are floating
Yeah,
very
They're
closely?
they're very
honestly
close.
They
Google.
fall all the
They have
time.
different ones
That's
at
the
high
thing about when they're
altitude,
just
low
low.
altitude.
They don't
Whoa,
let
whoa.
planes fly up that high.
But how do they cover such a vast area above a continent?
Because they have launch sites all over. They have cranes. They just launch
All you have
them.
to
They
do is
pump
point it up
helium
at it.
and
Well, if that's the case, then how do you actually calculate a specific angle in the sky and you can actually receive it from
just
anywhere?
point at a tower
Because
and
you're
think that you're pointing
right.
in the sky because you're pointing upwards.
No, do you know the distance from, like, for example, let's say Egypt and Mauritania? It's very vast. It's a huge
Don't
distance. And
care.
Okay, you're
how do
throwing
you
out a
actually
lot
my
of
question
points
is
and you're
my
not
question
getting
is
out
let
of
me
it.
just finish my question. How do you receive the same frequency from the same satellite from two vastly apart
Because the
countries
undersea
in the north of
cables
Africa?
connect the whole world. That's why we've
It's a
been over
network
this.
of towers.
We've been over this.
Yeah, a cable goes
No,
to a tower, it pops out of the
you
ground, and
say
then
it's network of towers, but you cannot
you have
you
internet
still
in Egypt.
okay,
Yes, you
okay.
can. First and foremost, all radio waves, frequency waves go in a straight path. They don't curve, they don't convex, they don't fucking do rainbow butterfly movements. They go straight. So it doesn't matter if you're a kabillion miles, quadrillion, quadrillion, whatever you want to call it, how far you want to call it, it goes in a straight line. You can
Okay,
catch that
and how
signal.
do you explain the angles?
It
How do
only
you
works.
explain why the angles don't change? If it's a spinning, wobbling ball and a satellite flying through the air, why doesn't you have to, tilt your satellite
Explain
all the
that.
time?
Yeah, you have to tilt your satellite in a specific angle that's already calculated by
You
a
calibrate
spherical
it
Earth.
and you leave it
You
alone.
actually you have actually to take in account a spherical Earth in order to get the
No,
exact angle to
No, you
the
don't.
satellite.
Which is what we're trying to tell you.
no.
You're mental, bro.
Okay, you can call me mental,
I
anything, but just answer my questions. You don't have
we
to
have. You're
insult or
not
We
anything.
listening.
are. We're
Like
trying to
that's
tell you
why
there's tech in the sky
No,
and
no,
there's radio towers
there
that
are
use
people here
TV.
who get really angry and just call people mental and shit. Just engage,
I'm not
bro.
angry. You're just not listening. We've been over it
Y'all
3 or 4
are
times.
fucking pissed, man. Can we not pretend we're
Are you
doing this
sure?
like normal?
No
I
one's
think
angry.
flat earthers know that the Earth is spherical. It's just, they're just angry
I
that
think
people
you're
are not buying
mental.
into the shit.
Listen to
Now
how
you're
you
just
sound.
projecting.
Yeah.
Don't be angry, guys.
Flat in
Don't be
our
angry.
name.
The Earth is spherical, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, good for you.
Now you're just coping.
No, this
A
guy's
lot of
tripping on
Oh
this.
yeah, yeah. I'm the one coping. Definitely, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, listen to yourself, man.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
your
I'm listening to
Saying
you
that,
guys.
oh
called
man, just because somebody called you a
then you
name, that,
started
oh man, there you go, it
jacking
must be a
planes.
globe.
So that's exactly like one major proof of the spherical
It's not a
of
proof
the
of
Earth.
anything. We've been over
It
this.
is. It is a proof because you have to set it in a specific angle towards the sky.
And
Because
that
if the
proves
Earth is
what?
flat, if the Earth is flat and there are no satellites, then none of this would work. But it works
We
everywhere,
said
anytime.
there are
But
satelloons.
we've
We
been
didn't
over
say
this.
there are satellites.
And we said the undersea cables and the grid system of the towers connects it. So I don't understand.
Holy
What
shit, this guy's
towers? What
losing.
towers?
Hey,
Fallacious.
I got an idea. Go to the beach. Go to the beach and show us a nice picture of that freaking hump of water. If you're 6 feet tall, it should be at about 3 miles. Show us that hump of water that the guys are going over in the boats every day, all day at 3 miles. They should be
Oh, you
hanging
mean
out at the fucking hump with
you
a
mean the water
flag.
mountain?
He can't do it because
Yeah,
I'm in
the
Florida and
water
I
hill.
see farther than
Just
that.
Those
hang
water
out there.
mountains.
Hang out at the water hill. Yeah.
He can't do it.
Unbelievable.
I'm noticing a lot of you guys can't make your arguments calmly.
Which guys?
You're one of them.
A lot of the skiers.
Oh yeah, definitely. They're angry on themselves.
I'm
That's why
glad
they
I
feel
raised my voice
else.
at
They're
least
very
once. I
angry.
can't raise my
The
voice.
tone policing is a bore, you guys.
Guys,
You
remember
guys weren't
the
paying
only thing
attention in the
the
physics class.
skiers
That's why you're
care.
angry.
Yeah,
Oh,
Is
physics
this a
class.
feeling server now? You guys want to talk about your feelings?
It's Mr. Fallacious. His feelings are hurt.
I just think I'm not talking about feelings. I just think that
snowflakes.
if you
You're a
have
special
a
snowflake, Raz.
if you have a very good argument, you should be able to make it, without tripping balls.
Oh, why are you making noises in the background? Shut up.
Huh? No, I'm not angry. Wow, you're just making noises. Jesus Christ.
Just stick to
Hey,
the
the boys,
argument
you
because what we're trying to say as flat earthers is that yes, there's technology in the sky, but it's not in a vacuum of space, right? And that actually 98% of the
It
data
is in the
that is
vacuum of
transferred
space, 100%.
across the earth
Oh,
is
so
not
there's
through
no second
satellites.
law of
It's actually
entropy?
through deep underwater sea cables.
Yeah. That's why I point the dish towards the Earth, right? That's not what I do. I point it at the sky.
What?
No, you pointed at a tower. And
No,
you
I
keep
point
it
it
at a
at the
fixed
sky,
location.
right directly above, not
Let
at
me
the
ask you,
tower.
do you have to calibrate it every day?
No, I don't have to. And I have to do it
Right.
because it's geocentric
Right.
satellite.
Because it's not moving.
Yes, it's called geocentric. Do you know what they are? They actually move with the Earth.
Oh, so they don't.
Oh, no, they move with the air.
Is it? It's not. It's not. Sorry, it's not geocentric. I think it's called geo. It has a
Stationary.
different name. Yes,
Geostationary.
geostationary. Exactly.
Yeah, the
Exactly.
ones with space brakes. They have space brakes. Yeah. Space brakes. I know exactly what you're talking about.
No,
And they
there's
put on
like
their
a
little space
specific
brakes.
orbit around the Earth that allows the
While
satellites
the
to
other
rotate with
ones,
the Earth. They rotate at the
while
same
the other
speed.
ones do 17,500 miles per hour, they zip by while the other ones, the geostationary ones, put on their space brakes and stay still.
Follow the Earth.
No, actually, speed is
This is-
irrelevant in space
You
because
wouldn't be
there is
able
no
to
friction.
follow the Earth.
There's no
If it's
friction.
a
There's no air.
Oh man, this is funny.
Okay, so first and foremost, I find it quite insulting that you're using words like geocentric and stationary when, like, hello, do you know what that actually means, the word? Come on, man.
Oh yeah, when I said geocentric, yeah, I confused it. I meant geostationary.
It's called geosyncratic. There is no such thing as geostationary because you would be
They're
falling.
playing
with that.
semantics now, bro. That's how low.
No, but that's called falling. Geostationary, it's falling.
I mean, some of you guys told me to point the dish at the Earth, to point it at a tower. I think that's more retarded, to be honest.
Actually, nobody ever said that. That's what you said.
Oh, actually, one of them said you pointed at a tower. That's fucking hilarious.
You clearly
You
don't know
don't
how
point.
technology works.
You don't point satellite dishes at towers.
He said pointed.
Just point 'em at the
I said, how do you exactly point the dish towards the sky? He said, well, you point it at a tower. I mean, that's fucking hilarious.
We have no use for any.
You point satellite dishes at fucking satellites in the sky. What the fuck?
Yeah, and they say,
What?
oh,
No,
you
no.
pointed at a tower.
Oh no. We wouldn't.
The
we
Earth
wouldn't
is
do that.
round.
Cool
Wouldn't do
story.
that.
Cool story, bro.
I'll have you know that
I
the
think
Flat
you
Earth
guys have
Society
brain
is very
scans that
respectable.
are as flat as the Earth you claim.
Nobody here
The Flat Earth
subscribes to the
Society,
Flat
dude.
Earth Society. Who is the Flat Earth Society? Nobody here
The
Who?
Flat
subscribes.
Earth Society
Huh?
is no one.
And he
Who?
said it again.
It's bunch of divorced dads on the internet.
What is the Flat Earth Society? No one here knows what that is.
That's a bunch
Oh,
of
I know what
oldies
it is.
pretending to be
It's a
FEs.
disinformation group made in the
Bullied,
70s by Leo Ferrari to make Flat Earth
Bullied Children's
ridiculous
Association. That's
by
what it
giving
is.
That's
stupid
why I call
claims
him Mr.
Yeah,
around the Flat
Children's
Earth.
Mr.
Association.
Fallacious. Okay, Mr. Fallacious.
Mr. Fallacious.
Yeah,
How dirty.
yeah.
When did Fellatio enter into it?
You're the one who
Okay.
has to that
He's
goes
talking
like
about the
against
Flat
your
Earth
original
Society and
intention.
what people
Is
subscribe
that what
to.
was
Nobody
said?
here subscribes to the Flat Earth Society, so Mr. Fallacious.
You gonna stop doing Fellatio in chat, man. It's disgusting. Have some fucking decency. How often do you guys on some real shit though? Like, I'm not even trying to be a dick here, but like, how often do you guys have calm, civil
All the time. All the time.
exchanges?
All the time. Daily.
Right now.
When we don't talk to retards like you, maybe, yeah.
Daily.
Okay. Okay.
How about that?
Well, I was. That was a. That was.
I mean, you wanted the answer. What the
Civilized.
fuck?
Yeah, we.
That was an attempt at a civilized reach out, and I'm sad.
I
that
mean, usually get
this is the effect that it had on you. Jesus
a straw
Christ!
man argument.
Your prayers are noted.
I just
So,
ask, man.
when you guys look at titties, you never think that the Earth could not be flat?
Can you explain that logic
I don't
to
think
us
they ever
so we can see how smart you sound?
Okay, I can explain it with one word, bro. Titty.
Explain that logic to
Let's
us.
go, Mr. Fallacious number 2.
Titties.
So the surface of a something, then you say titties.
Yes,
Why?
a surface of a titty, the thing that.
Yeah.
I think he must have fallen off the roof
So
while he
we
was
live upon
installing
a
a
surface of a
satellite.
titty?
I
That's
don't
what
know
you
what's
saying?
wrong with him. 'Cause
Maybe
Flat
you
Earth
fall off the cliff of the
don't
planet, bro.
know what ladies look like. I don't know what. Mr. Fallacious number 2.
That's the worst analogy I've ever heard in my life.
What year is it? Like
That was your
2015?
expert, Roz. That was your expert that you were bantering back and forth with 3 minutes ago.
I was the expert.
Well, I mean, if you act like
No,
a
I don't
kid,
think you're mean.
then
You're pretty nice.
okay.
You're special.
Thank you.
But you understand, Ross, how that was fallacious and why he was muted? Because he didn't have a rebuttal, so he assumed maybe flat earthers
I
don't
understand.
know.
I understand that he resorted to trolling. Yeah.
Okay. No, do you
That
understand
was
how it's fallacious specifically, what he was doing? No?
I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. What was it he was saying that was fallacious?
No, no, you missed
Was
it.
it the boobs thing? Because that was just dumb.
Not necessarily. It's fine.
All right. Motherfucker.
Well, that was fun.
I don't know. I've had better. Is there a political party that's more aligned with the flat Earth theory or whatever you call it?
No.
Yeah.
How do you think that will go for them?
Horrible. I've seen people get elected on some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life, so I don't see why flat Earth or anything else would be that unique.
Seem angry.
You don't see the fallaciousness in that argument?
What do you mean?
So you assume that because someone would be a specific political party that they would lose because they were flat earther? Is that what you
I was asking if there was any political party, and then someone said, "How do you think that would go?" And then I don't see why not.
Do you see how you bringing it up is fallacious at all?
How is that fallacious?
Oh,
You trolling?
you can Google it.
You trolling?
Do you know what
I'm
fallacious? Do you know what a fallacious argument is?
Do you?
Logical fallacy.
I know
Yeah, I
of
brought it
them.
up. I'm asking you if you know what it is.
We all went to high school. Hopefully, yeah.
Do you know what it is?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
What's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with what?
How?
You're assuming that I made an argument. That's a fallacy in of itself. Have you ever heard of the fallacy fallacy? It's my favorite one.
Explain.
It's when you detect a fallacy and then, on the basis of that fallacy, refute arguments that were not related to that fallacy. Okay, so let's say that the kid was an idiot. He started trolling. He started making a non sequitur, right? That because boobs are round, then blah blah blah. Then the Earth must be round. And then you say, okay, well you said that. So because you said that, I'm now also going to assume that everything you said about satellite dishes is also wrong. So that's an example of the fallacy.
You said everything.
No, he made an assumption based off satellites with a dish, that satellite pointing somewhere in space when he hasn't proven space to exist to begin with. That's assuming.
I was giving an example of a fallacy.
Well, he made a couple of fallacious arguments there in the same sentence. Or arguments.
He asked me what fallacy was.
No, I'm talking about the acid guy.
I thought you were just making up. All right,
acid guy.
Yeah, I know. But someone asked me what a fallacy argument was. I wasn't making any comments.
Because you were just making nonsense. You didn't identify your own fallacy in your argument, so you started talking about a fallacy, and I was trying to figure out what that was.
Yeah, well, I cleared it up for you. Hopefully, did that make sense? What I said?
Not really. No.
Okay, so which part of it confused you?
I wasn't confused. It just didn't make sense.
Well, which part of it didn't make sense to you?
None of it. You were defining a fallacy. Then you were talking about how his fallacious argument, and I was trying to see how you want to tie me into being a fallacy or something, or I don't know.
So you're being you're being defensive. I see.
No, it just didn't make sense.
It's okay. It's okay.
So you're not
all right.
All right, cool. Maybe I should look up a fallacy then.
Well, you should, because I thought I made a fairly simple argument, but apparently there's some ego involved in this motherfucker, which is fair.
Yeah, I was just asking about a fallacy. After I asked you if you knew what a fallacy was.
Yeah, and then I said my favorite one is a fallacy, and then you said, "What's that?" And then I gave you an example, and now you're doing this bit, which is kind of hilarious. Anyway, no real point to that discussion, so let's move on.
Yes, there's no such thing as fallacy.
What do you mean there's no such thing?
I mean, I'm looking at it right now.
Yes, it's
the word. It's been said, but it's not. There's no citation. It's not.
Citation? What do you need a
Yeah, there's no
citation from?
definition for the word fallacy. There's no citation related to fallacy.
Where do you need the
Looking at
citation to come
logical
from?
fallacy. Anywhere,
There's a lot.
there's no such thing as a
Anywhere. So
fallacy.
if I cite my mother, you'll accept it?
All right, show me it.
Shit, man.
Yeah, pop in the chat. I'm looking. I don't see a fallacy. There's no such thing as a fallacy. I'm looking at logical fallacies, the types, a list, definitions. There's no such thing as a fallacy. So show me yours.
That almost sounds like a fallacy.
Show me yours.
It's his favorite fallacy. Yeah, fallacies do exist. I mean, it's a thing.
It's his favorite one. Show it to me.
Where's the which chat would you like it in?
This one.
Where's that one? I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm sure you can find it. I'm sure.
Or it says 24/7 flat Earth. There's a bubble. Oh, text chat.
Oh, thanks.
Unless you're mobile or
I
PC.
I don't know why he would hide that from me. So let's take their examples because mine are apparently offensive. So
This is from
Jenna
this
thinks
is like a, this is a children's
Jenna
site.
thinks we should Jenna thinks we should do yoga before work because it's natural and said to relax.
This is from 2024.
Miles thinks that we should also smoke pot before work for the same reasons. Okay, really terrible examples.
So we're off the logical. I can make a comment about your-
Okay, no, I get it. Okay, so
Okay.
it basically means that let's say I make a cohesive argument to you, right?
Yeah, I've read it.
I don't know, like for example that fiber cable is probably the most economic transfer of information, right? You agree with that? It's
I'm
economically
listening.
friendly. It's
Come on,
cheapest.
you were the one that was saying it was so expensive when it was first brought up.
In the long term, it's more economic, right? But do we agree on that? We don't have to argue the point, really. I'm just trying to find a point we agree on. Yeah.
I'm still on fallacy.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. So we agree that okay, fuck, man, we're all gonna be combative about everything. Let's say the sky is blue. The sky's blue, right? The sky's blue. We agree on that, or is it a form of misshapen red now?
Proceed.
Okay, so if I say the sky is red, you fucking idiot, then I've made an ad hominem, right?
Okay.
So because the sky is blue, you fucking idiot. So because I said you fucking idiot, and I've made a fallacy, an ad hominem, then you would dismiss the fact that the sky is blue because I've made a fallacy. So the fact is, the sky is blue, and I did make an ad hominem. So I was correct, and I also committed a logical fallacy. So therefore, it is a fallacy for you to dismiss my entire argument because I committed an ad hominem. Does that make sense to you?
A fallacy. Is that how you're explaining that? That makes it makes a fallacy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so that was all I wanted to say.
No, yes, it does. I'm trying to understand you.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying.
I'm
that
asking
was
you,
what I
does it
meant.
make it a fallacy the way you just explained it? That's what a fallacy
That's
is.
correct. That's correct. That's as far as I understand it. Yes.
Incorrect.
Echo.
Okay.
That's 100% incorrect.
Okay.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Right.
Go on.
I mean, there's no need. You understand already. I just wanted to let you know that was incorrect. It was just a simple logical fallacy. That's not a fallacy. But the definition that you gave me from this link from 2024 with no citation, no.
Where do you want citations from? Oxfam or Oxford? What's this appeal to authority that you're doing right now?
I mean, I'm asking for a citation. You gave me a definition with.
You want a citation from who? From anybody?
From anybody.
Anybody? Well, that's the citation I just gave you. Like, what the fuck do you mean?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, got a Google one that says the fallacy, also known as the argument from fallacy, is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone assumes that if an argument contains a logical fallacy, then its conclusion must be false.
Right.
Yes. That's what I
Right.
said.
I read the definition he gave, yes, and I understood that definition. And then I asked him to clarify how what we were
Well, you
talking
wanted
about.
you wanted a
I didn't finish.
citation.
I
You
wasn't
weren't
finished.
satisfied with
So
an
we all
explanation.
agree. So we all agree that the fallacy exists.
Yes, it exists. It exists. But I was trying to
We
tell him that
have
he was wrong. Right,
we
before.
have come so far in this argument. I'm so proud of us.
Yeah. Good job.
I could cry. I could cry.
But you don't know what you're talking about half the time.
And Raz, why is that your favorite?
Well, because so many people use it, right? Like, especially if you have a person like the whoever sounds like he's really fucking stoned. Like, you know, it comes from this sort of you
I
just
don't know what
graduated from philosophy 101. You've learned what a fallacy is, and then bam, you think you have your debate sword. Now you're gonna go out into the world and you're gonna go to President Trump. You're gonna go to all these wherever, and
like
you're
the
gonna be
fallacy
like,
you just
bam.
used.
That's an
Like the one you
ad
just used.
hominem. That's
Like
an
the
ad
one you just
hominem.
used.
And then you're gonna be
The one
like,
you just
that's a non sequitur. And
Hey,
Raz,
that's a red herring. And then
Do you have
apparently
TDS? Do you?
and then
Do you have TDS?
apparently
Raz. It seems as if you're suffering still from TDS.
What's TDS?
TDS.
Tedious? Are you calling me tedious?
Yeah, it is tedious, but yeah, TDS. Go on.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I'll give you that one.
Bro.
Zing.
I
So
hate this.
okay, so a moment ago you said I've made no claims. How can you say you assume I've made a claim? Do you have any claims, or you're just sharing
I
your
was
favorite
curious.
fallacies?
I came in here curious, asking you about your opinions, but then I discovered some guardedness in this bad boy. Some
Opinions.
defensive
Your feelings, sir?
mentalities.
What opinions are you
So
looking for?
I was asking about yours. I'm very curious about people who believe in the flat Earth, whatever you call
Nobody
it,
here believes anything.
and well, whatever you want to call it, right? People who
Well,
subscribe, people who hold
why do
your
you
certain
want to call it
opinion.
that? Why is it
What
that
do I
you
want to call
insist on calling it that?
It's not.
That's a better
This.
question.
So
Is that
like
how you're coping with it?
Mr.
Is that how
Fallacy.
you're coping with the flat Earth conundrum? You
whatever
realize
you'd like to call it?
you're wrapped up in a mythology,
Curious.
so you must insist that everyone else is also believing something.
Am I not allowed to be curious about things?
No, I'm just asking
That's not true.
why is it in your curiousness do you insist on calling it
Now
that?
you're a
You've done it
liar.
several times.
Now you're a liar.
It's not very important to me what you call it. I think that you're all identifiable by a certain number of traits, and whether you call it theory, belief, conviction, fact, reality, it doesn't
Call it
matter.
leaving naivety behind.
Which traits with those?
Call it
If you want
dropping
to
the
call
woman
it,
gullibility.
we
Call it
can
pulling head out
call
of
it.
sand.
We can
If you
call it
don't
all
care,
those
if you
cringe
don't
ass
care what it's
things.
called, you can call it those things.
Which traits, Mr.
Okay,
Fallacy?
we can call it. We can call it that if you
Which
want to.
traits,
It's a bit.
Mr.
Do you have a
Bit
mouse in your
cringe.
pocket?
What?
Which traits, Mr. Fallacy?
Mr. Fallacy. What is it you
Yeah,
think the
which
fallacies?
traits? Which traits can you identify flat earthers, Mr. Fallacy?
That
Which
you
traits?
believe or are fully
No one here
convinced
believes.
that
You said it again. Which traits?
you are convinced. You're not convinced.
Which traits, Mr. Fallacy?
What is it you think you're doing, boy?
I'm asking you a question. You said you can identify flat earthers by their traits. Which traits, Mr.
But they
Fallacy?
believe in a flat Earth.
Who
What do you
believes
mean?
anything? You said it again.
Well, everyone
Which
believes
trait?
whatever
Which
the.
trait? That's not a trait. Which trait?
Why are you triggered at the
Which
word belief?
trait? I'm asking you to expound. Which
I
trait?
just
You said you
I
can
just
identify
told you.
flat earthers by their traits. Which trait? Which
But
one?
belief in a flat Earth.
No one here believes anything. You said it again. Which traits?
You don't believe? You don't? Are you a nihilist?
No, no, I know the Earth is
Dude,
flat.
please stop
No,
being
the Earth is flat.
dishonest,
Which
please.
trait?
You can't identify if somebody believes or
He's
thinks
a
the Earth is flat
liar.
by just looking at them,
He's a
man. So come on,
liar.
give
So
some extra
okay, so
attributes.
if
He's a
you
liar.
believe that
You're a-
if you
No one
believe that
believes anything.
the
Liar.
if you believe that
You proved yourself to be
that
a liar.
that the power should be given to the workers and that there should be a command economy, then I will identify you as a communist.
Marxism isn't
Okay, who
flat.
said
Yeah.
anything about any of that? What is that? What does
Well,
communism have to do? Are you
you're
changing the
apparently
subject?
very subpar when
Are
it
you
comes
changing the
to.
subject because you don't know what you're talking about? Which trait?
Dude, you're the
Very
only
very
subpar person
angry.
here, man.
Which trait
You're
specifically? Go.
very angry, man. You're a very
No,
angry
which
person.
Not
trait?
angry.
You
It's
laughing
just
because you're
slightly
funny. Trait.
humorous
He's
to
very
watch you talk, man.
Which traits? Go.
very upset person.
That's why I'm laughing because you're the liar. Which traits can you identify?
Liar?
Let's go. Which traits? Which traits? Go.
Do you think, since apparently belief is a trigger word here, I didn't know we had our
Which
own
traits?
PC culture.
I'm waiting for traits. Which traits can you identify flat earthers? Go.
That you think the Earth is flat?
I don't think anything. You said it again, and that's not a trait. Which traits?
What do you mean it's not a trait? How do you
I love
define a
this.
trait?
I love this job.
Job? You paid?
Yeah. No, I don't get paid. I just wanted to see you react to it. But
Oh,
which traits?
you just waste your time with this
Which
shit.
traits? Let's go. You like to change the subject. Which traits?
What do you mean?
Which
I just
traits
told
can you identify flat earthers? What do you mean? That's not a trait. Which traits?
Thinking something is not a trait? Is this what you do? You do this little dictionary dance where you're
I'm
like,
done
oh my
now.
god,
I'm done. You
that's the
said it
wrong
yourself. You said
definition.
you can identify flat earthers by their traits. I asked you which traits. You have to
That
give
they
me
happen to
traits.
think
Call
that the
themselves
Earth is
flat
flat.
earthers. Don't say it.
Now you're telling me that you think you don't think. Actually, I do believe that you don't think. That makes
Flat
perfect
Earth
sense.
Ranger.
Yes.
I will
Can I
absolutely
take over for
concede
1
the
second,
argument.
please, man?
Proceed.
Okay, so Ras, first and foremost, we just
Yes.
found out that you're a psychic and almost godlike because you can look at people and read their minds and know what they think and believe, which is absolutely insane. Now, please, for the love of God, please be honest and just give us some traits that flat earthers have.
They think, believe, are
Okay, so
convinced. However you
what
want
if they're
to call
lying?
it.
What if what they're saying is a lie? How do you know? He's asking for the traits. What if he's
What do you
lying
mean?
about what he believes? So what are the traits?
Brought it up.
Well, if he
Somebody's
still
lying
believes
about
it,
what they believe. So what are the traits?
so if he believes it, right, but he lies about it, get this, he still, in fact, believes it. Isn't that crazy?
Non sequitur. Okay, so firstly,
Yeah. So how
How's
do you
that non
know?
sequitur? No. How's that
How
a
do
non
you
sequitur?
know? You said you can identify them. So based off of their traits, how do you do that
So
if they're lying?
if you tell me that you in fact believe that the Earth is flat, then I will assume that you are a flat earther. If you are a liar and you say that you are a flat earther without being one, then I have been deceived.
Okay, Satan.
Yeah, so you can't identify them by their traits then. Because if you could identify them by their traits, then you'd be able to see through their lies, right?
Well, obviously,
That's the truth. Yep. So you're done.
Okay.
Next.
Oh, you don't like my answer? I'm sorry.
Your answers are illogical.
Yo, Kush,
I don't know,
could you
man.
please
I
give me
feel
some
like
traits of gamers that live in like that that are like losers in a basement? What traits do these people have? Could you give me some, Kush, just to give him an example of how it should be?
okay. So a gamer that is a loser probably doesn't have a job.
You're not Kush. You're not Kush. You're not Kush. Again, you're not Kush. I asked Kush now.
Oh man.
Oh, I'm not Kush. Is that like slang?
Oh my god.
I'm actually gonna. Really? This is absurd, man.
He's trolling. He's trolling.
He's not trolling. He is the creator of trolling, man.
And
wow.
shit, man. I mean,
What you want to see a degree or something,
Use
Rob?
your language.
A picture from the military. What you want? A degree, bachelor's. You want to know some traits? You talking about? What you want to see me smoking a joint or something?
You okay?
What trait?
You okay, bro?
I'm still asking about the traits.
You okay?
I'm still asking about the traits, my guy.
Well, you know, you're repeating it.
Just have degrees, don't have degrees, military
Probably
experience.
say I probably say the number of flat
Girls, no
earthers
girls. Which traits?
that seriously are probably don't have degrees. Probably a few of them do.
Oh, I have one. I have one.
I imagine that a flat earther having a degree is unlikely.
You guys
Very
are
unlikely.
I don't think because if you don't subscribe to mainstream beliefs, then why would you go in mainstream education?
Well, do you not think that the academic hoops were there to jump through decades ago, Einstein? Prior to this
what?
flat Earth conundrum? Oh, what? What? Do you not think the hoops of academia were not there
You
to
guys
jump
are
through?
I've got a trait. I've got a trait. Paranoid schizophrenia. Well, that one.
I mean, okay, let's
Yeah,
be
I've
nice
got a
to
trait
these
of the
people.
Globe Earthers, hack comedians. How about that one? Bingo.
They probably struggle enough, so let's not bully them. You know.
Okay, do you want a picture of my degree specifically, or what?
What did you study, Flat Earth Ranger?
All flat earthers not have degrees? Or is that what you're saying?
What did you study? What did you study?
What did you study?
Psychology. Why is it relevant?
Oh, so the most fake science that there is, and you studied it. Of course.
mean,
Let's not be too mean to the psychologists.
Is it really?
Let's not be too mean.
Jekyll.
Alright, Ketzel, you're into my friend. You can't do that to me, Ketzel. You can't do that to me. You're my best friend, Ketzel.
Have you jumped through, Roz? Because we know you is just a spastic. So, how many hoops of academia have you jumped through, Roz?
How
many hoops of academia?
Oh, now he's repeating things.
Damn, you're sensitive, my guy. Like
No, you're
really
just
regulating behavior.
You're the unspecial snowflake. Relax.
You are regulating every aspect of the behavior
Dude,
in
I'm
this
asking
chat.
you
You know that?
questions, bro. You're the one who's tone policing in this play. That's you.
You're regulating everything, dude. Like you cannot take any dissent.
Okay,
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. So, how many of these hoops of academia have you leapt through, Einstein?
Okay, and I'm not allowed to repeat your question. Is there what's the particular format
Never
that you would like
mind.
my question
Never
answered
mind,
in?
you moron.
Okay, so I'm not allowed to ask questions
You have a
either about.
diploma in distractions.
That's right. Yeah.
And sell used couches on television or something, maybe.
I'm one of those people that were hired by the government to distract you from the fact
Well,
that
if
it
that's
is
the case, they've
factually
really
a flat Earth.
Yeah, they've stumbled on an interesting tactic.
Yeah.
What was it? What was the ad you answered? Confused goofball.
Just you know, pay.
Yeah, I do know.
Pay to.
It was a waste of money. I said it was a waste of money if that's the case.
Where's that degree? Where's that degree, bro? Where's that degree
What's
at?
the waste? What's the waste of cake? What?
Where's that degree at, right?
Where's my degree at?
Yeah, where's your degree at? Do you have one?
Did I even claim to have one?
I was just wondering because you brought it up. That was one of the traits, how you identify the flat earther. So I was wondering.
Oh, so someone said. So you asked me if flat earthers have degrees, right?
What? Wait.
Yeah, this is your scenario, hotshot.
Someone else asked
muddying
me.
the water.
Do flat
PhD
earthers
isn't doing you any good? You're transparent.
I can't hear you.
My PhD. You honor me, bro. You fucking honor me.
All right, where's your degree though? You said flat earthers don't have degrees. I told you I have degree. Then you asked what my degree was in.
You're being very insecure right now.
To be honest with you, I'm starting to doubt that he even has a degree because no one who has a degree will be that insecure about it.
I'm sure he doesn't. But He said he doesn't. So
like the people
Why-
that
why
has
is it-
the people that believe the
Why
Earth
is-
is flat, they can't even get a degree in social studies, man.
Are you sure? I mean, I have a degree.
I am against the hate on social studies.
Right, we don't count. We don't count. We don't count. We don't count community college.
What does community college have to do with anything?
You know.
Who's been to community college?
Why is it so important for you to have a degree? Why did you get a degree?
Because the logical fallacy. They need the logical fallacy. to argue.
You got a degree because you needed a logical fallacy?
It's the Black Swan, man.
What?
He can't
What? I was
say
talking
the
to
Black
you. What was
Swan
your
fallacy without a degree.
So you got a degree so you can detect logical fallacies?
Hold on, time out.
No.
You're the
You
one.
got a psychology degree to do that?
Hey, Jekyll,
What
your
does that have to do
theater
with
degree
anything?
is
What
on
does
hold
degree
for
have to
now.
do with anything?
My
That's
theater
We're asking
degree.
where
The repeating you guys do is weird. FYI.
no,
Hey,
they're retarded.
dude. Yeah, hold on. He's the one who said the main trait of a flat earther was lack of degree. Well, it turns out
I
he doesn't have a
never said
degree.
that.
He's probably
Yes,
never seen a
exactly what you
university
said,
outside of a
right?
postcard. Yes, you did say that.
That's good.
What?
It's
When
true.
the fuck did I say? When did I say that? What
Yeah,
did
you
I?
got
Wait, hold on.
CRS, bro.
I
TDS
said,
and
which trait
CRS.
do you
Can't
identify
remember
flat
shit.
earthers? They don't have degrees.
Authority?
Who cares about degrees?
Someone asked if flat earthers have degrees. Yeah, and
No,
then I
that's not what
answered.
was asked. That's not what was asked. I said,
And
which
again,
traits do you,
that is
do
a
you
fallacy.
use to identify flat earthers? And you said they don't have degrees. And then I said, I have a degree. So,
But we both know that's not
am I
true.
right again?
Right? We all know that's not true.
What? That I don't have a degree? Is that what you
Yeah.
mean?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You said psychology,
That is
right?
like an objective truth next to God that you don't have a degree.
Do you understand how it's a fallacious argument?
Just to prove that you've got a psychology degree, can you briefly explain Pavlov's dogs and Skinner's cats?
No, I don't have to do anything.
Oh, the most basic thing in psychology, and you can't even explain it. Oh dear, oh
You're
dear.
doing like
Imagine,
primary school.
imagine lying.
Like psychology school.
Imagine lying about having a degree. That's crazy.
Imagine projecting
Imagine
how I feel because
grandstanding
my
somebody
feelings are hurt.
in an attempt to try to make
Imagine
yourself look
projecting because
smarter.
my feelings are hurt.
Imagine a bunch of grown ass men can't have an actual discussion and conversation.
Exactly. Take a picture of yours and
Imagine
post it.
that.
Picture of mine and post it in chat. How about that, ass clown?
It's all right. It's all right. We know. I mean, look. You don't have to lie. You don't have to lie about having a degree. You can go and study one now. It's only like 3 or 4 years.
And I'll take a picture of that.
Take a picture of what?
Your degree.
Does my master's degree count as a degree?
It's a degree, ain't it?
Yeah.
Only
Are you going to post it?
Um.
The name and such. Big mouth.
Yes, I'll post it, but I've got to block a lot of things out.
Okay, go ahead.
Wow, people have degrees. That is amazing.
I don't even know if I want to post it. Is the point.
People have
Come on,
degrees.
man, I got
Therefore,
mine,
the
but-
Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball.
I have nothing to prove. I can't be asked.
Somehow it was irrelevant. I was trying to explain how it was irrelevant, but since he had a big mouth.
Well, no, because you was talking about you having a degree in psychology, and then I asked you about Pavlov's dogs and Skinner's cats.
I was asking him how he identified flat earthers. That's why it was brought up. Big mouth.
So, do you know anything about Pavlov's dogs and Skinner's cats?
Irrelevant.
Oh my god! As if you lied. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, you can deduce that.
We're not talking about Pavlov's dogs in here. Flat Earth. Stick to the room topic.
All right, okay. The room topic is: do flat earthers lie about their qualifications? And let's go to Redwin on his engineering degree.
What about it?
What?
Well, Trig said that you're a fake engineer.
You can
Did
say
you
whatever
post-
you want.
Did you post your picture yet? Because I'm waiting.
Yeah. Trig is the same guy who's been belly aching about long distance observations all this time, and it turns out he admitted he's never been to the beach to make his own.
Oh,
Are you still
So
blacking out?
boo-hoo what he thinks.
Where's your picture at?
The last guy, Yui, you're late. You were laughing and stuff, but you heard how this all began, correct?
He knows. He knows.
It wasn't. the
No,
flat
I missed
earthers
the
that brought
start.
up- It wasn't the flat earthers that brought up degrees, sir.
Okay, well.
It was the other guy who said the number when he was bumbling and mumbling. Oh, the major trait of a flat earthers, they don't have a college degree. And then a couple of us piped up and said, "Well, au contraire, mon frere." And then I asked him what hoops of academia he had jumped through, and he goes, "Hoops of academia." So that's how it started. So just drop it, move on. Next subject.
I don't want to drop it yet.
Yeah, prove that the Earth is flat, please.
We've done that too.
Oh, have you? What's your argument for it?
Present your best argumentation for why the Earth is flat.
It's measured flat. Are you posting your picture?
Measured flat? What does that mean? What is measurement?
Show me the measurements to measure.
I'll explain why you post your picture.
Are you really that insecure? Have you even posted yours yet?
I'm waiting for you, big mouth.
Oh, okay. Well, give me 2 seconds, and if you really want me to, I'll do it.
And how does this prove the shape of the Earth?
It doesn't.
I don't know. I feel like he needs this. He needs this.
Yeah.
I don't need it.
Anyways, could you please present the best argumentation for why the Earth is flat?
He didn't hear why it was brought up earlier. He wasn't paying attention.
Hey, you guys sort out your diplomas. G equal seems to be wanting to figure out what's going on. Why is the Earth flat? Why is it flat? Why is it flat?
Yeah, so could you present one line of argumentation for why the Earth would be a flat plane?
Why?
Because there's no measured curvature. No measured.
Could you show me it being measured flat, please? Could you show me it being measured flat, please?
Over distance. Show us one person who measured a curve.
Yeah, right. That's the thing, though. You can't use the negation of a claim as a claim for your own right. I'm asking you, why is the Earth flat? And you say, because it isn't spherical. That's not proving your claim. It's just saying that my claim is wrong.
You can see a lighthouse from 70 miles away. You can see a lighthouse from 70 miles away. There's your freaking proof. That wouldn't happen on a ball.
Could you show me that,
Dude,
please?
there's thousands of pictures of that shit.
Can you show us? Can you show anything but the Earth to be the topographical stationary plane?
That's just a question. That's just changing the. So I asked you, right? Can you prove that the Earth is flat? And you said prove that it's sphere.
Listen. Very simple. What do you observe when you go out into reality? What do you observe with your own eyes and senses that are given to you?
Oh, yeah, I mean, if you stand at a field, it's gonna look flat. If you look out into the ocean, it's gonna look flat.
Oh yeah, so you observe flat, right? What everybody observes is flat.
But anytime you look into the shape of the Earth, it's going to be spherical. For example, you can watch a boat over the horizon.
There's the claim. Okay, you got a burden now. You claim that what you observe and what the Earth around you represents itself to you is the complete opposite to what you observe. Therefore, when you claim it's obviously at some point a complete opposite, the burden is on you to actually prove the complete opposite.
Yeah, so I can present the
pretty
argument
weird
for
logic,
it, right?
isn't it? Very
but I can,
weird logic.
I mean, it's not very weird logic, I wouldn't say.
Oh, it
right?
is
but
weird
I can
logic.
represent
Like,
it with argumentation.
You observe a stationary topographical plane, you agree that you observe it, but then you go to the leap and say, no, actually what it is, it's the complete opposite of what I observe. It's a spinning wobbling to that space ball.
Yeah, because when you look into the shape of the Earth, it's gonna...
absurdity.
No, when you look into the shape of the Earth, it's gonna appear to be spherical. If you just look outside at a road or something, if you look outside your window right now, you're not gonna see a sphere because you're on the Earth, you're very small in comparison to the Earth, and your vision is very shitty to see the entire curvature of the Earth. But if you look, for example, if you go to the southern hemisphere,
you should see a hump of water at 3 miles. You should see a hump of water at 3 miles when you're at the beach. If there was a hump of water at the beach, a person from about 5 or 6 feet tall would be seeing a hump of water.
Why would it be a hump of water?
Because that's what your ball requires. That's what a ball
would that be a requirement?
3959 requires. It must curve at 3 miles from
what?
The ball. You can't see past 3 miles.
That's crazy. Where did you get this from?
What do you mean? That's what
Could you show me the math proving? You're cutting out a lot, man. Could you show me?
Crazy. That is crazy.
Could you show me the math you're referencing? Could you show me the claim in reference?
It's in every
show me the reference,
system.
Man.
It's in every educational system, that math.
Just
Show
put
me,
a distance to the horizon, you fucking idiot.
You can find it on
show
the
me
river.
the map.
It's in
Google
every
distance to the horizon,
educational
you dumb
system.
fuck.
Show me.
Yeah.
His claim was that
Google
if you
the
look
distance
out
to the
3
fucking
miles.
horizon, you fucking numbnut.
So why would
You
there
get your
be
answer.
a?
Fucking moron, man.
But to his
You know,
defense, not even AI in 2024 that has been, filled with their narrative is able to actually explain what the horizon is and
He
their
doesn't even know his
paradigm.
own math, this fucking numbnut. Holy shit.
Well, yeah, not. Well,
It
again,
literally
not even.
is math. It is. I mean, it is about it is about a shape, a radius of 3959. You should see your freaking curve at 3 miles if you're standing on the beach, and there would be people taking thousands and thousands of pictures of the boat going over at that exact point every day, all day, and it doesn't take place. People see for freaking 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 miles, people see the lighthouse. People from boats see the lighthouse from freaking 100 miles someday. But lighthouses wouldn't work on your ball. They wouldn't. They can't. You
Not
wouldn't
even.
see it once you're more than like 3 miles
3 miles.
away. The lighthouse is gone. I think it's 3
You know
miles. Wait a minute. It
You
might
know
not be
It should
3,
be, it
but
should be easy enough to understand that on the ball you can't see past 3 miles. Period.
You know what's funny but about the horizon? If I'm gonna do this right now, hey ChatGPT, do you 100%ly know to explain what the horizon is on the spherical heliocentric Earth model?
So you're appealing to
No,
AI.
I don't have knowledge of a 3 kilohertz centric Earth model.
Oh golly, not kill.
Yeah, your accent doesn't help, man.
Yeah, it's not gonna work right now. We don't want to hear
Kilohertz.
AI anyway.
Say spinning.
Anyways,
Wobbling.
Even with ChatGPT, you don't get a straight answer to the horizon.
Well, that's because you ask it a stupid question. That could be part of
Well,
it.
no, you know for sure if you have been there. I think you have been the last time I had the conversation. You know for sure that it conceded that it doesn't 100% can explain what the horizon is.
What, ChatGPT?
Yeah.
what?
ChatGPT couldn't tell you what a logical fallacy was.
Exactly.
Jacko, where's all your pictures? Where's all your pictures of the Earth hump? Your water hump at
Pictures of
3
the
miles.
Earth?
No, your water hump at 3 miles. Where's all your
3
pictures?
miles? Why 3 miles?
Because
I've
that's
got a
about.
picture.
It's about
Right, okay, alright.
roughly-
You asked
roughly
for a
where it would
picture.
be
You asked
if
for a
you were
picture.
standing.
Who am I speaking to?
Paraplegic, and I wouldn't be standing, but most people would be standing.
Now you've nominated yourself, so you asked for a picture. Let's see what we have.
What do you
Alright,
have?
paraplegic. Look at the side chat. What's going on in that image? Explain.
Why
Got
is the
no
ship
references,
split?
you don't have any temperatures. You don't know anything about that picture.
Wait. He said we don't know anything about the picture. All right, let's get some information about the picture.
Why?
So here's the
second boat could literally begin.
Hold on, one at a time. One at a time. We've got the wave height.
It could be in a
We've got the temperature of the day. 1 second.
Where's that degree at?
Could be in the dip. It could be in a dip. Waves go up and down. It took
Hold
a
on.
picture at the.
Well, we can see the waves. We can see the wave height. We've got the temperatures of the day. We've got the wave height, maximum wave height. We've got the winds, the gusts.
You got fucked in ass.
Direction.
Those numbers did not match the things you posted from your
Wait,
friend.
according to who?
From Daza, your little shitty friend who lied to you.
What doesn't match?
Okay.
Sorry, hold on, one at a time, right?
Numbers did not match of the height from Daza and the one you posted above. They did not fucking match at all. So you were lying to us.
What do you mean doesn't match? What does it
Last
match?
time you posted that shit. This is not the first time you posted.
Yeah, you're a liar, bro.
Any-
You're right about that.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think you're mixing
you
up
also
some.
have swells.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on.
said I
Hold
didn't
on,
get
Jekyll.
this.
One
I got it
second.
from
You
Daz.
also-
I didn't
hold
make it
on,
up.
hold on.
Daz
Yes.
gave it to me. He did.
I got it from
I have no
Dazza.
idea what he put for fucking numbers in that fucking calculator.
Ketzel, you don't even know what you're.
No, but I just post
Ketzel.
shit because I have master's degree.
You don't
I
know.
Just listen and believe people. I don't
All right,
look into stuff.
all right. Enough of the enough of the incredulity, right? What numbers do you What numbers are you challenging in this image?
I'm not challenging anything. Last time you got butt fucked. You were lying, okay? So I'm not
Actually,
gonna throw it.
the only thing that happened last time
You got butt
was
fucked.
that,
Shut the fuck up,
was
instead,
that
okay?
Timbo said that the boat should be bigger in the simulation. I've not posted the simulation yet. We haven't got to that point. We're just talking about the weather, the
whatever.
gusts, the direction.
Whatever.
We're talking about the wave height, the tides. So, do you disagree?
lied last
What
time.
that temperature was out at that boat at that time. You're
What,
just an idiot.
what was said?
You know
what
what?
was said last
doesn't
time
even-
instead
it
of
doesn't
instead of saying, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say it doesn't even matter because there's a wave height. There's also a swell. There's swells that occur that are separate from the wave height, which is.
We do know what the
texture of
temperatures were, by the
surface
way.
of what I said. The swell. There's. a-
Sorry,
there's
look,
swells,
you're all
there's
giving different
huge-
objections.
Hold on,
Do
hold
one
on,
at a time.
I'm talking. There's swells in the ocean that are dozens of feet high that are separate from the wave height.
Okay.
You're not accounting for a swell height, for currents, for tides, none of that. So
All right, we'll address the swell meme after I've dealt with Red Wind saying you don't know this when he's not even obviously
have it.
focusing
You
on what
have it. You've never been at sea before.
the breakdown of the temperatures of the day. In the right is a beacon. Right, you have a lot of temperatures in different parts of this place. Right, this port, and the one that was approximately where the boats were is a beacon, which was 21.5 degrees, and you can have several of these from different parts of the port that will tell you different temperatures, and they were all approximately the other day about 21.5 degrees.
All right, can I ask you
Because you've
this?
never been at sea.
If there's
You've never been
four
at sea before.
miles, if there's 4 miles in between the boats, what's the difference in 4 miles? It should be about 64 feet of drop in 4 miles. So that boat should be gone. The boat should be gone.
No, it shouldn't. How you don't even know how high the observer is. Why would you say that? You're just jumping to conclusions. The observer's 30 foot in elevation.
I'm just doing some random shit in my head.
Let's not do random shit in your head. It's the observer's 30 foot above the ground.
Disqualified that one anyway. We went over this the other day. It's out.
What have you disqualified?
Dude, you could literally just yell. We could yell refraction the same way you guys do, but I'm not going to say that out of my
no.
like everybody does.
You
I
can
won't
yell
do
it.
that.
You can yell it. We've got a thing for that. One sec. Let me show you McFraction. Somewhere here.
Hey, why is it
Slider.
that the
A
ship?
little slider.
Why is it
Slide
that the
it on
ship
up.
that is supposedly blocked by water is still vertical? Sorry. And why is it that you have curving water left and right? Why is it curving to the right?
Well, first of all, let's agree on what you guys think it is before we get into the weird sort of shifting of the burden.
So you don't want to answer the question.
Well, I can go over that, but we're going to go over what you guys think it is because you're trying to detract from that.
Wait, no, I'm not. I'm literally just trying to understand what you see in that picture. I see a ship supposedly on a hump of water and one behind the hump of water. Why is the one behind the extreme curvature rate that is blocking almost half of the ship, or actually half of the ship? Why is it still vertical in its position? Why is it not dipping to the left with the same degree?
All right, well that's going to be stupid, but we're going to deal with that in a second after I've dealt with Paraplegic because he nominated himself and you're all trying to save him. Paraplegic. If you look at the side chat for me in a second, I'm just going to post
look
this.
at the side chat. That's what you should see.
So
That's what
you think
should see. roughly that? You should see a
You
right
are bringing up a different image. We're not talking about that. We're talking about this
I
one.
know.
So we
I'm
have
driving.
McFraction. We have McFraction. And
Okay.
McFraction says that McFraction only works on one boat, but decides not to work on the other. Why does McFraction do that?
don't know why McFraction does it.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, why is your refraction picking and choosing where it's going to do refraction?
Well, that's what you guys do constantly when you think things loom
the Black Swan
from into the freaking
all over the place.
Usually, when you guys see
always changing everywhere.
when you guys see around corners.
Okay,
That's
so
E-plane.
in the Black Swan, we say it's happening to both platforms. You guys have to believe that McFraction is happening to one boat and not the other.
The gas vent that makes the
This
wobbly
is one.
cranes.
This is one picture. You should have thousands and thousands of pictures of boats going over the curve at 3 miles from the beach.
So what's your objection that you want another one? Like, what do you want?
Look, there's a zillion reasons why that picture is the way it is. Maybe
So give
I'm
me
not.
one. Give me one.
Explain.
Wait,
It could be down in a trough. It could be down in a trough. There could be a swell. Like
A swell. All right, let's address the swell thing because I've heard it twice. Right, there are two boats there. There are two boats, and do you think between those two boats there is a massive hump of water in over 4 miles?
Front one could be up on a little swell, and the back one could be down in a little bit bigger one, or vice versa. You know,
What kind of conditions do you require for a swell? What kind of conditions do you require for a swell?
I'm just saying.
The physical surface of the water is no longer horizontal.
Water stopped being level, apparently. So water's temporarily stopped being level, so that you can have an excuse, right? Today, what conditions require a swell of water that's selective, right? Because, by the way, there are 3 boats in this video. There are 3 boats. One's about halfway between the other 2 boats.
Yeah.
Now you're going to be telling me that there's a swell between those 2 boats, but the swell's just happening between those 2 boats and not the third one, which is a bit to the right.
I'm saying
What weird is that?
It doesn't even matter, Jekyll. It doesn't matter, Jekyll, because the only reason you're bringing up this bullshit is because you don't have an actual direct measurement of the curvature. That would have been used as a standard
This is exactly
to measure
what
all
curvature should look
curvature
like.
on
That's
Earth.
what it should
You don't
be.
have
It
that,
could be-
so that's why you're
It could be
bringing up this bullshit.
temperature. It could be some refraction. It could be the combination of refraction and freaking. It could be down in a little bit of a swell. I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't freaking tell you for sure. I'm not going to act like I know.
Barbecue chicken
That's
wings.
an honest answer.
Oh yeah. Oh, from Mama
Okay. So I just want to say that's a red herring to say, well, I mean, we can't... look, basically what you said is, well, you're only bringing this up, so I don't have to defend a claim I haven't made yet. I'm asking you the question. If you want to shift the conversation to something irrelevant, then just be quiet and wait till that conversation comes up. Right now we're dealing with what's going on in the image. Flat Earth style. On our flat Earth. Why are boats sinking on our flat Earth?
Water moves, dummy.
Water moves.
Yui, this is the problem with you guys. It's the problem with you guys not making your own observations and getting fed these little memes. If you tinker with the, yeah, go ahead, dude.
Let him finish, bro.
Dude, tinker with the. I posted a negative for you. You can see a small little boat out there in the water beyond where you think the curvature of the Earth is.
You're calling that a boat,
dude.
All right, okay, everyone, just look at this. I'm gonna. One sec, everyone, look at this. He's found a slight shade in his highly edited image, right? And he's saying that's a boat. He's saying that is a boat.
Yeah, that's why you need to go out and make your own observations. That's why you guys are left holding the bag with these little memes. Go out and
Okay,
make your
what's
own
happening with the boats then? You think that's a boat off in the distance, which is fucking funny? What's happening with those 2 boats?
What would be in the water?
Something optical, Einstein.
Oh, he's stupid, this guy. Master's degree, mind breaker.
Oh, that issues.
What else is on the water, mate?
If you go out into reality and
Oh, it's
stop
an
living
airplane
off
in the
these
water.
memes.
Oh, it's a squirrel in the water.
One thing
This is
that
what
mind
happens when
boggles
you're.
me.
This is. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just don't understand if Jekko is just taking for granted of that this is supposedly showing Earth's curved hump where things hide behind. How small is your freaking Earth, man? If this is literally your true curve when there's no refraction in your paradigm, then bro, you must be living on a very, very small Earth, man. It's very weird how that works.
He's never been on a boat, so he can't even deal with the fact that there's swells in oceans.
Yeah, the swells make the water not perfectly horizontal. Good job.
So,
You know,
let's just address
you
a
could
few of
have
those claims.
Well, you could have a 20-foot swell that's separate from the actual wave height. You could
Right.
have swells that will completely make that boat disappear if it's in a trough. You've never been out at sea before.
No,
Whoever's
he's not even had his feet in the sand.
Okay, I have been on a boat before, but this is irrelevant. What's relevant here is that you're pointing out on that
A boat
limit.
in a harbor doesn't matter.
Dude.
We're not
You're-
talking about a boat in a harbor.
So you're pointing out in that. Am I able to respond, or are you just going to talk to each other?
No, I think you ought to just shut up because you don't have anything.
Sounds like you're running away. To me, at
You're
least.
cooked, Jekyll. You're cooked.
Sounds like you don't want that conversation to happen.
I'm incapable of running away.
In the
So I'm
harbor
not
drinking
going anywhere.
martinis is not going out in the middle of the ocean.
So you're saying that it's a water swell, right? So how do you explain the fact that there are 3 boats that are gradually sinking on this swell?
For
How about
one,
the
you
one in
shouldn't
the
see
furthest
anything
distance as
past
well?
6. You shouldn't see anything past 6.5 miles.
Oh,
Sorry,
You shouldn't see anything there past 6.5.
How high is the observer, Sonny?
A boat in between. You shouldn't 30 feet.
How
50
high
feet,
is the
right?
observer,
In
Sonny?
between- You shouldn't see a boat in between the 2 boats if it's past 6.7 miles.
What?
at
What if
30
he's
feet height.
30 foot, Sonny?
Yeah, I said 30 feet.
Well,
That's
you
what it
might
is.
want to do your
Your
calculator again, because you should be able to see the
No, I
boat.
just did it. 12 miles at 30 feet height. You should have nothing showing after 6.7.
No, you're wrong. You need to do your maths again. Do your maths again. You're not good at maths.
18 feet, but at 6.7 miles,
Right.
you should see
Show me
everything
your workings
dropping
out.
off.
Show me your workings out. What did you
You
do?
should see
What did you
no-
input?
It's the simple Earth
I
curve
put it in
calculator
the,
math.
I put it
bro.
in the Earth curve calculator. Yeah, this is exactly what it says.
Put it in the Earth
6.7
curve
miles is the
calculator.
horizon distance.
Yeah.
I did. It's 6.7 miles.
At what
30 feet
height?
30 feet height.
Wrong. You've made a mistake.
Wrong.
Because we did this with we did it with the flat earthers before. We did it with the flat earthers before, and even the flat earthers said you should lose about 20 feet of boat, not the whole thing.
I didn't say.
Crazy,
Okay,
bro.
so why don't you listen? 6.7 miles is where your horizon distance is. So everything you should see no boats in the water in between the 2 boats if it's past 6.7 miles.
At
You should
30
see no water
feet.
there. You should see no water
It
after
burns.
6.7 miles. Yes, at
All right.
30 feet. I'll show you.
Right,
the
let me do the workings out, and I'll show you why you're wrong. Because we've done this before, but we'll do it again, and we'll embarrass you.
The Earth is curving, but it looks so flat.
It doesn't even matter because the only reason they're showing these boats is because they don't have an Earth curve measurement that is documented. That would be used as a standard. For
You posted
all
it yet?
Earth curve. Yeah, you don't have the direct measurement.
No,
that would be
no, post it for
documented
me.
as a direct
Post it for me.
measurement. No, you don't have a direct measurement of Earth curve.
So you're wait. Have you just realised you're wrong?
That's why you're.
Oh, how embarrassing! How embarrassing!
Airwaves with your bullshit, with no primary source information. You've not done this yourself. You're just going by somebody else's word and showing a meme. You
Are
think
you
you
mad?
have this.
We plugged it into
Yeah.
the
You've
Earth
got
curve
nothing.
calculator. We told you that.
Yeah, he got
Where's
this
your
from his
picture?
good friend Daza. He clearly didn't look into it properly. Even with that simulation he posted last time, he got butt fucked.
Yeah,
and that's why he
post
didn't
it.
post
Post
this
your
time.
workings out.
Where's your simulation, by the way? You didn't post it this time.
I'll post it for you, but I just want to see his workings
No,
out.
no. You didn't post the simulation like last time when you got butt fucked.
All right, I'll show you the post.
You were lying
I'll
about
post the simulation,
when
but
you
we'll
were
get
lying
Sonny
about
to
the
post.
distances
We'll
and
get
heights and everything.
Stop trying to save him, Ketzel. He made a claim that the entire boat should be underwater. The actual problem with our
Why don't you pull out the Earth curve calculator and put a punch in the nose yourself? What's the problem?
in our simulator, Quetzal, the problem wasn't that there was too much boat
Did you
underwater.
make it with him? What do you mean our?
Quetzal, in the simulator we did, the problem wasn't that there was too much boat under.
Yeah, it's
Interesting. So, okay, yeah.
Mm. And another weird thing, it can, I mean, you see, I asked that physicist how it would be if we were to pump this liquid through a pipe. But I told him, when I asked him this, I told him that, hey, look, I know superfluid liquid helium is frictionless medium. It has zero viscosity. That means you cannot push yourself from it. So if you spin a propeller inside it, it will give you no thrust, you know, like that propeller spins frictionless inside this medium. So this liquid can flow in two opposite directions in the same time, just like we actually see in the we actually take the qubits in quantum computers. You know, it's about the spin of the electron, clockwise or counterclockwise, and there is a superstate where the electron is actually spinning in both directions in the same time. So
That's interesting.
yeah. So this is a property which this liquid actually shows it, reveals it physically possible and going on at the lowest energy states in nature. So
Pretty cool. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get stuck in a bubble of it. You'd never be able to get out, hey? Couldn't swim through it?
Why I like this is because it offers me, like, hey, there is so much stuff to discover, yeah, and to know. Then having this heliocentric infinite vacuum and imaginary forces which actually obstruct you from developing any kind of technology or instruments or whatever to make any discoveries, new discoveries, and you cannot make because you require such big telescopes and such complicated rockets, you know.
I don't know. Theoretical physicists are always looking to shake things up past the known paradigms, right? So they're always looking for fun ways to figure things out. So
yeah,
that's the whole quantum realm and everything like that. So if we were just stuck on the, you know, the macro, we would never
but
figure it out
even
yet.
in this,
So
I mean, to buy a quantum computer to actually have a first-hand like empirical technology which is based on these principles, it costs like minimum $20 million, you know. They're not cheap.
I wouldn't imagine, no.
Yeah, so for me as a civilian, if I had that money, definitely not gonna buy a computer.
Yeah, no, you could get a few pretty standard computers for that much.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to use it, you know, like.
Well, how would you program in it?
Exactly. I mean, this is also a field where we lack engineers, so The trend now is to actually study and become a quantum computing programmer, you know.
Yeah.
These,
It'll take time,
these
but
kind of
it's probably
programmers
going to happen.
are very searched today. Yeah.
It'll take time.
But you cannot become a quantum computer programmer without studying quantum mechanics. Go hardcore in it.
Yeah, for sure. It hasn't been simplified where like a standard computer programmer doesn't need to know all of the ins and outs of, you know, electricity to be able to program.
Yeah. And even quantum mechanics is really hard to learn it. And it's based.
Well, it's not
There is
intuitive.
this. There is this. And we adopted it, implemented, but it's not confirmed that hey, this is actually the real reality. It's a very close approximation of what things could be, you know. But the atom is not nailed what it is, you know. Neither the electron, neither the nuclei of the atom. On paper, calculus and all this stuff, yeah, it gives good results. It shows that we are pretty close to reality.
Well, we've figured out how to use it, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah.
There's
yeah,
utility in
exactly.
it, right? So
Mhm.
even if we don't
Yeah.
have a full understanding, we can still at least make use of
Yeah.
it. So.
But with quantum mechanics, I mean, at such deep levels of the small, to actually explain what these phenomena are, what happens, particles, behavior, trajectories, vectors, weight, mass.
Well, we are definitely limited in our ability to understand certain things just based on the nature of our existence. So. Well, anyways, I gotta let my dogs out. They're bugging me at the moment. So
Yeah,
you
me
take
too.
care.
I have to get. Yeah, you too, Chad. Have a
Okay, take
nice
care.
evening, day. Take care.
Yeah,
Bye bye.
it's still morning for me. Take care. Bye.
Okay, have a nice day. Bye bye.